All right, Ishika, thanks so much for joining us. With those details, so a mega protest planned by the opposition on July 30th at Jantar Mantar over Arvind Kejriwal's failing health. Now, in other news, and what could boil down to another major controversy, former Punjab Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi has advocated for the Member of Parliament from Khadur, that's Amritpal Singh, who, remember, is lodged in Assam's Dibrugarh district under the National Security Act. Now, batting for Amritpal Singh, Channi said that they speak about emergency every day, but what about the undeclared emergency in the country? He says this too is an emergency, that a man who was elected as an MP by 20 lakh people in Punjab is behind bars under the National Security Act, that he's unable to present the views of the people of his constituency in Parliament. This too is an emergency. So what one can expect a controversy over these remarks, with Channi there advocating for Amritpal. Already the BJP is hit out at the Congress's free Amritpal demand, saying that the Congress MP is supporting a separatist.
इमरजेंसी ये भी है कि 20 लाख लोगों द्वारा पंजाब में मेंबर पार्लियामेंट चुना गया और वो एनएस से लगाकर अंदर रखा हुआ है। फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच, उसकी कंस्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों की बात यहां नहीं रख पा रहे, ये भी इमरजेंसी है।
All right, so that was what the former Punjab Chief Minister had to say on Amritpal Singh in Parliament, no less. And so the BJP hitting out, saying that he's advocating for a Khalistani, that the Congress MP is supporting a separatist. Remember, Amritpal Singh was arrested. It was a very sensational case at the time, and after quite a chase by security forces, he had finally been arrested. And then, given the concerns over, law and order, he was sent to jail all the way in Assam. He was put in a high security prison in Assam at the time. Well, let's go across to Gurpreet for more on this story. And Gurpreet, a controversial remark, already reactions coming in from the BJP to have a former Chief Minister of Punjab, now a Member of Parliament, they're advocating for Amritpal Singh, who, though he was, elected, remains very, very controversial.
Well, not only the BJP, we have seen even the Punjab Chief Minister, he has also reacted. He was saying on Amritpal, first of all, the Congress needs to make the clear stand. On the other hand, we have to see how the law and order should be maintained. So, as of now, it seems that Congress has created a new controversy there. So, let's see that how they are going to defend themselves, because we all know Amritpal has been booked under NSA and he has been jailed under NSA.
That's right, Gurpreet. Also, it was fairly sensational, the manner in which Amritpal was arrested, the fact that he was sent all the way to Assam, to a high security prison there. Just for our viewers, if you can remind us about that. And also, it was also quite sensational, the fact that he got elected as a Member of Parliament.
Well, that was one of the major point which the former Chief Minister of Punjab, Charanjit Singh, has raised on the floor of the House. He says Amritpal has already got the vote and he has already been elected, but the Punjab government is not cooperating with him. So we all know a year back and more than a year back, there was a lot of controversy for Amritpal when he has gone to Tarantaran police station, Ajnala police station, where he has created law and order problem, and after that the police was trying to catch him. So lot of efforts had been done by the state government to catch him, and finally they had invoked NSA and he has been jailed. But as of now, it seems it's quite controversy which has been created by the Congress leader there in the parliament. So let's see that how the Congress is going to justify, and what the other Punjab leader, they are going to toe the line, whether they are going to follow the line of Charanjit Singh Channi or not, that is yet to be seen.
All right. Thanks so much, Gurpreet, for joining us with those details. So those comments by the former Punjab Chief Minister sparking a controversy. Now let's get to the latest on the monsoon mayhem and monsoon fury in Maharashtra, where heavy rainfall has taken place in several parts of the state. Mumbai, Pune, Raigad all facing heavy rainfall and waterlogging. A holiday declared in schools and colleges in Raigad and Palghar districts due to the rainfall. And in the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde also reviewed the flood situation in the state and said that NDRF teams have been deployed for rescue and relief operations. So first, let's bring you the latest from Mumbai, where multiple flights have been delayed and cancelled due to the heavy rain taking place in Maximum City. Several areas are flooded, underpasses as well. 2 of the 7 lakes that supply water to the city are overflowing, and areas such as Sion, Chembur and Andheri have been severely affected. The Weather Office issued a red alert for Mumbai till 8:30 am tomorrow, predicting extremely heavy rainfall at some places. The Chief Minister said that the NDRF teams have been deployed.
वहाँ पर सभी लोग तैनात हैं। मैं कलेक्टर, दोनों म्यूनसिपल कमिश्नर, दोनों पुलिस कमिश्नर सबको सूचना दी है, एनडीआरएफ को दिया है। एनडीआरएफ का टीम वहाँ काम कर रही है। हालांकि एनडीआरएफ एसडीआरएफ से डिज़ास्टर मैनेजमेंट भी पूरी तरह काम कर रहा है। और मैं आर्मी के मेजर जनरल अनुराग विज, इनसे भी बातचीत की हुई है, कर्नल संदीप जी से बातचीत की है और उनको भी कहा है आपकी भी टीम अलर्ट रखो, आवश्यकता अगर लगती है तो आपकी टीम मूव करो। अभी आर्मी भी मूव हो रही है वहाँ पर रेस्क्यू के लिए, और कोई ऐसे लोग जहाँ अटके हो तो उनको एयरलिफ्ट करने की आवश्यकता पड़ सकती है, तो वहाँ एयरलिफ्ट की भी तैयारी उन्होंने की हुई है।
We saw that the rain started here at midnight, and although it slowed down a little, but then it picked up pace as soon as it dawned upon us, and it resulted in heavy and continuous raining. Now, it has got different versions for this particular story. Firstly, we're seeing that the southern part of the city, which experienced as much rain as any other part of the city, has not really seen any major waterlogging as of yet. We've noted that the major waterlogging situation that is there in front of us is mostly from the Andheri subway. It has been closed, and we're seeing the visuals of the police barricade also getting closed in that particular subway. So besides that, and the areas like Chembur and Vile, we are not seeing an excessive amount of waterlogging, and that is perhaps because of because of the BMC workers taking a note of the fact that the unclean manholes resulted in the severe waterlogging some weeks ago. Now I'd like to show what the situation here looks like. And here in I'm here in South Mumbai, and then here, as you can see around me, the rain has kind of given a little bit of break at the moment. We can see that the traffic is of course not the pace of the traffic is still slow, but then there is no major stoppage that has been caused because of the rain. You only see some sort of water getting accumulated by the sides of the road, but there is no major waterlogging that has been reported in this particular area. Of course, the major concern is the suburbans, is the central part of the city, be it Andheri, be it Chembur, be it Ghatkopar, etc. But at least since last 15 to 20 minutes, we are seeing some sort of relief for the South Mumbaikars as the rain, although it hasn't completely stopped, but it seems to have given a bit of pause. It has taken a bit of pause and given a bit of relief to the Mumbaikars. As a result, they can go about their daily business, as you can see on the screen.
Certainly, air services have been severely impacted as a result of this constant downpour. In fact, there was, just a while ago, we did see some relief from rains, but it started pouring once again. Yes, as far as train and air services are concerned, there has been severe impact. There have been delays as well as cancellations. In fact, as far as trains, local train services are concerned, both the Western and Central Railway line running by 10 to 15 minutes delay, and long distance trains, some of them have also been cancelled. This was as a result of waterlogging on many of the tracks, including in Ghatkopar and Kurla areas. These are the areas which are usually waterlogged every year. South Bombay, not so much. Certain areas of western suburbs, not so much. But in areas like Chembur, Kurla, Sion, King Circle, Matunga, these are the areas that are usually impacted, and once again these are the areas that have been impacted this year around too. So yes, train services impacted, air services impacted by massive traffic congestion on the road as well, especially on both Eastern Express Highway as well as Western Express Highway. We are seeing waterlogging in multiple areas in the city, not where I'm standing. This is Bandra Khar area. I did see some waterlogging in the morning, but not anymore. Of course, pumping out of water is happening consistently by BMC officials here. which is why we're not seeing as much water in many of the areas in the city this time around, because there have been new pumping stations that have been put out, new pumps installed in multiple areas of the city. So therefore, in terms of waterlogging, as compared to previous years, there is some sort of relief for Mumbaikars this time. However, having said that, traffic congestion is severe this time around, to be it on the Western Express Highway, be it on arterial roads of the city, including places like Andheri, where Andheri subway, which is a very important subway in the city that connects eastern and western suburbs of Andheri, in fact Andheri East to Andheri West, is shut at this point, as a result of which there have been a lot of traffic diversions. So that is leading up to a lot of traffic congestion on the road. So at this point, of course, alert have been issued. If it was yellow alert, probably there would be red alert issued if it persists the way it is persisting at this point. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, of course, asking people to stay put in their homes. He's appealed people to not get out of their homes, and also saying that all the agencies have been pressed into service, be it the Army, Navy, the Coast Guard, and of course the NDRF have been pressed into service in multiple areas, not just in Mumbai, but around Mumbai, because Pune is very badly affected at this point. Raigad is another area that is affected. Schools have been shut in Pune, Palghar, Raigad, which are all surrounding Mumbai, a couple of hours from Mumbai. So in these areas, the impact of rains more severe than what we are seeing in Mumbai at the moment.
All right, as Radhika mentioned, there flooding in different parts of the state, and heavy rain led to waterlogging in several areas of Pune, paralyzing normal life. Schools have been shut, and residential apartments in Pune's Pimpri, Chintwad have been flooded. 3 people died after they were electrocuted while wading through the waterlogged streets. 3 teams of the National Disaster Response Force have joined the rescue work in affected areas. Some places have water up to the waist level, and a bridge, the Baba Bhide Bridge on Mutha River, is now underwater after the water levels rose. Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar has reviewed the situation and asked the district administration to stay alert.
कल रात से पूना के जो भी माउंटेनियस रीजन है वेस्टर्न घाट में, वहाँ पे काफ़ी बारिश हो रही है. तो इन एरियाज़ में जितने भी स्कूल्स हैं उन लोगों को, हम स्कूल कॉलेजेस को हमने छुट्टी डिक्लेयर कर दी है, और नेक्स्ट 48 आवर्स वी आर मॉनिटरिंग द सिचुएशन. इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टेब्लिशमेंट को, ऑफिसेस को हमने आह्वान किया कि वो भी आज के दिन ऑफिस और ये जो इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टेब्लिशमेंट वो वहाँ पर भी आप छुट्टी दें, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट 3 आवर्स वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग हेवी टू मॉडरेटली हेवी रेनफॉल इन पुणे रीजन. तो हम लोगों सतर्क है. 2 जगह पे लैंडस्लाइड की घटनाएं हुई है. मुळशी तहसील में इन तामिनी घाट, वहाँ पे एक आदमी की मौत हो चुकी है.
Definitely we can see a flood-like situation in Pune and catchment areas. There has been a continuous rainfall since last night, and the rain is not ready to stop. Around 60,000 cusecs of water has been released from Khadakwasla Dam, and all 4 dams of Pune Dam area, which is Warasgaon, Temghar, Panshet and Khadakwasla, these 4 dams are filled to its capacity, and now the water has been released. As it is visible that Pune Sihagarh Road area is clogged with water, and people are also stranded. Around 22 societies are there in this area, and people from ground floor have been rescued by NDRF teams. Till now, 4 to 5 rounds of NDRF teams has been done in this area, and around more than 50 people has been rescued, and there are more 100 to be rescued. A mishap has happened in Pune's Deccan area, where 3 people lost their lives due to electrocution. And considering the security concerns, District Collector Suhas Divse has issued a guideline that if there is no important work to be done, everyone should stay inside.
And as we mentioned, heavy rain in Raigad and Palghar as well. Schools and colleges have been closed in the district. But take a look at this small bridge that got washed away in Raigad. This is between Shivthar and Samarth in the Mahad police station area. And this bridge was washed away due to the heavy rainfall. And flash floods in Himachal Pradesh as well. Flash floods were triggered by a cloudburst in the Kullu district, which has led to closure of some parts of the National Highway 3, known as the Leh-Manali Road. Now, vehicles heading to Manali from Lahaul Spiti via North portal of the Atal Tunnel have been diverted towards Rohtang, and that's what the Lahaul and Spiti police have said in an advisory. The police have also asked that commuters travel only if necessary, to drive cautiously and stay aware of the possible danger en route. A total of 15 roads, including 12 in Mandi, 2 in Kinnaur and 1 in Kangra district, were closed to vehicular traffic. A total of 49 people have died in rain-related incidents in the state, which suffered massive losses of 389 crores since the onset of the monsoon on June 27th.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The opposition India bloc is planning a mega protest on the 30th of July against the BJP-led government over the declining health of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who continues to be in Tihar. Congress-BJP face-off over Amritpal Singh. This after Congress MP and former Chief Minister of Punjab, Charanjit Singh Channi, demands Amritpal's release, saying he's an elected member of Parliament. Monsoon fury in Maharashtra. Large parts of Mumbai and Pune are waterlogged. Flights delayed or cancelled. 3 people die of electrocution in Pune. Ruckus in the Karnataka Assembly over the alleged MUDA scam. BJP says Siddaramaiah and Congress are prima facie culprits. Some MLAs even spending the night in the Assembly. DKS hits back, says most scams are from the BJP regime.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ये आया बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं। बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे, बढ़िया results मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
The Supreme Court 9-judge Constitution bench by 8:1 majority upheld that states have the power to levy tax on mineral rights and that the union law, Mines and Minerals, does not limit such power of the states. The judgment comes in the Supreme Court's hearing on the question of whether royalty charged on mining is a tax and whether states have legislative competence to levy tax. The Supreme Court there upheld the state government's right to levy royalty on mineral-bearing land, and this will be hugely beneficial and a big relief, in fact, to mineral-rich states like Odisha, Jharkhand, Bengal, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Earlier we spoke to Sunil Prabhu for all the details.
Joined with Mr. Rakesh, who has been really arguing before the constitutional bench, and they waited for a very, very long time. Many congratulations. It's a historic verdict, 8:1, something that has never happened before. Very clear clarity from the Chief Justice and others that royalty is not a royalty is not a tax, and that the states have the past. Can you explain to our viewers and break it down to them how does this work out and what is this big victory for the states?
So thank you, and we are grateful to the 9 judges bench for the judgment, because I was appearing for state of Jharkhand and Odisha and Assam, who are all vitally concerned. They are poor states and they need revenue for their projects. So the majority judgment 8:1 will go a long way, and the acts which they had passed imposing tax on land or tax on mineral rights would now be valid. Of course, there has been a conflict between 7 judges bench and another 5 judges bench in Kesharam, so India Cement and Kesharam.
But this gives a finality that
this gives a finality, and this upholds the view of Kesharam, and so finally this controversy has been settled that royalty under Section 9 of the Mines and Minerals Act 1957, made by Parliament, and the royalty imposed thereunder by notification by central government, is not a tax.
Many congratulations, because you led the entire thing. This is a historic judgment. Mining companies as well as center will definitely feel very affected, but in the long run, this basically means very categorically that states have the power to levy it.
The states have power to levy has been upheld. States' power to levy tax on land has been upheld. States' power to levy tax on mineral rights have been upheld. But so far as mineral rights is concerned, the Parliament's power to impose specific express limitation has also been upheld. So, but Section 9 has been stated to be not a limitation because it's not a tax. So now Parliament, if it wants, it can regulate and limit the authority of state government.
And with that, time for us to slip into a short break. More updates on the other side. Stay with us.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals.
Welcome back. In what could boil into another major controversy, former Punjab Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi in Parliament advocated for the Khadur MP, that's Amrit Pal Singh, who is lodged in Assam's Dibrugarh district under the National Security Act. Remember, his arrest had been extremely sensational at the time after a month-long manhunt, and then he won the recent election. Now, batting for Amrit Pal Singh, Channi said that they speak about emergency every day, but what about undeclared emergency in the country? This too is emergency, that a man who was elected as an MP by 20 lakh people in Punjab is behind bars under NSA. He's unable to present the views of the people of his constituency here in Parliament. This too is an emergency. Now, the BJP hit out saying the Congress is supporting separatists, is supporting Khalistanis.
Emergency ये भी है कि 20 लाख लोगों द्वारा पंजाब में मेंबर पार्लियामेंट चुना गया और वो एनएस से लगाकर अंदर रखा हुआ है। फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच, उसकी कंस्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों की बात यहां नहीं रख पा रहे, ये भी इमरजेंसी है।
कांग्रेस पार्टी के सांसद चरणजीत चन्नी जी, जो पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं, वो पार्लियामेंट में खड़े होकर कहते हैं कि अमृतपाल सिंह पर एनएसए लगाना गलत है, उनके बोलने की आजादी पर हमला है और उनको रिहा किया जाना चाहिए। कांग्रेस पार्टी आज अलगाववादी और खालिस्तानियों के समर्थन में उतर आई है। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो संविधान की बड़ी बड़ी बातें करती है। क्या ये संविधान सम्मिलित है? क्या ये संविधान की रक्षा कर रहे हैं? जो व्यक्ति भारत के टुकड़े टुकड़े करने की बात करता है, पैरवी करता है, इंदिरा गांधी जी की हत्या को सही बुलाता है, उसके बचाव में और उसके पक्ष में आज बात रखी जा रही है। ये कॉम्पिटिटिव अपीजमेंट पॉलिटिक्स चल रही है।
In other news, venues for different ceremonial functions at the Rashtrapati Bhavan's iconic Darbar Hall and Ashok Hall were today renamed Gantantra Mandap and Ashok Mandap. Rashtrapati Bhavan, the office and residence of President of India, as a symbol of the nation and an invaluable heritage of the people, is what a statement by the President's Secretariat said, and went on to say that continuous efforts are made to make it more accessible and therefore and also to reflect the values and cultural ethos of India. Now, asked for a reaction to this news, Congress's Priyanka Gandhi Vadra said that there is no concept of Darbar, only of Shahenshah.
दरबार का कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है, लेकिन शहंशाह का कॉन्सेप्ट है।
News now from Karnataka, where Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is under scrutiny due to allegations of fraudulent site allotments by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority, including plots reportedly given to his wife. This is an issue the BJP has been raising in the state. Now, the BJP there held an all-night protest in both the Legislative Assembly and Council over not being allowed to discuss the MUDA scam. The coalition partners have alleged that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's wife Parvati had illegally benefited and Speaker has been misused for not allowing the discussion to take place, is what they have alleged. And now the Congress hit back with the Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shiv Kumar saying that most of the scams happened under the BJP.
Try to stop us, but CM in his written speech, and he had given a detailed reply how many scams has happened, how it has happened. Of course, 89 crores some officers has been misused, and investigation is on. Already some 40 crores have been recovered. SIT is taking an investigation. Now ED, CBI has entered. We said we are not able to stop them. They have right to come. I know the law of this country as CBI. After some financial numbers, they can come. Let them do it. But now we wanted to expose all those things. They did not allow us to reply.
No, because even Siddaramaiah, Chief Minister, is not ready to give the opportunity to hear in the Assembly. Assembly is a very important house. When leader of opposition and all the entire leaders, opposition party, demanding for discussion, they are avoiding discussion shows prima facie case that they are culprit. So because of that, BJP has taken Dharna, Ahoratri Dharna.
Yes, and the BJP has made it clear that if the party is not allowed for the discussion on alleged MUDA scam, in that case, the same kind of protest will happen even tonight. But what we have come to know that a few bills are left. Once those bills are passed, after that the House will be adjourned for sine die because the session was supposed to end tomorrow. But now it may be preponed and it can be adjourned today itself because there has been a ruckus and uproar in the House, and all the time the BJP and the JDS, the united opposition, has been demanding discussion on MUDA, but the Speaker has said that as per the law this cannot be allowed because the law says that if there is a judicial inquiry into any scam is going on, in that case adjournment motion cannot be accepted first, and the second thing is that whatever comes under the adjournment motion has to be to have happened in the recent past, but this is related to 10 to 15 years old case, and in such a situation he cannot allow. What he says that if he allows the adjournment motion of the opposition, in that case he will be setting a bad precedence that he doesn't want to. So the opposition is adamant on its demand that either allow them allow their adjournment motions or they will continue to protest. Now we have to see that what decision is taken to today. But still now discussion is going on in both the houses.
Welcome back. In news just coming in, the National Testing Agency has released the revised result of the NEET UG exam. About 24 lakh students were waiting for this result, and the NTA will release a fresh list of toppers in a short while as well. Now, along with this, they also released the final answer sheet of the CUET. The CUET result will also be released in the next 24 to 48 hours. Remember, students have been waiting for this. It's been highly delayed as well, given that the CUET exam had taken place in a few months ago. Now the National Testing Agency finally putting out the revised NEET results today, and this will impact lakhs of students. And this is only after the Supreme Court clarified over this one question. There's quite a controversy given that marks had been given for two choices in that same physics question. Answer 2 and 4 were both held correct by the checkers under the NTA. So this issue was also something that the Supreme Court then gave directions over and said only one answer will be considered correct, and all the other students who had given the other option would lose those 5 marks. So this was something decided by the Supreme Court when they ruled that there will be no re-NEET, no re-exam. So now the revised results will be declared, and many students will find that their position in the exam would have changed, given that so many students are going to lose some 5 marks. So this really changes the whole listing of the students, and also improves the chances of certain students to getting into a better medical college. So the NTA releasing this revised result after the Supreme Court's direction. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In a
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting.
Welcome back. Let's focus now on the monsoon and monsoon fury being felt in Maharashtra, where heavy rainfall has led to waterlogging in several parts and flood-like situations. Mumbai, Pune, both facing heavy rain and waterlogging. A holiday declared for schools and colleges in Raigad and Palghar districts as well, due to the heavy rain that is taking place. Now, let's get to the latest from Mumbai, where multiple flights have been delayed and cancelled due to the rainfall. Several areas have been flooded, and 2 out of the 7 lakes that supply water to the city are overflowing. Also, a red alert has been issued for Mumbai till 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, predicting extremely heavy rainfall in some places. The Chief Minister has reviewed the situation in the state and said NDRF teams have also been deployed for rescue work.
Certainly, air services have been severely impacted as a result of this constant downpour. In fact, there was, just a while ago, we did see some relief from rains, but it started pouring once again. Yes, as far as train and air services are concerned, there has been severe impact. There have been delays as well as cancellations. In fact, as far as trains, local train services are concerned, both the Western and Central Railway line running by 10 to 15 minutes delay, and long distance trains, some of them have also been cancelled. This is as a result of waterlogging on many of the tracks, including in Ghatkopar and Kurla areas. These are the areas which are usually waterlogged every year. South Bombay, not so much. Certain areas of western suburbs, not so much. But in areas like Chembur, Kurla, Sion, King's Circle, Matunga, these are the areas that are usually impacted, and once again these are the areas that have been impacted this year around too. So yes, train services impacted, air services impacted, with massive traffic congestion on the road as well, especially on both Eastern Express Highway as well as Western Express Highway. We are seeing waterlogging in multiple areas in the city, not where I'm standing. This is Bandra Khar area. I did see some waterlogging in the morning, but not anymore. Of course, pumping out of water is happening consistently by BMC officials here, which is why we're not seeing as much water in many of the areas in the city this time around, because there have been new pumping stations that have been put out, new pumps installed in multiple areas of the city. So therefore, in terms of waterlogging, as compared to previous years, there is some sort of relief for Mumbaikars this time. However, having said that, traffic congestion is severe this time around too, be it on the Western Express Highway, be it on arterial roads of the city, including places like Andheri, where Andheri subway, which is a very important subway in the city that connects eastern and western suburbs of Andheri. In fact, Andheri East to Andheri West is shut at this point, as a result of which there have been a lot of traffic diversions. So that is leading up to a lot of traffic congestion on the road. So at this point, of course, alert have been issued. If it was yellow alert, probably there would be red alert issued if it persists the way it is persisting at this point. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, of course, asking people to stay put in their homes. He's appealed people to not get out of their homes, and also saying that all the agencies have been pressed into service, be it the Army, Navy, the Coast Guard, and of course, the NDRF have been pressed into service in multiple areas, not just in Mumbai, but around Mumbai, because Pune is very badly affected at this point. Raigad is another area that is affected. Schools have been shut in Pune, Palghar, Raigad, which are all surrounding Mumbai, a couple of hours from Mumbai. So in these areas, the impact of rains more severe than what we are seeing in Mumbai at the moment.
Now, on the occasion of the 25th Kargil Vijay Divas, tomorrow Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit the Kargil War Memorial at around 9:20 a.m. where he will pay homage to the bravehearts who made the supreme sacrifice in the line of duty. He will also carry out the first blast of the Shinkun La tunnel project virtually. Now, this day holds tremendous significance in Indian history and commemorates the victory of our armed forces over Pakistan in the 1999 Kargil War. NDTV's Vishnu Shom reports from Dras.
We are in the Dras region. It was over here that some of the most vicious fights were fought during the Kargil War of 1999. We were young journalists at that stage, and this entire area of Dras, just beneath us, come forward, Ahmed, the entire region of Dras, and you can see the town right over here, was being shelled incessantly. And we were shelling back from this side. And this entire area and the national highway which passes it through it was a primary target of Pakistani forces. And the entire feature, or in fact there's several features which lie all around over here. These were areas where the Pakistanis had created posts, and it was these posts that we evicted them from. So what I can do is essentially start talking about a couple of these posts. Now, the most definitive area over here, height as it were, Tiger Hill itself. Right behind me, pointy as you can see, over the last couple of weeks we've been bringing you stories of Indian Air Force pilots who bombed Tiger Hill, but our soldiers got there as well. If you move to the right of Tiger Hill, we go down the feature, and there is a bit of there are a couple of humps, but one looks like a whale. That's point 5353. Point 5353 is just about on the LC. It's a post held by us. The line of control is just about passing over there. In fact, the line of control, as it were, passes, it's a clear day, so between 9 and 10 kilometers from where we are. So the distance from me right now and the line of control is about 9 to 10 kilometers. What we can do is actually talk about a few other posts. So point 5353, that's again where we fought some great battles. There was 3 pimples, which is sighted along this ridgeline over here. And then if we move right to this massive feature right over here, the one right in front of me, this is Tololing, and the top is Tololing Top. This is again where some of our greatest battles took place. soldiers like Major Acharya, Captain Vijayan Thapar, Captain Vikram Batra, Anuj Nair, and so many others fought for the country and did brilliantly back then.
Now, for the first time ever, Group Captain K. Nachiketa, who was captured by the Pakistani forces after he ejected during Kargil, speaks about how he was systematically tortured. A Pakistani soldier struck a barrel of a gun in his mouth. He was later tortured by beating, sleep deprivation and heat torture. He was denied food as well. Nachiketa, then a flight lieutenant in the Indian Air Force, was eventually handed over to the Red Cross and returned to India.
At this time, it was very clear that I was not in area where our forces were there, because they were firing towards me and making a kind of an ambush, a semicircular ambush, and climbing towards me. So I fired my macro pistol at them, but 8 rounds got over very fast, and they were continuously firing their AKs towards me. And before I could load my second round of magazine to again recommence my firing, the first of those guys had come to me, and like somebody you covered 25 years, so 25 is a very long time, but even now after 25 long years, that guy's eyes and face is so clear when he shoved his barrel into my mouth, and I was looking at his trigger finger, whether he'll pull the finger or not, and I still remember the face so clearly. But again, destiny has some different designs for us, and the army captain who was in charge of that platoon, he stopped him. He was a part of a regular forces called 5 NLI. So he came, he stopped them, and then he was able to convince them that I was doing my duty as a soldier. But that army captain prevailed on them, and I was made a captive, and then we went to the campsite.
And where was the campsite?
So the campsite, we had a walk of about 1 hour, 45 minutes to 1 hour walk from the place of ejection towards approximately northeasterly direction.
So it was on the other side of the LC, or were you held within Indian territory at that stage?
So at that time I was not aware where exactly I was, but many years back when I came back to the same area, courtesy army helicopter, I realized that we were about 6 to 7 kilometers inside LC, our side.
Right.
So this was the infiltration which took place, and their forces had come to our side.
You were captured by Pakistani forces in Indian territory?
Absolutely, there was no doubt in that.
It wasn't as if you after ejecting, you had parachuted onto the other, because you're operating in proximity.
Ejection was on our side, and the SOP was very clear to all the pilots. By rules, the orders came from the higher formation not to cross the LC.
But where you were held in this particular post, that was on the other side?
No, even that is our side.
Even that was on on our side. And then what happened there?
So we spent about an hour and a half there.
And you were able to walk and things like that. Were you injured?
Yeah. So after the ejection, there's a post-ejection trauma is there. So I had a back pain and all. And while walking, we reached the campsite, and because of the wet snow and all, I could see some part of cold seeping into my shoes. So these guys were okay. At the field level, that captain of course was very good. I have a lot of respect for him at a person to person level, because he saved me from his troopers when they captured me. And here he gave me some kind of a first aid. We had some conversation, and after about an hour or so, we got a helicopter to pick me up from there, and they took me to a place called Skardu, which is further up into the LOC.
Yeah. And were you interrogated in Skardu?
Skardu was something called a soft interrogation, wherein it's just some kind of paper action, because it's not a field where they are specialized in this.
Right.
It's a force station basically.
And did they move you from Skardu?
Yeah, so after about 24 hours, there was a C-130 which came, and I was shifted to Islamabad and Rawalpindi next day.
And that's when things really got tough.
Yeah, so they took about 1 day there to finally declare me uncooperative. And after about that 1 day, they decided that I'm not cooperating with them. So that is when they handed me over to the ISA and the specialist cell which do all this.
Yeah. And they did what?
Yeah, so these 3.5 days was quite bad because staying alone in the cell with a lot of interrogation techniques of heat, standing, hitting, food not being there. So it becomes very tough because they want to break you mentally, physically, emotionally, so that I start talking to them. But I was again a bit lucky because by the time this part gets over, we get into a state called drugs or third degree. In case we start third degree, I believe, which I got to know later, then the situation of being sent back is not there, because all the injuries on the one is survival. Secondly, till now all the injuries they can explain by saying that he was trying to escape and all these things happened. But when the third degree starts, you'll have marks on the body which you can't explain. But I was lucky before that stage came, the decision came to get me back to India.
But just in terms of what they did to you, heat means what? And hit, I understand, they beat you with what, sticks?
Yeah, so it's the entire process. It's a very systematic process which I believe has been there since long. 71 war also the same things followed. So they step up the process, wherein they keep stepping up and see where you will break down. So physical hardships, then mental hardships, then the heat treatment starts. Then
the heat treatment is what?
So a lot of high wattage bulbs on the cell pointing towards you. And denial of food, denial of sleep is very important.
They electrocute you?
No, not electrocution. That comes later. But
they did beat you at that stage?
Yeah, beating and all is
with
pretty...
sticks or with their hands or?
Yeah, hands. So what happens is if they deny you sleep, so then you start and they deny you sitting down. That the entire process. So obviously after some stage you can't stand, so you start falling. Then you start hitting. So now it becomes a conflict of which pain is more: the pain of not eating, the pain of not sleeping, the physical pain of being hit on the body, or the mental pain. So all now you start prioritizing which one you can take more, which one you can't take more. So that entire process becomes like that.
You've never spoken about this aspect before. Is it because it's taken you so many years to come to terms and be in a position where you can talk about it?
Yeah, so I retired in 2017. So till the time I'm serving, we don't talk of all this. So I did not speak. And after retirement, this is the first time actually I'm coming out to a place like this where I interact with media personnel like you. So that's it. So basically that is the main thing. And of course, what happens is that part of my POW phase was not very comfortable to talk. It's a 3.5-4 days of life which is very tough mentally, and sometimes it can lead to some hidden trauma which can come back. So usually I avoid talking about that.
And let's get you the latest on the Olympics, which begin tomorrow in Paris. And PV Sindhu will be India's female flag bearer alongside veteran table tennis player A. Sharat Kamal in the opening ceremony of the games, which begin tomorrow. They say they're very proud to be the flag bearers. Here's a message from them.
So, waiting for the 26th of July when we'll be leading the Indian contingent on the opening ceremony in Paris. So it's been a moment which, since the last 3-4 months I've been dreaming about, visualizing. So I'm pretty excited that I'm going to live that moment, and especially I'm going to do that with PV Sindhu. So it's a fantastic moment, I would say. And how about you?
Yes, I'm very happy to be the flag bearer also with our fellow Indian Sharat Kamal. It's a proud moment for both of us, and of course it's a one-time opportunity for anyone to be a flag bearer and obviously representing our country. It's at the Olympics, standing there right in the front holding a Indian flag. So it's a very proud moment for both of us, and of course he's like a super senior to me. I've known him for a very, very long time, so it's always nice to be holding a flag with the fellow Indian.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं। बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे, बढ़िया results मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
The Congress BJP face-off over Amritpal Singh after Congress MP and former Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi demands Amritpal's release, saying that he is an elected member of Parliament. He says this in Lok Sabha. Amritpal Singh is in jail on terror charges. The BJP hits back, so the Congress is supporting separatist Khalistanis. Rajasthan BJP President CP Joshi offers to resign. Joshi made a state BJP chief ahead of the 2023 state polls. The opposition India bloc will hold a mega rally on the 30th of July to protest Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's failing health in Tihar jail. AAP has said Delhi Chief Minister has lost 8.5 kilos while he was in jail. And monsoon fury in Maharashtra. Large parts of Mumbai and Pune are waterlogged. Flights and trains delayed or cancelled. 3 people died of electrocution in Pune. The Chief Minister reviews the situation, says NDRF teams have been deployed. Some news coming in. The Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu today compared former Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy to Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar. While releasing a white paper in the assembly, Chandrababu Naidu said, "I'm the senior most politician in the country and I have never seen a situation like it was in Andhra when Jagan was in power. There was only one person who can compare to what happened in Andhra, and that's a drug lord Pablo Escobar." So a controversial remark. This comes a day after Jagan Reddy had held a protest in Delhi at Jantar Mantar, where several opposition leaders had also joined him, saying that about the law and order situation in Andhra, and also claiming that many of his leaders were being targeted. Now, Chandrababu Naidu went on to elaborate on this comparison with Pablo Escobar, saying that Pablo Escobar, the Colombian drug lord, is a narco-terrorist. He turned politician and then started his cartel to sell drugs. He earned $30 billion at the time, which is worth $90 billion now. And he was one of the richest drug lords in the world. So very controversial comment there coming from Chandrababu Naidu, comparing Jagan Reddy to Pablo Escobar. We're joined by Professor Jyotsna Tirunagari, a national spokesperson of the TDP. And ma'am, if you can elaborate on this, a controversial statement. You have Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu comparing the previous Chief Minister Jagan Reddy to a drug lord.
See, that's what we have seen in the past 5 years. Because the way he wasn't acting as the chief minister of the state, he was truly acting as a, as our leader has very rightly said, as something like a drug peddler, or I don't know. Because, for the past 5 years, Andhra Pradesh has become the drug hub of the entire country. Wherever drugs are caught, the entire source is Andhra Pradesh. And also today, we see a lot of, because once we have come back to power, we see a lot of issues with regard to the youth when we see that the youth are completely addicted to drugs and alcohol. And because during the time of Jagan Mohan Reddy, they were completely, I think I would say that they were very, very liberal in terms of drugs and their usage and the availability as well. So I think Chandrababu Naidu Garu was very... I think he said what was there. I know, but it's a sad reality. We have to accept that the ex-Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh has done all these things. He has in fact spoiled the future of lakhs of youth of the state of Andhra Pradesh. He has in fact spoiled the health of the people of Andhra Pradesh, and he has in fact spoiled the image of Andhra Pradesh.
All right, we're also joined by Konda Rajiv Gandhi, spokesperson of the YSRCP. Your response, and Professor Jyotsna there, explaining why Chandrababu Naidu in the assembly referred to Jagan Reddy and compared him to drug lord Pablo Escobar.
Well, warm good evening to you and the TDP representative. I think they're still in dreams and expecting it is a time of election. No, it's a fact. Election is completed, and there is an end point for the dramatic politics which is being played by TDP since last 2 months. I request them, you're in the power now and enough of the dramas. Okay, the drama which you played in last 2 months, believed by the people of AP, now it's over. The game is over. The political dramatic game which you have played all these 2 months is completed. It is an end and now you're in power, you have to rule. In spite of giving false statements, what is your action towards the reality? What is your action towards the reality? You're in the power. If such things had happened earlier in Andhra Pradesh, what the then Chief Minister or what the ex-Chief Minister or what the leader of opposition stated at that day? Why didn't you have quoted all these dialogues when you're in opposition? This type of brutal statements are coming from the current Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu only to attack Y.S. Jagan. Moreover, if you observe, yesterday we at Jantar Mantar, we have done our dharna and we brought the brutal, cruel politics, the murders or the attempt to murders or the atrocities which are being done by the people and the sympathizers of ISRCP and also on the leaders of ISRCP and activists of ISRCP. Now the national media is being focused on that. If you observe, many national leaders attended our dharna yesterday only to divert this. Chandrababu Naidu is playing a brutal word game against Y.S. Jagan sir. Nobody is ready to believe. There is a word which is being spoken by Professor Jyotsna ji saying that Y.S. Jagan sir has spoiled the youth of Andhra Pradesh. What a pity. Y.S. Jagan is the man who laid foundations for the bright future of Andhra Pradesh. From the kids to the youth, everybody know what he have done for the youth of Andhra Pradesh, and moreover, he is an inspirational to the youth.
Professor Jyotsna Tirunagari, if you can respond to that, what he's and hitting out at Chandrababu Naidu over this statement, comparing Jagan Reddy to Pablo Escobar.
You should understand that, Rajiv. You are also a young man of the state. You should understand what has gone wrong with the state. Kindly acknowledge that. The drama that you people have done yesterday at Jantar Mantar, the whole India has seen yesterday. And you talk about saving democracy. You talk about, the law and order situation in the state. During your regime, as I rightly quoted, your own MLC has murdered a Dalit, person and door delivered the body. Your own MP is involved in a murder case of his own uncle. What are you talking? And now you come back and say that. No. So, Rajiv, I think you should understand that let's work for the betterment of Andhra Pradesh. Enough is enough. You have done enough damage to the state.
Response to that,
do not again damage the image of the
there is
state
a response from my end. Professor Jyotsna ji, your point is well taken. My thing is about, you're talking about an MLC or MP. The MP's case is being taken and handled by the CBI, which is the highest investigative authority of India, and everybody knows that without Chandrababu Naidu's support, the current NDA government cannot sustain further. So you are in a supreme power in India. We will wait and see your action up to 6 months. Do come on, prove it if your allegations are right. It is not the allegation politics is very simple, Jyotsna ji. We all should work for the better and empowerment of Andhra Pradesh, not for the political dialogues. If you observe, let us see how many murders were done all these days.
All
after
right,
you're
we'll
coming
have to
into
leave
the power.
it there.
Which you say, Jyotsna ji, I'm not yet done. I have waited until your point is completed, and I request you the same also. You let us take the last 30 days of the criminal chart in Andhra Pradesh. How many murders? How many attempt to murder? How many attacks? We are talking about the MP who is involved in an uncle's murder case. You are alleging
all
like
right,
that.
we're not discussing all these murder allegations. What we're talking about is Chandrababu Naidu's latest. I'm going to have to end it there. Thank you so much both for joining us on the program. But let's go across to Uma now. Uma, so a controversy after Andhra Chief Minister referring to Jagan Reddy as Pablo Escobar, comparing him to him, also talking about the availability of drugs in the state.
Yes, indeed. The fight between the Telugu Desam and the YSRCP, or rather the Telugu Desam Janasena and the YSRCP, is extremely bitter and very, very personal as well. If Jagan Mohan Reddy went to Delhi and tried to embarrass the TDP Janasena government in Andhra Pradesh by saying that huge numbers of political killings, revenge killings have happened, and he seemed to be able to get the optics of getting the support of some Indie alliance alliance members as well, with leaders like Akhilesh Yadav, former UP Chief Minister, joining him there in the Andhra Pradesh Assembly. What is playing out is the opposite. Chandrababu Naidu has showcased for the people of Andhra Pradesh the kind of cases that have been filed against the leaders of the Telugu Desam, and he in fact took a head count. He asked the leaders of his side, the ruling party side, to stand up to say how many of them have had cases booked against them in the YSRCP regime, and nearly 80 to 90% of the people in fact stood up, and he put out a list in fact that said some of them had 25 cases, 28 cases, and he himself and his son as well had 17 cases, and he said those people without any criminal cases against them in the past had been criminalized in that sense by these cases being put against them. And yes, the attack of the TDP Janasena, even when YSRCP was in power, was that drugs and liquor have taken a free run, and it is in that context that Chandrababu Naidu in fact took the example of the Colombian drug lord and seemed to make a comparison to the former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, saying that while the drug lord had made a huge amount of money by selling drugs, the implication here is that Jagan Mohan Reddy and his government have also made money from not just drugs but also liquor policy. Let me just point out that yesterday, in fact, a white paper on liquor was released by Chandrababu Naidu in the assembly, just like they have released on several other subjects. And liquor specifically, Chandrababu Naidu said, is in fact one of the biggest scams, and another one of the leaders of the Telugu Desam in fact said this is bigger than the Delhi liquor scam, in which we have seen several leaders from Delhi, Aam Aadmi Party as well as BRS being implicated. And now a CID probe has been ordered into the liquor scam and what he has called as a liquor scam, and he has pointed out multiple things, saying that more than 99,000 crore rupees of liquor was sold in Andhra Pradesh, and majority of it happened in cash transactions, except for about 615 crore, he says. The rest of it happened in cash transactions, and therefore Chandrababu Naidu is also talking about involving the Enforcement Directorate in that particular probe as well. He said the cash transactions will be looked into by the Enforcement Directorate as well, and he has also alleged that because all the other brands which are established brands across the country were not allowed, and distilleries and breweries in Andhra Pradesh used or developed homegrown brands which were then used to make the money, and his allegation is that a big amount of money has been siphoned off by the ruling party members, and he has put a figure of nearly 19,000 crore rupees that he says the state exchequer has lost. And that is in that context that he is pointing fingers at Jagan Mohan Reddy. The political battle that Jagan Mohan Reddy took to Delhi, Chandrababu Naidu is presenting before the people of Andhra Pradesh inside the Andhra Pradesh Assembly, where of course Jagan Mohan Reddy has no strength at all, only about 11 MLAs, and therefore he possibly sees it as a futile exercise to fight his battles there. Back to you.
Right, Suma, it was interesting yesterday to see Jagan Reddy here in the capital protesting at Jantar Mantar. Several opposition leaders also going and meeting him over there, and today you have Chandrababu Naidu now hitting out, and that's what one of the leaders from Jagan Reddy's party was saying, that it's because he got the support from the opposition. Now Chandrababu Naidu is hitting out, calling him and comparing him to Pablo Escobar.
Yes, indeed. So there is a political battle that's obviously playing out, and if at some point we used to talk about Tamil Nadu, DMK, AIADMK having very bitter battles, I must say this looks much worse than that. The attacks are very, very personal and quite sharp. And yes, now today Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister, referring to Pablo Escobar, the Colombian drug lord, and trying to draw parallels to the former Chief Minister. And he made a comment saying that there is something called need and something called greed and something else called mania, and he is saying that this is the category to which the former Chief Minister belonged. And he said that if there is a Reliance, a Tata and an Ambani making having so much of money, and he alleged that Jagan Mohan Reddy wanted to have more money than that, and that's the reason why he has indulged in these kind of alleged irregularities in liquor or in drug as well. Two things are clear. The battle in Delhi as far as the BJP is concerned, the YSRCP and Jagan Mohan Reddy, in fact, have written to the Prime Minister and have also said that they are going to seek an audience with the Prime Minister on this. Politically speaking, for the BJP in Delhi, of course, they require Chandrababu Naidu and Telugu Desam's MPs in the Lok Sabha, but in the Rajya Sabha, it is 11 MPs of the YSRCP that the BJP would certainly require because they don't have the strength in the Rajya Sabha as well. So it's a very delicate balancing act that the Prime Minister will also have to be seen to be doing, because he has to be seen to be listening to Jagan Mohan Reddy when he is complaining about alleged political violence against his party members, while at the same time not upsetting Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, whose support, of course, is very critical for the NDA government in Delhi. So one is the political war. Second is the the battles that are being fought in Andhra Pradesh on the ground, not just the violence that I'm talking about, but the allegations and counter allegations that are being traded between the two main political leaders and parties. Back to you.
All right, Uma, thanks so much for joining us with those latest developments and controversy now really with Chandrababu Naidu comparing Jagan Reddy to Pablo Escobar, saying that his party terrorized people in the state and the law and order situation in Andhra was extremely poor under him. So this is something that, we're going to see more reactions coming up. With that, we'll slip into a short break, more on the other side.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News.
back. News now from Rajasthan, where Rajasthan BJP President CP Joshi has offered to resign after Vidhan Sabha elections in Rajasthan and also ahead of Lok Sabha elections in Rajasthan. And this is, he had offered to resign then. He's now a member of parliament from Chittorgarh, and he's told the party that going by the High Command's, diktat or this practice of one post, one person, that his resignation should be accepted. Let's go across to Harsha now for more. So Harsha, CP Joshi had offered to resign, and this is, going with the one person, one post, practice in the BJP.
Yes, so the timeline is that he offered to resign. This is not the first time that he's offered to resign. In fact, he offered to resign after the Vidhan Sabha elections 2023. Then he also offered to resign before the Lok Sabha elections 2024. Because remember, he was fighting that Lok Sabha election and he is the MP from Chittorgarh. But now he has again offered to resign, and this is because we are now heading into a by-election. The dates have not been declared, but given the fact that 5 MLAs have become MPs in Rajasthan, these seats are in fact a big challenge for the BJP given the caste combination. So remember, the BJP did not perform too well in the Nagaur-Jhunjhunu belt. So one of those seats is Hanuman Beniwal seat, which comes up for a by-election. Then also both the BJP and the Congress were given a huge challenge by the Bharatiya Adivasi party. Those are the new kids on the block, the Bharatiya Adivasi party with a unique tribal identity. There's going to be a by-election there also, as Rajkumar Raut has, gone in as MP. Then there's a by-election in Sachin Pilot's old seat, which is Savai Madhopur and Tonk. So you're given all these crucial by-elections coming up. CP Joshi has offered to resign because somewhere he also said one man, one post. The other, of course, calculation is the caste calculation. Remember, caste is key in Rajasthan. And, if you look at the caste calculations, you have one Brahmin face who's the chief minister. You also have a Brahmin face who is the party president. So obviously, the BJP is probably on the lookout for an OBC face, is what we're given to understand. A lot of people in the race for that. So looking ahead at the by-elections in Rajasthan, CP Joshi has offered to resign. I would like to also say something about CP Joshi, the person. Very soft-spoken, low-profile, someone who took everyone along. And in fact, he was absolutely hand-picked for the Vidhan Sabha elections. Remember the Vidhan Sabha elections, the BJP's house was quite rocky. There was the Vasundhara faction and there was Satish Punia on the other side, and they were really at loggerheads. So CP Joshi was hand-picked, parachuted in, and he actually managed in his low-profile, quiet kind of way to put the BJP together and go into that Vidhan Sabha election, which they won actually. So in that senses, CP Joshi's work perhaps is over, and now looking at the next election that is coming up, which is crucial, 5 by-elections, the BJP will probably accept his resignation and look for an OBC face in Rajasthan.
All right, thanks so much, Harsha, for joining us with those developments in Rajasthan. Now, India has reacted to the U.S. advisory that was issued yesterday. It was an advisory that asks U.S. citizens to not travel or reconsider travel to northeast India and don't go to Manipur, Jammu and Kashmir and portions of central India, and increase caution in India due to crime and terrorism. Now, India, reacting to this advisory, has said it is a routine travel advisory advising its citizens. Also, on the issue of Bangladesh, India said we are monitoring Bangladesh situation. Hopefully, Bangladesh situation will improve.
ट्रैवल एडवाइजरी एक रूटीन मैटर है जो हर देश जो चाहे वो उसको इशू करते हैं. हम लोगों ने भी ट्रैवल एडवाइजरी इशू की है, तो हम लोग इसको एक रूटीन मैटर की नज़र से देखते हैं.
Let's go across to Ghazali now for more. And Ghazali, so, the MA, they're playing down this travel advisory, though, it talks about several parts of the country. It's asked its citizens not to go, to the northeast and parts of central India as well. But the MA is saying that this is a routine travel advisory.
See, since Prime Minister Modi had paid that visit to Russia and met Vladimir Putin there has been back and forth reactions between India and United States. The State Department officials have been raising issues or have been reacting to PM's visit to Russia. also about, they made a comment yesterday about the Kanwad Yatra and the UP government's order. But MEA sort of played it down, saying that it's a routine advisory. Every nation has its right to issue advisory. But very surprisingly, because the situation in Northeast is not something which has developed in the last few weeks, but it has been going on for very long if you see the conflict over there. So some way or the other, it appears that it is all due to the impact of Prime Minister's visit to Russia and the kind of reception he had there from Mr. Putin in Moscow. So that is ultimately a reaction coming out of the United States is what the MEA believes right now, but they have certainly played it down, saying that if every country issues such advisory, we also issue an advisory, and it's a routine affair.
All right, Ghazali, do stay on for the next news as well. And this is on Mamata Banerjee's remarks about sheltering people from Bangladesh. And the MEA has said that Bangladesh cautioned India and Foreign Affairs under the union list. And Bangladesh, remember, had lodged a protest over Mamata Banerjee's remarks, where she said that she in fact started by saying that I don't want to speak on affairs of Bangladesh, it's a sovereign nation, but if helpless people come knocking on our doors, we will surely provide them shelter. Well, let's go back to Ghazali for more. First, let's listen into what the MEA said on this issue.
I can confirm that we have received a diplomatic note, a communication from the Bangladeshi side, protesting the comments made by Chief Minister of West Bengal. It is essentially on the lines that you would have seen in the reports that have come out today. Again, I would like to underline that under the 7th Schedule, List 1, Union List, Item 10 of our Constitution, the conduct of foreign affairs and all matters which bring the Union into relation with any foreign country are the sole prerogative of the Union government.
All right, let's go to Ghazali for more on that. So Ghazali, the MEA, they're commenting and on this remark by Mamata Banerjee over which Bangladesh protested.
See, the MEA spokesperson has asked about 2-3 issues regarding the developments in Bangladesh. One, that how does India see the situation over there, and whether Indian foreign minister or somebody from the government has spoken to Sheikh Hasina government over the developments there, to which the MEA spokesperson said that we are very grateful to the Bangladesh counterparts for the safe evacuation of thousands of students from there, but also said that Bangladesh is a valued neighbor, and as per our neighborhood first policy, Bangladesh also happens to be a key ally in our neighborhood, and that is why they are keeping an eye on the developments there. Also, there are reports that there are certain anti-India elements which are fueling this entire protest, or part of the protest, but not solely responsible for the entire protest. Regarding the same, when it comes to the comments from Mamata Banerjee, the Bengal Chief Minister, or similar kind of statement or say order from Kerala, where they have also appointed an IAS officer for the foreign affairs. So that comes under that doesn't come under the concurrent list or the state list, but under the constitution, this entire external affairs issue come under the union list, and that is why the spokesperson said that perhaps it is not called for any state government to issue or appoint anybody to deal with the external affairs issues, or for that matter for the Bengal Chief Minister to talk about giving refuge to anybody who is coming out of that conflict zone. But the Indian government also is keeping an eye on the developments in Bangladesh, and since Bangladesh is a valued neighbor, they are also expecting that the situation will turn to normalcy soon.
All right, thanks so much, Ghazali, for joining us with all those details. And with that, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, monsoon mayhem in Maharashtra.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया बाहर पैसाबाजार.com।
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride.
Welcome back. Let's get you the situation in Maharashtra, where heavy rainfall has caused mayhem and several parts of the state are underwater. Mumbai and Pune are facing heavy rain and waterlogging. Heavy rain in Raigad and Palghar districts as well, where a holiday has been declared for schools and colleges. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde reviewed the flood situation in the state and said that NDRF teams have been deployed for rescue and relief operations. So let's first take a look at Mumbai, where multiple flights have been delayed and cancelled due to the heavy rain. Also, several trains also have been cancelled. Many parts of Mumbai are flooded, and 2 of the 7 lakes that supply water to the city are overflowing. Areas such as Sion, Chembur and Andheri have been severely affected. The Weather Office issued a red alert for Mumbai till 8:30 tomorrow morning, predicting very heavy rainfall. As we said, the Chief Minister said that NDRF teams have been deployed.
वहाँ पर सभी लोग तैनात हैं। मैं कलेक्टर, दोनों म्युनिसिपल कमिश्नर, दोनों पुलिस कमिश्नर, सबको सूचना दी है, एनडीआरएफ को दिया है। एनडीआरएफ का टीम वहाँ काम कर रही है। हालांकि एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ से डिज़ास्टर मैनेजमेंट भी पूरी तरह काम कर रहा है। और मैं आर्मी के मेजर जनरल अनुराग विज इनसे भी बातचीत की हुई है, कर्नल संदीप जी से बातचीत की है और उनको भी कहा है आपकी भी टीम अलर्ट रखो, आवश्यकता अगर लगती है तो आपकी टीम मूव करो। अभी आर्मी भी मूव हो रही वहाँ पर रेस्क्यू के लिए, और कोई ऐसे लोग जहाँ अटके हो तो उनको एयरलिफ्ट करने की आवश्यकता पड़ सकती है, तो वहाँ एयरलिफ्ट की भी तैयारी उन्होंने की हुई है।
We saw that the rain started here at midnight, and although it slowed down a little, but then it picked up pace as soon as it dawned upon us, and it resulted in heavy and continuous raining. Now, it has got different versions for this particular story. Firstly, we're seeing that the southern part of the city, which experienced as much rain as any other part of the city, has not really seen any major waterlogging as of yet. We've noted that the major waterlogging situation that is there in front of us is mostly from the Andheri subway. It has been closed, and we're seeing the visuals of the police barricade also getting closed in that particular subway. So besides that, and the areas like Chembur and Villeparle, we are not seeing an excessive amount of waterlogging, and that is perhaps because of because of the BMC workers taking note of the fact that the unclean manholes resulted in the severe waterlogging some weeks ago. Now I'd like to show what the situation here looks like. Here in here in South Mumbai, and then here, as you can see around me, the rain has kind of given a little bit of break at the moment. We can see that the traffic is of course not the pace of the traffic is still slow, but then there is no major stoppage that has been caused because of the rain. You only see some sort of water getting accumulated by the sides of the road, but there is no major waterlogging that has been reported in this particular area. Of course, the major concern is the suburbans, is the central part of the city, be it Andheri, be it Chembur, be it Ghatkopar, etc. But at least since last 15 to 20 minutes, we are seeing some sort of relief for the South Mumbaikars as the rain, although it hasn't completely stopped, but it seems to have given a bit of pause. It has taken a bit of pause and given a bit of relief to the Mumbaikars. As a result, they can go about their daily business, as you can see on the screen.
Certainly, air services have been severely impacted as a result of this constant downpour. In fact, there was, just a while ago, we did see some relief from rains, but it started pouring once again. Yes, as far as train and air services are concerned, there has been severe impact. There have been delays as well as cancellations. In fact, as far as trains, local train services are concerned, both the Western and Central Railway line running by 10 to 15 minutes delay, and long distance trains, some of them have also been cancelled. This is as a result of waterlogging on many of the tracks, including in Ghatkopar and Kurla areas. These are the areas which are usually waterlogged every year. South Bombay, not so much. Certain areas of western suburbs, not so much. But in areas like Chembur, Kurla, Sion, King Circle, Matunga, these are the areas that are usually impacted, and once again these are the areas that have been impacted this year around too. So yes, train services impacted, air services impacted, with massive traffic congestion on the road as well, especially on both Eastern Express Highway as well as Western Express Highway. We are seeing waterlogging in multiple areas in the city, not where I'm standing. This is Bandra Khar area. I did see some waterlogging in the morning, but not anymore. Of course, pumping out of water is happening consistently by BMC officials here, which is why we're not seeing as much water in many of the areas in the city this time around, because there have been new pumping stations that have been put out, new pumps installed in multiple areas of the city. So therefore, in terms of waterlogging, as compared to previous years, there is some sort of relief for Mumbaikars this time. However, having said that, traffic congestion is severe this time around too, be it on the Western Express Highway, be it on arterial roads of the city, including places like Andheri, where Andheri subway, which is a very important subway in the city that connects eastern and western suburbs of Andheri. In fact, Andheri East to Andheri West is shut at this point, as a result of which there have been a lot of traffic diversions. So that is leading up to a lot of traffic congestion on the road. So at this point, of course, alert have been issued. If it was yellow alert, probably there would be red alert issued if it persists the way it is persisting at this point. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, of course, asking people to stay put in their homes. He's appealed people to not get out of their homes, and also saying that all the agencies have been pressed into service, be it the Army, Navy, the Coast Guard, and of course,
the NDRF have been pressed into service in multiple areas, not just in Mumbai, but around Mumbai, because Pune is very badly affected at this point. Raigad is another area that is affected. Schools have been shut in Pune, Palghar, Raigad, which are all surrounding Mumbai, a couple of hours from Mumbai. So in these areas, the impact of rains more severe than what we are seeing in Mumbai at the moment.
And the situation in Pune now, where heavy rain led to waterlogging in several areas, paralyzing normal life. Schools were shut and residential apartments in Pune's Pimpri Chinchwad were flooded. 3 people also tragically were electrocuted while wading through the waterlogged streets. As you can see, in some streets, the water as high as the waist. 3 teams of the National Disaster Response Force also joined rescue work in the affected areas. And the Baba Bhide Bridge on Mutha River was underwater after the water level rose following the downpour. Now, Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar reviewed the situation in Pune and also asked the district administration to stay alert.
कल रात से पूना के जो भी माउंटेनियस रीजन है वेस्टर्न घाट में वहाँ पे काफ़ी बारिश हो रही है, तो इन एरियाज़ में जितने भी स्कूल्स हैं उन लोगों को हम स्कूल कॉलेजेस को हमने छुट्टी डिक्लेयर कर दी है और नेक्स्ट 48 आवर्स वी आर मॉनिटरिंग द सिचुएशन। इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टेब्लिशमेंट को ऑफिसेस को हमने आह्वान किया कि वो भी आज के दिन ऑफिस और ये जो इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टेब्लिशमेंट वो वहाँ पर भी आप छुट्टी दें, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट 3 आवर्स वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग हेवी टू मॉडरेटली हेवी रेनफॉल इन पुणे रीजन। तो हम लोगों सतर्क है। 2 जगह पे लैंडस्लाइड की घटनाएं हुई है। मुर्शी तहसील में इन तामिनी घाट, वहाँ पे एक आदमी की मौत हो चुकी है।
And let's now get to the situation in Himachal Pradesh, where there's also been flooding due to heavy rainfall, and flash floods triggered by a cloudburst in Himachal's Kulu district have led to closure of some parts of the National Highway 3, also known as the Leh-Manali Road. Vehicles heading to Manali from Lahore and Spiti via the north portal of the Atal Tunnel have been diverted to Rohtang, is what the police have said. Just take a look at that bridge and all the debris, on that bridge, given the flash flood that took place. The police have also asked commuters to travel only if necessary and drive cautiously, as well as stay aware of possible danger en route. A total of 15 roads, including 12 in Mandi, 2 in Kinnaur, 1 in Kangra district, were closed for vehicular traffic. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news on the other side. Stay with us.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless.
For the first time ever, Group Captain K. Nachiketa, who was captured by Pakistani forces after he ejected during Kargil, speaks about how he was systematically tortured. A Pak soldier stuck a barrel of a gun in his mouth, and he was later tortured by beating, sleep deprivation and heat torture, also denied food. Nachiketa, then a flight lieutenant in the IAF, was eventually handed over to the Red Cross and returned to India. Here he is in conversation with Vishnu Shom.
It was very clear that I was not in area where our forces were there, because they were firing towards me and making a kind of an ambush, a semicircular ambush, and climbing towards me. So I fired my macro pistol at them, but 8 rounds got over very fast, and they were continuously firing their AKs towards me. And before I could load my second round of magazine to again recommence my firing, the first of those guys had come to me, and like somebody you covered 25 years, so 25 is a very long time, but even now after 25 long years, that guy's eyes and face is so clear when he shoved his barrel into my mouth, and I was looking at his trigger finger, whether he'll pull the finger or not, and I still remember the face so clearly. But again, destiny has some different designs for us, and the army captain who was in charge of that platoon, he stopped him. He was a part of a regular forces called 5 NLI. So he came, he stopped them, and then he was able to convince them that I was doing my duty as a soldier when I'm firing, but they were trying to say that this guy was firing rockets and now firing on the ground. But that army captain prevailed on them, and I was made a captive, and then we went to the campsite.
And where was the campsite?
So the campsite, we had a walk of about 1 hour, 45 minutes to 1 hour walk from the place of ejection towards approximately northeasterly direction.
So it was on the other side of the LC, or were you held within Indian territory at that stage?
So at that time I was not aware where exactly I was, but many years back when I came back to the same area, courtesy army helicopter, I realized that we were about 6 to 7 kilometers inside LC, our side.
Right.
So this was the infiltration which took place, and their forces had come to our side.
So you were captured by Pakistani forces in Indian territory?
Absolutely, there was no doubt in that.
It wasn't as if you after ejecting, you had parachuted onto the other, because you're operating in proximity.
Ejection was on our side, and the SOP was very clear to all the pilots. By rules, the orders came from the higher formation not to cross the LC.
But where you were held in this particular post, that was on the other side?
No, even that is our side.
Even that was on
exactly.
On our side. And then what happened there?
So we spent about an hour and a half there.
And you were able to walk and things like that. Were you injured?
Yeah. So after the ejection, there's a post-ejection trauma is there. Yes. So I had a back pain and all. And while walking, we reached the campsite, and because of the wet snow and all, I could see some part of cold seeping into my shoes. So these guys were okay. At the field level, that captain of course was very good. I have a lot of respect for him at a person-to-person level, because he saved me from his troopers when they captured me. And here he gave me some kind of a first aid. We had some conversation. And after about an hour or so, we got a helicopter to pick me up from there, and they took me to a place called Skardu, which is further up into the LOC.
Yeah. And were you interrogated in Skardu?
Skardu was something called a soft interrogation, wherein it's just some kind of paper action because it's not a field where they are specialized in this.
Right.
It's a force station basically.
And did they move you from Skardu?
Yeah, so after about 24 hours, there was a C-130 which came and I was shifted to Islamabad and Rawalpindi next day.
And that's when things really got tough.
Yeah, so they took about 1 day there to finally declare me uncooperative. And after about that 1 day, they decided that I'm not cooperating with them. So that is when they handed me over to the ISA and the specialist cell which do all this.
Yeah. And they did what?
Yeah, so these 3.5 days was quite bad because staying alone in the cell with a lot of interrogation techniques of heat, standing, hitting, food not being there. So it becomes very tough because they want to break you mentally, physically, emotionally so that I start talking to them. But I was again a bit lucky because by the time this part gets over, we get into a state called drugs or third degree. In case we start third degree, I believe, which I got to know later, then the situation of being sent back is not there because all the injuries on the one is survival. Secondly, till now all the injuries they can explain by saying that he was trying to escape and all these things happened. But when the third degree starts, you'll have marks on the body which you can't explain. But I was lucky before that stage came, the decision came to get me back to India.
But just in terms of what they did to you, heat means what? And hit, I understand, they beat you with what, sticks?
Yeah, so it's the entire process. It's a very systematic process which I believe has been there since long. 71 war also the same things followed. So they step up the process wherein they keep stepping up and see where you will break down. So physical hardships, then mental hardship, then the heat treatment starts. Then
the heat treatment is what?
So a lot of high wattage bulbs on the cell pointing towards you. And denial of food, denial of sleep is very important.
They electrocute you?
No, not electrocution. That comes later. But
they did beat you at that stage.
Yeah, beating and all is
with
pretty.
Sticks or with their hands or?
Yeah, hands. So what happens is if they deny you sleep, so then you start and they deny you sitting down. That the entire process. So obviously after some stage you can't stand, so you start falling. Then you start hitting. So now it becomes a conflict of which pain is more: the pain of not eating, the pain of not sleeping, the physical pain of being hit on the body, or the mental pain. So all now you start prioritizing which one you can take more, which one you can't take more. So that entire process becomes like that.
You've never spoken about this aspect before. Is it because it's taken you so many years to come to terms and be in a position where you can talk about it?
Yeah, so I retired in 2017. So till the time I'm serving, we don't talk of all this. So I did not speak. And after retirement, this is the first time actually I'm coming out to a place like this where I interact with media personnel like you. So that's it. So basically that is the main thing. And of course, what happens is that part of my POW phase was not very comfortable to talk. It's a 3.5-4 days of life which is very tough mentally, and sometimes it can lead to some hidden trauma which can come back. So usually I avoid talking about that.
All right, that exclusive interview to NDTV's Vishnu Shom. Now let's switch tracks, and the Olympics kick off in Paris tomorrow. 117-member strong Indian contingent will be at the Games with the hopes of bettering the previous edition's tally of 7. NDTV's Rika spoke to Gagan Narang, the chef de mission of the Paris Olympics.
Joining me is the London Olympic medalist, who's the chef de mission of Paris Olympics, Gagan Narang. We are outside the main press center, joining Gagan on this quick chat. Gagan, firstly, many congratulations on your role. 2004 started with Afro-Asian Games, 2024, 20 years later. How does it feel about change of role?
Well, that's an interesting anecdote, Rika, but I think 20 long years in the Olympic sport, plus the ones that I was wanting to get into the Olympic fold, have been very exciting and interesting. And this role as chef de mission is definitely an honor and a big responsibility to be able to serve Indian athletes, and I will do it to the best of my capacity.
You and I both probably started seeing Olympic Games with Nadia Comaneci in Barcelona. Tell us a little bit about, how has the Olympic journey now been fulfilled in change of roles?
Well, I think the Olympic journey always continues because you are an Olympian for life. And once you participate in your first Olympics, it changes you as a person, because it's a life-changing moment for anybody, and I've had 4 such life-changing moments, and this could be the 5th. And it's been a very interesting journey. I think I'm humbled with the kind of love and affection over the past years that I've got as an athlete and the support that I'm getting from all quarters as a chef division of India. And
so you
looking
said
forward to it.
each Olympic has been a life-changing journey. Tell us how life has changed with this role as a chef de mission, first Indian Olympian to become a chef de mission, in fact.
Well, I'm honored, first of all, to get this opportunity. But like I said, the shooting range has changed, the field of play has changed for me. And being an athlete, I will always have athlete-centric approach. But there are administrative challenges as well, and
Like?
No, I wouldn't like to mention any in specific, but of course there are administrative challenges which we have to mitigate, and it's a combination of both that will add to the success of my role at the Olympic Games as chef de mission.
One thing that you have learned from the previous chef de mission and you want to do better, or probably you don't want to do that, you want to do it differently.
Well, there are a lot of things that are happening in quick successions, and to be able to mitigate or to be able to tell you about one is very difficult, because each day is a new day and you have new challenges like you have in a sport, because each training day is different. So we are taking things at a time, and I have a good team with Shiva and the others from IUA who are helping us every day to mitigate these challenges, to make life comfortable in the athletes village for our athletes.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इस देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves.
Blistering attack on his predecessor, Chandrababu Naidu, in fact, goes all out against Jagan Mohan Reddy. Naidu says Pablo Escobar jibe against Jagan Mohan. Drug lord swipe triggers a storm in the Assembly of Andhra Pradesh. Ruckus in Karnataka Assembly over MUDA scam. BJP accuses Siddaramaiah and says Congress and Siddaramaiah prima facie culprits. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shiv Kumar defends the Chief Minister, says more scams from BJP regime. Mamata Banerjee says will shelter people from violence hit Bangladesh. MEA hits back foreign affairs under the union list. Congress BJP face off over Amrit Pal. Congress MP demands Amrit Pal's release. Former Chief Minister Channi says MP Amrit Pal elected Member of Parliament. India blocks mega rally on July 30th. Protest over Delhi Chief Minister's failing health. Aam Aadmi Party says Chief Minister lost 8.5 kilograms. Monsoon fury in Maharashtra. Large parts of Mumbai and Pune waterlogged. Flights are delayed or cancelled. 4 people in fact now dead due to electrocution in Pune. Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Starting with our focus on Andhra Pradesh, where Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has in fact gone ahead and compared former Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy to Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar. While releasing a white paper in Andhra Pradesh Assembly, Naidu said, "I am the senior most politician in the country and I have never seen a situation like it was in Andhra Pradesh when Jagan was in power. There was only one person who can compare to what happened in Andhra Pradesh, drug lord Pablo Escobar." Remember, Escobar was a Colombian drug lord. He was a narco-terrorist turned politician and then started his cartel to sell drugs. He earned more than $30 billion at the peak of his empire, which was worth $90 billion now. I mean, he was arrested in 1976 and 1980 and became one of the richest drug lords in the world. It's just to give you context of what Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy was being compared to. Heated scenes inside the assembly. My colleague Uma Sudhir joins us with more details. Uma, we've seen how, this bitter, the politics in Andhra Pradesh has been. Vindictive, many would call it, but Pablo Escobar and Jagan Mohan Reddy being compared to him, Chandrababu Naidu, going all out.
Absolutely. If Jagan Mohan Reddy decided to go to Delhi and in a sense try to embarrass the NDA government there, specifically Chandrababu Naidu and the Telugu Desam, Chandrababu Naidu is giving it back inside the Andhra Pradesh Assembly, where of course Jagan Mohan Reddy does not have the strength. He has hardly 11 MLAs and he cannot, even if he protests inside the Assembly, he's going to be outnumbered totally. And that's the reason why he decided to take his battle to Delhi and even saw saw the India bloc supporters, in the form of Akhilesh Yadav and others coming in there, and therefore Chandrababu Naidu, even before the elections, in the run-up to the elections, the group of Chandrababu Naidu, whether it's himself or Pawan Kalyan, all of them have been attacking Jagan Mohan Reddy on the liquor issue, saying that they have in fact been making liquor, and yesterday in fact they released a white paper on liquor in Andhra Pradesh, and they have in fact ordered a CBCID probe into it, and said that even the Enforcement Directorate is going to be informed about the kind of cash exchanges that happened, and pointed out a huge scale of operation, saying that almost 19,000 crore rupees was lost to the exchequer because Jagan Mohan Reddy decided to do away with all the well-known brands, distilleries from across the country, and set up his own distilleries and breweries, and in fact made local brands which were sold at very high prices, which not only affected the health of the people but also the health of the economy itself, he said. And that is the context in which they have also been talking about drugs and liquor as two subjects on which they allege that Jagan Mohan Reddy's government and their leaders had made money. Of course, Pablo, the comparison or the parallels being drawn to Pablo Escobar may seem exaggerated, should I say, but yes, he is trying to make that point that that's the extent to which he believes that Jagan Mohan Reddy's government had in fact exploited the system. So he in fact even made a reference to Jagan Mohan Reddy, saying that there's something called need, greed, and the third part is mania. Okay. And he says Jagan Mohan Reddy wanted to be richer than a Tata, a Reliance and an Ambani, and that's the reason why he indulged in it. So the politics on the one side of Jagan Mohan Reddy taking the alleged attacks on his party members to Delhi and asking for attention from the Prime Minister, and Chandrababu Naidu in a sense demolishing the reputation of Jagan Mohan Reddy inside the assembly by pointing out that he had allegedly used drug and liquor for making his money.
It's quite personal, and it is, quite bitter at the politics there in Andhra Pradesh. Uma, thank you for joining us with all those details. We are now being joined by Mr. Vijay Kumar Niliapalam, spokesperson of the TDP. Conrad Rajiv Gandhi is the spokesperson of the YSRCP. Gentlemen, thank you for speaking to us. I want to start with you, Mr. Gandhi. Your leader has been, in fact, compared to Pablo Escobar, a notorious, drug lord from Colombia. It just seems that the tables after the elections have turned, and they have turned how?
Well, warm good evening to you and the viewers of NDTV, especially when coming to the comments of Chandrababu Naidu. He is comparing our leader with some drug dealer or some drug lord. But the fact is, we all have to compare Mr. Naidu with Goebbels. When the Nazis rule, there is a minister of propaganda, minister of false allegations. And I thought there was an end at the time of 1945, but it is very unfortunate. It is still alive in the form of Chandrababu Naidu in 2024 also. He can allege at any peak statements. This is today, if you observe the statements of Mr. Naidu, his one and only target is to divert the media focus. Why? Because yesterday, as you said earlier, our leader of the party, or party chief, Mr. Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy ji, conducted a huge dharna at Jantar Mantar, where the national leaders visited our photo gallery of the brutal rule which is being done in Andhra Pradesh. Okay. It is very quite unfortunate to the democracy and lawlessness and the brutal administration where 100 number of murders or attempt to murder or atrocities, demolitions, whatnot. So that our leader gave a statement. Okay. If you feel that I am a leader who is standing with the people, if you want to kill me directly, rather than killing the sympathizers of ISRCP or killing the party activists.
Mr. Gandhi, I request you to stay on with me, sir. I'm coming to you, sir. I'm coming back to you, but let me get a reaction from Mr. Niliapalam at this moment. Sir, politics, of course, sometimes it gets heated up, but comparing a former chief minister to a notorious drug lord, the YSRCP says this is only an attempt to try and divert the media attention from the law and order situation prevailing in Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
for anybody who has followed the Andhra issues or activities for the past 5 years from 2019 to 2024, the number of cases of ganja, I mean, the drugs that called in the local parlance, the number of cases that were just caught ran into almost thousands of cases, thousands of lorries. Andhra has become a hub of activities. Whether in UP, whether in Bihar, whether in Delhi, all the cases, all the drugs that were caught, it's in police records. I'm not saying anything. It's in police records. If you just go to the, narcotic thing, all the, the source of this ganja that is there in the whole of the country, it goes back to Vizag of Andhra Pradesh, Vizag area and that area. Yes.
Stay on with me, sir. Mr. Gandhi, this was a point which was also highlighted by Mr. Naidu today. He asked his MLAs, who all have faced cases against them in the YSRCP rule, and almost 90% of the MLAs from the Treasury benches got up. Now it seems that, as I said, the tables have turned. So it is vindictive politics. They accused you of a harsh rule when you were in power. Now they are dishing out the same to you.
Well, let me come by point. When Mr. Naidu also quoted that about the distilleries, about the brands and the prices of the wine thing in Andhra Pradesh, which comes under the excise department. Well, this is my straight point challenge to the NDA government alliance of Andhra Pradesh, either TDP or Janasena or BJP. Can you people able to prove that even one new distillery has came into Andhra Pradesh from the tenure of 90 to 24? All the brands which are being existence today, where the brands brought and the permissions granted by the then Chief Minister of Nara Chandrababu Naidu, and we are ready to prove at any point in the country today. This, I already told you, Babu can divert anything in a simplified manner with the media, which we have locally. So that we opted, we requested, we urged the national media yesterday. This point number one. Coming to the point number two, as many of MLAs stood up in the assembly stating that they had cases. Yes, but you observe the speeches of the then MLC and the existing Education and HRD Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Mr. Lokesh, stated that the people who have more number of cases will be getting much better, bigger nominated position to minister. So it is a mandatory thing, mandatory policy of TDP activists to get more number of cases. To get more number of cases, they used to do illegal activities. So that cases have been done by them. But we were never given such kind of statement. Today, you're talking about the cases, but the reality is they are killing us, they're murdering, they're attacking, they're demolishing.
So you made your point. Mr. Nilabalam, if I may ask you, sir, yes, if you are saying that, there were cases which were leveled against your MLAs by the YSRCP. The fact is, sir, that there have been highlights and there have been very disturbing reports coming in of the violence which has been unleashed after the elections. Shouldn't it be the responsibility of the Chief Minister to ensure whether people are from the opposition, those who have voted for him or not, law and order becomes the responsibility of the current government, sir?
Exactly. Just give me 1 minute. Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy said in Delhi that, and he has gone to the governor and today he is approaching the president saying that 36 people were murdered and 35 people have committed suicide and 300 people were charged with 307, that is attempt to murder. We ask, where are the bodies? Have any cases have been filed? Have any, FIR has been filed? Have you visited any of the people? Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy has visited only one person who has been murdered. Where are all these people? Where are all these people? Where are the 70 bodies? Where are the 70 dead bodies? It's all hoax. Nothing but hoax. Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy is making a fool of himself at Delhi. We are challenging him. The Home Minister in the Assembly, in the House today, are challenging him. Everyone is challenging him. Where are the 70 dead bodies? Are there?
Right.
Are they just dreaming of? Where are the 70 dead bodies? Where is the murder? The DGP of the
gentlemen.
State
Thank you. I'll have to leave it there. Thank you, gentlemen, for speaking to us here on NDTV. We have seen how personal, bitter, this politics, in fact, the political exchange in Andhra Pradesh is, hoping that, at the end of the day, all the politics, of course, there are opposite views to certain issues, to development or to the views of the various political parties, but they it should remain democratic without any violence being involved in any of these issues. Thank you so much for joining us, gentlemen, on that. All right, with that, we are okay, moving on to the other story that we are tracking at this moment. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is under scrutiny due to allegations of fraudulent site allotments by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority, including plots reportedly given to his wife. The BJP in Karnataka is now upping the ante against the government, and they have held an all-night protest in both the Legislative Assembly and the Council over not allowing discussions over the MUDA scam. The coalition partners have alleged Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's wife Parvati had illegally benefited from the scam. The Speaker, meanwhile, has been, in fact, misused for not allowing discussions, and the opposition is being suppressed, is the allegation of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Meanwhile, the Chief Minister has also, in fact, given orders to register FIR against an alleged scam during the BJP's rule. DKS, the Deputy Chief Minister, has defended his government and has said all these allegations of scam are from the time when the BJP was in power.
They tried to stop us, but CM in his written speech, and he had given a detailed reply how many scams has happened, how it has happened. Of course, 89 crores some officers has been misused, and investigation is on. Already some 40 crores have been recovered. SIT is taking an investigation. Now ED, CBI has entered. We said we are not able to stop them. They have right to come. I know the law of this country as CBI. After some financial numbers, they can come. Let them do it. But now we wanted to expose all those things. They did not allow us to reply.
No, because even Siddaramaiah, Chief Minister, is not ready to give the opportunity to hear in the Assembly. Assembly is a very important house. When leader of opposition and all the entire leaders, opposition party, demanding for discussion, they are avoiding discussion, shows prima facie case that they are a culprit. So, because of that, BJP has taken Dharna, Ahoratri Dharna.
We are slipping into a short break at this moment. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual.
The Ministry of External Affairs has reacted to Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's remarks over providing shelter to people, those who are facing violence in Bangladesh. The Ministry of External Affairs has said Bangladesh has cautioned India and foreign affairs are under the union list. Meanwhile, remember, Bangladesh government had lodged a protest after the remarks of the Chief Minister of West Bengal.
I can confirm that we have received a diplomatic note, a communication from the Bangladeshi side protesting the comments made by Chief Minister of West Bengal. It is essentially on the lines that you would have seen in the reports that have come out today. Again, I would like to underline that under the 7th schedule, List 1, Union List, Item 10 of our Constitution, the conduct of foreign affairs and all matters which bring the Union into relation with any foreign country are the sole prerogative of the Union government.
See, the MEA spokesperson has asked about 2-3 issues regarding the developments in Bangladesh. One, that how does India see the situation over there, and whether Indian foreign minister or somebody from the government has spoken to Sheikh Hasina government over the developments there, to which the MEA spokesperson said that we are very grateful to the Bangladesh counterparts for the safe evacuation of thousands of students from there, but also said that Bangladesh is a valued neighbor, and as per our neighborhood first policy, Bangladesh also happens to be a key ally in our neighborhood, and that is why they are keeping an eye on the developments there. Also, there are reports that there are certain anti-India elements which are fueling this entire protest, or part of the protest, but not solely responsible for the entire protest. Regarding the same, when it comes to the comments from Mamata Banerjee, the Bengal Chief Minister, or similar kind of statement or say order from Kerala, where they have also appointed an IAS officer for the foreign affairs. So that comes under that doesn't come under the concurrent list or the state list, but under the Constitution, this entire external affairs issue come under the union list, and that is why the spokesperson said that perhaps it is not called for any state government to issue or appoint anybody to deal with the external affairs issues, or for that matter for the Bengal Chief Minister to talk about giving refuge to anybody who is coming out of that conflict zone. But the Indian government also is keeping an eye on the developments in Bangladesh, and since Bangladesh is a valued neighbor, they are also expecting that the situation will turn to normalcy soon.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is
It's another major controversy now between the BJP and the Congress. Former Punjab Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi, now an MP, advocated for Kadur MP Amritpal Singh, who is lodged in Assam's Dibrugarh district under the National Security Act, to be released. Batting for Amritpal, Channi said, they speak about emergency every day, but what about the undeclared emergency in our country today? This too is an emergency that a man who was elected as an MP by 20 lakh people in Punjab is behind bars under the NSA Act. The BJP has reacted sharply to this and has said the Congress is supporting separatists and Khalistanis.
इमरजेंसी ये भी है कि 20 लाख लोगों द्वारा पंजाब में मेंबर पार्लियामेंट चुना गया और वो एनएस से लगाकर अंदर रखा हुआ है. फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच, उसकी कंस्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों की बात यहां नहीं रख पा रहे, ये भी इमरजेंसी है.
चरणजीत चन्नी जी ने की बोलना है पार्लीमेंट से, तो उन्होंने हुआ है जब तक कांग्रेस ਦਾ ਸਟੈਂਡ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅੱਧੀ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਬੋਲੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਅੱਧੀ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਬੋਲੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ. ਸੋ ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਟੈਂਡ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਾਅ ਐਂਡ ਆਰਡਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਨਟੇਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਐਫਰਟਸ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਇਕੱਲਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਖਾਸ ਐਮਪੀ ਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਮੈਂ 3.5 ਕਰੋੜ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਸਟੋਡੀਅਨ ਹਾਂ. ਸੋ ਜੋ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੰਵਿਧਾਨ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੜਨ ਦੇ ਹੱਕ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਉਸੇ ਸੰਵਿਧਾਨ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ फैसला आऊगा तो
ये तो कोर्ट में है मामला और गंभीर स्वरूप का आरोप है उनके ऊपर. ऐसे पार्लियामेंट में बात करना ये बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है और वो कांग्रेस पार्टी में है. कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इतिहास में किस किस का कैसे उन्होंने छीना था ये सब अभी सबके सामने है. देश के सामने है, दुनिया के सामने है। कौन आपातकाल का वो तो आपातकाल में वो नहीं थे, इसीलिए उनको आपातकाल क्या होता है पता नहीं है। इधर तो डे इन एंड डे आउट सरकार को के ऊपर क्रिटिसिज्म होता है। जितना प्रधानमंत्री जी के ऊपर टिप्पणी करते हैं सदन में बाहर, इतना तो आपातकाल में कर सकते थे क्या इंदिरा जी के बारे में?
कनाडा से कुछ जो राष्ट्र विरोधी लोग हैं उनके इशारे पर काम कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने देखा कि आम आदमी पार्टी के लोगों ने विदेशी चंदा और तमाम प्रकार के विदेशी सहयोग जो मिला था पंजाब के चुनाव में, उससे वो सत्ता पे काबिज होने की बातें यही चन्नी बोलते थे। और आज चन्नी उन्हीं लोगों के साथ में खड़े होने का नाटक कर रहे हैं। कांग्रेस को उनको एक्सपेल करना चाहिए, और अगर कांग्रेस उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई नहीं करती है तो उसका मतलब ये है कि कांग्रेस का भी ऐसे असामाजिक और राष्ट्रद्रोही तत्वों का साथ में कहीं ना कहीं गठजोड़ जरूर है।
Short break, news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did.
The grand opening ceremony of the Paris Olympics will be on July 26. My colleague Rika spoke to Gagan Narang, the chef de mission of Paris Olympics for Indian team.
We are in this city of light and city of love for the biggest sporting show on earth. We are right next to the main press center in Paris, which is called the Palais de Congrès. We saw several athletes and the big wigs of media trooping in since early morning. We saw Novak Djokovic pass by. So far as the Indians are concerned, they are very keen to click pictures with the likes of Djokovic, the likes of Nadal and Carlos Alcaraz, who will be featuring in this edition of the Games. But 117 Indian athletes, 70 men and 47 women, they are aiming for a podium finish here. It was the number of medals in Tokyo was 7, and this time around expectations are that it is going to go past that tally. We are all waiting for that magic figure of 10. Till now, none of the Indian women have won a gold medal, so perhaps it is the time for the women to shine and go back home with the yellow medal. The opening ceremony happens on Friday, the 26th. Huge organization. There is massive organization that has been made for the opening ceremony. It will be done on a 6-kilometer stretch over the river Seine, which is one of the key rivers in Paris. Paris has never hosted anything like this. For the first time, the opening ceremony actually goes out. It will not be inside a stadium. 10,000 athletes from all over the world will be seen walking down and will be seen on River Seine as well during that opening ceremony. Interesting to note, for the time of the opening ceremony that starts roughly around 11:30 p.m. on Friday India time, Paris will become a no-fly zone because there will be heavy security due to the presence of several international dignitaries, captains of sporting industry and important athletes here who have converged in this city and will be coming here over the next few days. Joining me is the London Olympic medalist, who's the chef de mission of Paris Olympics, Gagan Narang. We are outside the main press center, joining Gagan on this quick chat. Gagan, firstly, many congratulations on your role. 2004 started with Afro-Asian Games, 2024, 20 years later. How does it feel about change of role?
Well, that's an interesting anecdote, Rika, but I think 20 long years in Olympic sport, plus the ones that I was wanting to get into the Olympic fold, have been very exciting and interesting. And this role as chef de mission is definitely an honor and a big responsibility to be able to serve Indian athletes, and I will do it to the best of my capacity.
You and I both probably started seeing Olympic Games with Nadia Comaneci in Barcelona. Tell us a little bit about, how has the Olympic journey now been fulfilled in change of roles?
Well, I think the Olympic journey always continues because you are an Olympian for life. And once you participate in your first Olympics, it changes you as a person, because it's a life-changing moment for anybody, and I've had 4 such life-changing moments, and this could be the 5th. And it's been a very interesting journey. I think I'm humbled with the kind of love and affection over the past years that I've got as an athlete, and the support that I'm getting from all quarters as a chef de mission of India. And
so you said each Olympic has been a life-changing journey. Tell us how life has changed with this role as a chef de mission, first Indian Olympian to become a chef de mission, in fact.
Well, I'm honored, first of all, to get this opportunity. But like I said, the shooting range has changed, the field of play has changed for me. And being an athlete, I will always have athlete-centric approach, but there are administrative challenges as well, and hats off. No, I wouldn't like to mention any in specific, but of course there are administrative challenges which we have to mitigate. and it's a combination of both that will add to the success of my role at the Olympic Games as chef de mission.
One thing that you have learned from the previous chef de mission and you want to do better, or probably you don't want to do that, you want to do it differently?
Well, there are a lot of things that are happening in quick successions, and to be able to mitigate or to be able to tell you about one is very difficult, because each day is a new day and you have new challenges like you have in a sport, because each training day is different. So we are taking things at a time, and I have a good team with Shiva and the others from IUA who are helping us every day to mitigate these challenges, to make life comfortable in the athletes village for our athletes.
Meanwhile, my colleague Sunil Prabhu caught up with the Finance Secretary TV Somanathan, where he talks about the budget, electoral bonds and opposition's discrimination claims.
I'm joined by a special guest, somebody who's worked with budgets with the Prime Minister from 2015 onwards, in between for a short gap, and I think you have charted the course in terms of fiscal discipline. You've seen the ups and downs in India. Many congratulations to keep it at 5.1. You've now put a very, not ambitious, but just 4.9 in terms of fiscal deficit. Why is that? What's the reason behind that? And wouldn't you have been far more aggressive on your position as you have been in the earlier years?
So we received a higher than expected dividend from the Reserve Bank of India, and we have used that partly to further reduce the fiscal deficit for the current year from the originally targeted 5.1% to 4.9%. We've also used it to augment expenditure in some of the sectors where additional spending would be optimal, such as we've added expenditure in rural development in the Gram Sadak Yojana, the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. We have some additional expenditure on the price stabilization fund in the Consumer Protection Department, where we aim to increase the buffer stock of pulses and oil seeds. So there are some desirable expenditures which were also added. As a result, we've moved from 5.1% to 4.9%.
Okay, so the other issue, sir, is you've seen state chief ministers and their response. I asked you this during the interim budget, and it had far-reaching implications. As you saw, some of the states went to the Supreme Court, ultimately, like Kerala, about fund allocation. How do you respond to the, and they have a rightful claim over central finances to a great extent?
So, look, I will not comment on the political aspect of some of these things, and that's a matter for the political executive of the state and the center to sort out. I will say this: when it comes to the finance ministry's transfers, what are the things that we handle? We handle devolution, which is share of taxes. We handle finance commission grants. Both of these are determined by the finance commission, and we don't deviate. The other new scheme that we operate is special assistance to states for capital investment. That also is largely formulaic. It goes by a formula. Some part of it is untied, some part of it is tied to specific reform outcomes, and we have actually disbursed money to almost all the states under that scheme, and I have not heard any complaints on that. You referred to a particular one case where there was a disagreement between Kerala and us, particularly the Ministry of Finance, on the setting of borrowing limits. And what was this disagreement on? They have an institution which is a statutory board whose debts are serviced through the consolidated fund of the state. We treated it as part of their aggregate borrowing. They say it should not be treated as that borrowing, and that's a matter where we have followed a uniform practice across states. So it's nothing that was Kerala specific. In fact, I should say that even Kerala has not said that it was state specific on that particular issue. So there are other issues where there are discretionary decisions of the central government as to whether a particular project should be. So wherever it is rule based, wherever it is based on norms or standard practices, I think there has been no discrimination, definitely not in the allocations by the finance ministry, and I don't think even in the case of other ministries. Problems or issues may arise when something is a program of the central government, which the central government has the prerogative to decide where and how it is used. So that is a matter where the elected executive of the center decides in its domain, and the elected executive of the state can ask the center what it wants, but final decisions remain with the center, and that is a realm where officers like me have very little to say.
True enough, but the real issue is that we talk about cooperative federalism. Yes. And if the fact that if in a Niti Aayog meeting chaired by the Prime Minister, state chief ministers do not attend, it sends us, a wrong message in terms of cooperative federalism, because now the entire India bloc CMs will not be participating.
I'm sorry, I'm not capable of answering these political questions.
I know that you're not, but
I have no comments on that.
But Mr. Somnathan, the issue is how do you take it forward? That's the, how do you build confidence of chief ministers and states, because you've been dealing with them, you've been speaking to them. There has to be a wire media to.
No, I think the official systems continue to work very well. I mean, there is politics on one side, but the administrative relationship between the central government and the state government, with all the state governments, I continue to be in regular touch with the finance secretaries of the states, the chief secretaries. Our dialogue continues to be very professional, and so this country is very resilient. We have some very good federal systems, and the All India services are an example of a federal system where the same set of officers work both in the state and in the center. So somebody who was my colleague till yesterday in this ministry is now the finance secretary of Andhra Pradesh. So, we have mechanisms for dealing with these problems which are outside the realm of politics. Politics is a separate area, but the administrative relationship is not frayed. It continues to work smoothly with all the states.
And you walked a tight rope in particular for Andhra Pradesh, Amravati. You said you will arrange for the funds. So how is that going to be?
It will be through international institutions like the World Bank, ADB, JICA. There are international lending institutions who do extend loans to state governments so long as the center underwrites those loans.
So the center will not be taking the loan.
That particular item will be taken by the state, but it will have to be arranged by the center. And it will not come unless the center stands behind it.
So the rate of interest will be borne by the center or by the states?
Those are details which are yet to be worked out.
The other issues, sir, which where you all worked very hard on, finally the constitutional bench didn't agree with it on the electoral bonds, and the old system still prefers. You didn't touch on the budget. Why is that, and what's the reason behind it?
My colleague in the Department of Economic Affairs handles the electoral bonds. So I don't have much visibility on that issue. I think the constitutional bench has decided something and that will be followed.
And you are not rethinking of...
I wouldn't know.
During the budget discussions?
My colleague Ajay Seth would know. I have no visibility on that.
The other issue, sir, which you are dealing with is the pension scheme. Yeah. And we heard a lot about it. I think one of the things that we've heard is this correct, if I'm maybe permitted, that the last drawn salary after you retire, 50% of that will be given to the person. Is that more or less the correct position now?
I'm not in a position to comment on what the specific solution will be. I can only indicate what has been indicated in the budget speech and which I mentioned in the press conference, that we have worked on various financial scenarios and calculations, and what will be the cost of doing this, what will be the cost of doing that, how affordable is this, how affordable is that. And we've engaged in active discussions with all the state governments, because the state governments, many of them are likely to follow whatever, in fact some of them have explicitly said that they're waiting for the central government to take a decision and will be following that model. So we are conscious that what we do will also affect them. So we have to do something that is sustainable for them also. We've had 4 rounds of consultations with our staff associations through the National Council of Joint Consultative Machinery. We have understood what are the core concerns, and while I can say, one thing which I can say as the head of the committee, I can't speak for the government on this, is that a return to the old pension system is completely not feasible financially. It's unworkable, it would be unfair.
It will be disastrous.
It will be a disaster for those citizens of India who are not government servants. It may be desirable for one class of people, but it will be a disaster for the rest. So that is not feasible. But we have understood through these discussions what are the core concerns of employees, that they would like an assurance of the amount of pension they would get and not to be dependent on market fluctuations. Second, that when they retire, they would like some form of inflation protection for that pension, because they don't want it eroded by inflation over the long run. And the third, if there are some whose service falls short of the required guaranteed level, could there be a minimum pension for them? These are 3 core sort of concerns that have emerged in these discussions, and I think we will be able to find a way to address these concerns to a satisfactory level and that is the effort that we are working towards.
So that's in a sense a great beginning, because
no, it's as mentioned in the speech, we will evolve an approach that meets these core needs of employees but preserves fiscal prudence, because what we don't want is a system where I take a decision today and you are very happy, but the liability is paid by a government 30 years down the road who gets pre-committed by a decision which I take today. So whatever we do, we want to do it in a prudent manner, in a proper way that doesn't burden future generations.
It has to be sustainable.
Yes.
But the issue then comes about, for example, schemes like Agniveer, which was, brought about. And how will you find that way forward? Because they are after all working for and protecting the boundaries, and this is a thin dividing line. So in a sense,
so I am not an expert on Agniveer. You will have to ask the Defence Secretary, and I'm not aware of any changes in the Agniveer system. I think it's a good system. I think a lot of armies across the world have moved to short service commissions. The word Agniveer is new, but short service commissions have existed for ages, in not only in India but elsewhere also. So short service commissions are a useful way of augmenting, not just augmenting, in fact ensuring that you have a youthful infantry, particularly infantry, where you need youth, you need strength, especially the kind of borders that India has, which are very rugged, difficult terrain, absolutely difficult place. So I think there are a number of merits in the scheme, and I have no knowledge of any attempt to change it.
And you also have a bias towards, I think, because it has a huge implications on the pension bill ultimately. If
it is also financially very prudent, because remember, the armed forces are still on the old pension scheme, and that is a very expensive scheme.
And one rank, one pension.
One rank, one pension.
So it will continue to increase.
So I think yes, it is also financially prudent, no doubt.
The other issue, sir, is on foreign direct investment, and you all have doing a lot of reforms. You want to bring in a lot of things. Can you give clarity to for private investment? What does this mean, and how are you going to go about that entire process?
I think some consultations are on. I don't have the details on what specifically will change in the realm of foreign direct investment. I think the Department of Economic Affairs is working on something. But we are very clear that we are very open to foreign direct investment. We welcome it in every way, shape and form. And India will work towards easing the entry of foreign direct investment through plug. We mentioned a number of things in the speech on plug and play infrastructure, 100 such places being chosen, 10 nodes on the industrial corridors. So these are all going to make it easier for foreign direct investment to come and set up facilities in India without having to go through the entire process of getting regulatory approvals for each step. So all pre-approved a pre-approved package of land, labor, infrastructure, pollution clearance, electricity, roads, water, everything that you need to set up an industry should be ready when you come in. And this is the aim we are working on, and this of course requires close collaboration with state governments to identify these locations. It can't be done across the country, but we can do it in select locations in each state. And those will then become magnets to attract people who want to set up their shop quickly.
And also you've started an internship program which is job related. So I was hearing from the top of your boss very clearly that this is a voluntary scheme. Yes. And that you had consulted the private sector to a great extent about the entire process, and they are
we had, let me put it this way, it is voluntary, it's completely voluntary. We had consulted trade and industry on the broad issues of skilling, and they have generally been very forthcoming in terms of saying that this is something they would like to partner on. They have not necessarily been consulted on the specific parameters of the scheme that's been outlined in the budget, no. But it is not contrary to what they are capable of doing. The scheme centers around use of CSR funds in a focused manner for skilling. Now if you look at, there are things which are done in CSR today by these companies, and we are focusing on those companies which are part of the CSR requirement under the Companies Act. There are about 20,000 companies very roughly. They spend approximately 26,000 crores on CSR. our numbers show that about 100 companies out of the 20,000 account for about 12,000 crores of the total 26,000. So 100 companies are nearly 50% of the total. 500 companies would be nearly 2/3 of that total. So this is a manageable universe which is easy to monitor, work with, and they would be expected, if they volunteer, to absorb a certain number of interns. We will pay for the stipend of the intern, 90% of the stipend. We will pay for the relocation and incidental costs. They have to skill up this person in some trade that they are actually engaged in, or which is in their forward or backward supply chain. So it doesn't have to be themselves. It can be somebody they supply to, somebody they buy from, but they would take sort of overall coordinating responsibility for that. And whatever expense they incur will be from their CSR funds. So it doesn't affect their bottom line in any respect. They do a number of other CSR activities, but those are usually in the domain that the government can also do. So the government can also set up schools, the government can also do bus stands, the government can also do, water facilities or toilets, but the government cannot do industrial skilling. So this is a unique advantage which the private sector has, and so our effort will be that this is a comparative advantage of industry and the services sector. So please do your CSR in an area which is of national benefit, in an area of your comparative advantage, instead of doing things which are in our comparative advantage, such as schooling or some livelihood scheme, etc., which we also do.
But there would be a drawback about how would you decide the intern? Will it be, that it shouldn't be non-discriminatory?
It will be a fair, objective selection through very transparent criteria. That we are clear. What those methodologies will be, we will work out. But it's not going to be discretionary or arbitrary at all.
And
no.
This will be monitored through the EPFO?
No, the interns will not be monitored. That will be through a separate portal. It will be an effort. The nodal ministry will be Ministry of Corporate Affairs. We are likely to be using the resources of Ministry of Skill Development. EPFO will be used for the employment schemes. These are interns, they are not employees, they will not come under the EPFO Act.
One of the things that was silent, which we saw in the budget, was privatization. In terms of, for example, public sector banks, insurance, PSU reforms, which you have been spearheading, getting them to gear up and give good dividends and everything else. Why was that? Why have you all kept silent? Is it a political decision, or is it that
there is a change of emphasis? There is a change of emphasis from focusing on privatization to focusing on the overall value creation of the portfolio of government shareholdings. So my colleague Mr. Tuhin Kant Pandey expresses it very well, and I will paraphrase what he says. So it's like we have a portfolio of shares. Some of them we decide to hold, some of them we decide to partially sell, and we work on trying to improve the value of those companies. So it's a wider approach with multiple options, including disinvestment. Privatization is one of them, but it is no longer a focus exclusively on privatization.
Because the big shift during post-COVID, which the Prime Minister did, was that government should not be in many sectors, and that was the overline. It even went in the 2021 budget speech, but not. Why has there been a slowdown? Is it because that public sectors haven't been able to perform, haven't been able to reform?
In fact, they have actually performed very well. If you look at the market valuations, public sector has performed very well in the last 3 years. That is one of the reasons it has changed.
No, that I know.
Today they are actually doing much better.
But what has stopped you all from privatizing them then?
No, we are still working on things like IDBI. IDBI, we hope to get the clearance from the RBI shortly, and then that will probably go through. Work is going on several of them, but more than this, you should ask Mr. Tuhin Pandey.
Okay. One last question, and I know you've been, been from South Block to North Block. Are you ready to go to Rashtrapati Bhavan as?
This is all idle speculation, and these are not. It's not even a fair question, I would say. You should. These are.
So I mean, I'm just. We hope.
I am hoping to be back in Chennai, in my hometown. This is where I would like to be.
Pleasure speaking to you as always, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense.
where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, MUDA Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Good evening, everybody. There's a monsoon fury in Maharashtra. Large parts of Mumbai and Pune are waterlogged. We urge our callers, our viewers, to call us on the numbers that are flashing on your screens to tell us how you think our cities could be reimagined and built better to be equipped to handle climate disasters. But first, the headlines. Monsoon fury in Maharashtra. Large parts of Mumbai and Pune have been waterlogged. Flights have been delayed or cancelled. 3 people die of electrocution in Pune. As the Chief Minister says, the NDRF has also been deployed. Chandrababu Naidu's blistering attack on Jagan Mohan Reddy inside Assembly. Chandrababu Naidu's Pablo Escobar jibe against Jagan Mohan Reddy. Drug lord swipe triggers a storm. There's a ruckus in Karnataka Assembly over MUDA scam. BJP says Siddaramaiah is the father of the MUDA scam, whereas Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar has retorted sharply, saying most scams come from the BJP regime. Centre speaks on Mamata Banerjee's remark. Bangladesh had cautioned India. MEA says got protest note from Bangladesh. Mamata Banerjee says she will shelter people from violence hit Bangladesh. At least 4 deaths in Pune, subways flooded and train services hit in Mumbai. Heavy rainfall has brought life to a standstill in various parts of India. The Met Department has specifically issued a red alert for Maharashtra. Cities like Pune and Mumbai saw heavy rain and flooding, with 4 lives already lost on Thursday. In fact, in Pune, 3 persons died due to electrocution through water. Schools remained closed in the city and also in the neighborhood. In fact, social media was buzzing with visuals of waterlogged streets in Pune and also Kolhapur. You can see some of those visuals there. Images of Khadakwasla Dam overflowing has also raised several concerns. Now, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra Ajit Pawar visited the Pune Police Commissionerate today to assess the ongoing relief and rescue operations. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has also ordered that the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army be alerted for potential interventions in Pune and other affected areas of Maharashtra. Now, we chose to highlight the problems that Pune is facing today only because we know it is something that many other cities are also going through. Struggles of residents of Delhi, Bengaluru, even Mumbai often get highlighted, which is not very different from what we see in Pune today. Crumbling infrastructure during monsoon, cities struggling to function even under the first bout of rains. Remember, Pune, amongst the largest cities in the country, is also the second most important in the state of Maharashtra, which is India's commercial capital. Pune has been historically, politically very important since ages. So do our cities need better administration? That's what we want our viewers to call us and tell. In fact, tell us as to what kind of mindful infrastructure needs to be built in cities to make them resilient to torrential rains and also to extreme heat. That's what we ask tonight. Also joining us on this broadcast is Rohit Chandavarkar, who's a consulting editor, Free Press Journal, also my friend. He's also an author. Omkar Sathe, partner, CPC Analytics, and also who's a public policy specialist. Thank you so much for joining us on this show. Omkar, you understand Pune better than a lot of people. Pune has been a center of the Peshwas. It's very important for educational institutions, for our exports, for our IT companies, pharma companies. There's so much that Pune has given us. But tell us, what is it that it lacks? How do you think these loopholes, these infra loopholes, can actually be sort of filled?
Yeah, so definitely Pune is one of the top metropolises in the country, right? And as a city, it has seen tremendous growth since the last 3 decades or so. And with it comes with a lot of the problems that are actually common to quite a lot of Indian cities. Rapidly expanding city, rapid concretization. At the same time, there are severe issues of state capacity, which means that we really struggle when it comes to issues like this, which are of service delivery that needs to be built up over a long period of time. Right? So floods and rains are not something that possibly could be done in a year's time. It really requires a sustained effort in terms of building up that infrastructure. And I think we see these things almost every few years in Pune, where there is serious flooding that does go that does hamper daily life in the city, and really calls into question that whether this is really one of the more important cities in India and Maharashtra.
Right. Omkar, just hold on to that thought. We have Punya Singh calling us from Jaipur. Punya, thank you so much for calling us. Tell us, what has your experience been like? Share your thoughts on how you think the cities could be actually built better.
Yeah, ma'am. My take about this is that India is 5th largest economy in the world, and it is becoming the 3rd largest economy by 2027. India is a multi-industry economy. It's the largest democracy. But India lags basic infrastructure behind other countries. So my take about this is many countries which are not big economies as India, they don't also lag other development, other things such as infra and all. They have better flood management techniques, better techniques to handle the emergency situation. So my take about this, that as NDTV is India's oldest news producer, you must raise your voice for the citizens of Pune, Mumbai and all the cities of India who face this kind of, who usually face these kind of situations.
Right. We also, thank you so much, Punya, for calling us. We also have Captain Jagtap, who's calling us from Rohtak in Haryana. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us. Tell us, what are your views? In fact, we were discussing as to not just the capital cities, but also, these second important cities or third level important cities are also going through this problem. Many of them don't really get highlighted on a regular basis.
My views are plain and simple. This is nothing but corruption and maladministration. There is a saying in Haryana, come rain, and there comes the prosperity in the house, because all the buffaloes cow, we get butter, milk. Similarly, today the saying is, come rains, all the municipal committees running into thousands and hundreds of crores, they just siphon off the entire money. There is no other reason. And the integrity and character and quality of the officers is deteriorating so low.
Right.
You are in media, know as much as the media has gone down. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for calling us. Rohit, we have discussed this often, and every time we keep talking about BMC ka chunav kab hoga, PMC ka chunav kab hoga. Poor planning has also been aggravated by a lack of coordination amongst various government agencies. And I remember, experts saying that 9 agencies, including BMC, which is seen as the nation's richest municipal body, have a say in Mumbai's administration and development. Do you think, lack of coordination is also, something that has aggravated Mumbai's deficiencies?
I think it's a combination of various. Firstly, there is no coordination, as you mentioned, between BMC and maybe the politicians and others, and the town planning of state government, etc. But this is basically has to do with 3 things. Firstly, the government agency is not able to respond to the climate change challenge that we have, as in, too much rain happening in short span. In Pune, there's been close to 300 millimeters of rain in 24 hours. This was not the pattern seen earlier. The civic administration doesn't seem to be prepared to handle this kind of a thing. Secondly, there is no town planning, as in there is, some corruption there, and there is illegal construction happening, concretization happening, other things happening, which means the water can't find way to kind of seep away to the river or to the ocean, sea, Arabian Sea in case of Mumbai, common in both cities. And thirdly, of course, civic apathy in terms of preparedness not being there to handle a disaster like this. For instance, in Pune, I heard that there were no motorboats available to evacuate citizens. Too much of encroachment along the rivers that has happened, where the water kind of got into people's houses and all of that.
Right.
So it's a combination of civic apathy and non-preparedness to handle the climate change challenge. We must remember that this kind of rain, just over 1 day or 2 days, was never experienced in a city like Pune earlier. So there is some part of natural calamity element in it also.
Right.
Remember that there have been no elections for the last 2 years in municipal corporations, which were due in 2022. Because of various political reasons.
Right.
So you don't have the municipal corporators coming out, doing things that they're supposed to do, etc.
Absolutely.
And the administration doesn't seem to be really prepared to handle, sudden challenge like this that comes. And that's why you have so many people in crisis, and many lives lost and cattle lost. A lot of cattle lost in Pune, I heard. 16 cows and cattle lost in this calamity. Vasudha.
Absolutely. We also have another caller from Hyderabad, Rajesh, calling us. Tell us, sir, what has your experience been like? You come from Hyderabad, and we've actually highlighted a lot of issues, management in Chennai, Bengaluru, also Kolkata for the last few days, even Delhi. Tell us what kind of problems to urban centers in India, what kind of problems are they facing, and is this all a result of poor planning? What has been your experience like?
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone. So it's really a problem in all the urban cities, the same problem. But I would like to have a simple question to every authority or the government. Like recently they have announced the budget. So I want to ask, for middle class, there is nothing in any budget. At least they should allocate some budget for this planning and proper planning and doing proper planning for this urbanization of the cities and doing the proper planning of drainage, water supply and everything. That should be considered, should be a part of the central budget, because middle class should get at least that privilege of paying the tax.
Right. That's a very important point. Thank you so much for calling us. Omkar, can you take this question? We had the budget presented 2 days ago. Tell us what kind of intervention should even budget or policy documents need to have when it comes to a city's governance needs, When it comes to Pune, tell us what are the things that need to be there in the fine print of, the master plan of the city that would in some ways also help in creating climate resilient infrastructure, something that Rohit also spoke about.
Right. I think one of the callers said it quite rightly, that there are a lot of government agencies involved in this particular problem, right? Right from urban planning, let's say you have the MMRDA in Mumbai, which actually does the planning. Similarly, there is a body in Pune as well, which is called as the PMRDA. Right from that to, let's say, there are two city corporations, there are a few cantonment boards, etc. So all of these local government bodies also have various departments within them, right? From water resources, which is again split between the local bodies and state government as well, right? To, let's say, PWD. So one very critical aspect of this is of course the planning and the zoning laws, right? That whether the river and the channels around the river are being maintained correctly or not. I think that is one critical area. The other is, of course, as I think Mr. Tandwalkar also said, right from your planning stage to your when actually rains happen. What is your plan in terms of disaster resilience and recovery? So there is definitely a large piece of capability that needs to be built in government across all of these, and possibly the way to start about it is from a ground up approach of trying to understand this problem. The problem isn't new, right? The problem is something that cities in the US also face this, right? So it's cities in the US also face a problem of flooding, right? But the way that they have developed in terms of capturing the data around flooding, capturing the potential impact of any urban development that they are planning to do. It's something that is a knowledge capability gap that unfortunately still exists in a lot of government bodies, whether it is at the state level or even at the local body level. Right. So that I think is one big aspect of how policies could try and rectify this.
That's very, very important. We also have Satish Ramachandran calling us from Pune. Satish, tell us, what was your experience like today? And also, can you tell us as to what really did you and your family go through today, with these kind of torrential rains splashing over the city today?
Specifications what are set in are different for different municipal corporations. They are not uniform all over the nation, or at least in Maharashtra. They are not same. Every corporation has got its own rules, regulations. And apart from that, like National Highway Authority, they should have state-wise one authority which will deal with all roads, drainage. Corporations should not be given any authority to build internal roads. And planning as well, it should be done at state level, not at local level. Because in Pune, there are various suburbans which were come up after the Pachet flood. They could have planned it very well. But they have not done that. Town planning.
Satish, also, can you tell us what did you go through? You are in Pune today. What kind of visuals did you see around you today? And how was it different from, say, last year?
As compared to last year, it is worse because what has happened, most of the city has got now concrete roads without any provision for draining out the rainwater. What I suggested earlier, they should have borewells at about 50 meters, everything, and let that excess water go in the ground. What has happened because of all this flooding takes the water to the river. There is no ground level which is penetrating in the ground.
Right, that's very important.
Earlier, what used to happen, ground used to soak most of the water, which is not happening now. So it is natural flooding on the streets and cities and all that. Apart from that, in the river, the irrigation department has put a red line, no construction zone. If you walk around the Mutha River or even MUDA River in Pune, there are illegal constructions done in that red line itself. In fact, some days ago, High Court has ordered that it should be demolished.
Right.
But because of political intervention, they are not doing. Some of the colleges are owned by retired IS persons.
Okay. Satish, in your experience and memory of living in Pune, do you remember a day like this, a day that was completely splashed by rains? And how do you look at the intervention that went into it? Because administration has been saying that, NDRF has been at work. Do you see the recovery of the city happening soon? Okay, we'll try and connect with him again. Rohit, can you take that question? When he's talking about this garbage-clogged drains and waterways, this is something that we see in Mumbai as well, right? We do speak so much about the spirit of Mumbai, but this is a city that's looking at turning itself into a global financial hub. Large parts here are still struggling every year with annual rains. What kind of intervention does Mumbai need specifically to be up there?
Vasudha, the problems in Mumbai and Pune are very similar, and I think they are similar to Bangalore or any other, growing metropolis. It's a common thing across India, so we can speak nationally, and it'll appeal to national audiences.
Yes.
We have seen this kind of a thing in Chennai also, Bangalore, other places also. See, the problem is the policy of densification. Mark this word, densification. The government in Maharashtra, at least, I can't say this about other states, but in Maharashtra, has gone for a major policy of densification of cities, which means increasing the floor space index, FSI, which is allowed for the builders to build, constructions. So, which means an old building of 4 floors or 6 floors can be brought down and redeveloped into 20 floors, 25 floors, and I'm sure you see this in Gurgaon or Noida or any other place. This means that there is, a lot of foundation, concrete going into the ground, and plinth and, entire area getting concretized, which was mentioned by one of your callers, that there is no space for water to seep. That is why basically you see all this flooding happening. It has 2 effects. Firstly, the bad effect is that frequent flooding during monsoon. And secondly, because water is not going into the ground, the overall subterranean water level keeps going down every year, which means there is going to be a crisis of water supply in the long run, because a lot of people depend on bore wells and the water that comes from
Rohit,
wells.
just hold on to that thought. We have another caller, Brigadier Chauhan, calling us from Dehradun. Sir, please go ahead. What are your views when it comes to building resilient cities that will help us, have a better life?
Ma'am, I was watching your program, Monsoon Mayhem in Maharashtra. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, please go on.
I see this program, this type of thing every year. As soon as the monsoon starts, this sort of a scene is available everywhere in the country, particularly beautiful cities like Bombay, Pune, and even in the Northeast. So why this? This is every year's story. I mean, if there is some better governance, if these all agencies are coordinated nicely, I think we can avoid many issues. We are losing so many lives, we are losing so much of property, and nobody seems to be accountable. You will make a program, there will be some discussion, and the story finishes. So some head must roll. Somebody must take responsibility. There are so many experts in the country. We can always come out with such beautiful solutions.
Right. Thank you so much, sir, Mr. Chauhan, Brigadier Chauhan, for calling us on NDTV. We also have another caller, KSN Rao, calling us from Hyderabad. Mr. Rao, tell us what are your thoughts when it comes to flood management, at the same time, building cities with adequate planning?
No proper management, madam. Do you think that there is a governance in all the cities across India? There is no governance at all. Hello?
Yes, sir. Please go on. We can hear you.
Number one, there is no governance, number one. Number two, who is taking action? If at all any government official not working or taking action as per they are supposed to take action.
Right.
So leave it all cities. There are innumerable problems. Consumers or the common citizen faces so many problems day in and day out. There is no accountability. If you complain, the officials and higher authorities, they listen to you and they leave it to they will put you in lurch. That is the situation.
Right.
No governance, no accountability. So proper planning is required and accountability is also required at each and every stage.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Rao, for calling us. Also, Omkar, do you think of having a proper civic action group, like I've seen that in cities like Bengaluru, does that help politically to fix accountability, something that our latest caller was also talking about? Does Pune have that sense of, civic activism, and do you think that also helps politically to make things better for the residents?
Oh, absolutely. I think civic activism is greatly important, especially in an issue like this, where for instance, this perhaps is not an issue that will be taken up very strongly in elections, right? So something that people vote evocatively on. If it is not that sort of an issue, then the role of civic activism becomes even more important. And in fact, Pune had seen quite a bit of strong civil society groups which have come up specifically related to these issues, specifically related to the issues of rivers, right, and management of flooding and all of these issues. I would also say that this problem is a little bit more harder to solve than your other public service delivery problems. For instance, if it is a problem of giving pipe water to every household, right? That's still a simpler problem to solve than this particular one, which comes and goes a few days every year, right? And it doesn't become a major pain point for most of the residents for many months, right? So it becomes the role of civic activism is more.
We have another caller, and before he sort of like disconnects, Srinivas from Hyderabad is calling us. Srinivas, tell us your thoughts on this.
See, major thing is encroachment of cities, especially rivers and river bodies and lakes, right? And if we don't do anything, right, there's two things that is impacting. One is the global warming, which is increasing the impact of rains or sudden flash floods and everything. Second is how we handle cities. It need not to be smart. It needs to be logical that we put our severages and basic things, how to drain our water properly, and incentivize people for doing rainwater harvesting.
Right.
If you don't do that like solar, we should do this. That's it.
Okay.
I'm young GIS engineer. I know about science and everything, but to do something to the government, it is always bribe.
Right.
That's it.
Okay, thank you, Srinivas, for calling us. We have Meeta Paul from Mumbai. Ma'am, tell us, what was your experience like, and how was today so different from all the rainy days that we have seen, that Mumbai and Pune have seen in the last few years?
Yeah, well, you see, year on year, these are the same problems.
Yes, ma'am, go on.
These things are nothing new. Mumbai today, these things keep happening. These kind of rains are nothing new to Mumbai, and the quality of roads are despicable. Even without the rains, and come monsoon, this is the condition. And you try to complain, who cares? I mean, it is left to God. And you get onto the road thinking that I hope I come back home in one piece. And roads getting inundated with water is nothing new. But the question is the authorities, they are, the authorities could care less about such matters.
Right.
And the cities today.
Right. That's a very important point. Sorry, Meeta Paul, we have to sort of wrap up because this is the last minute I had. Thank you, Rohit. Thank you, Omkar, for joining us. Clearly, like Meeta said, act of God or man-made disaster, that's where the debate is. Rains have brought life to a standstill in both Mumbai and Pune. Whatever the season is, whatever the challenges are, it is clearly important to look at systemic issues, keep the focus on solutions, but only the collective will and, of course, accountability of administration, the accountability of policy makers, those in charge, those that we elected with a promise that they will govern well. That probably is the most important. That's all we have for you in this show. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Monsoon fury in Maharashtra. Large parts of Mumbai and Pune have been waterlogged. Flights are delayed or cancelled. 3 people die of electrocution in Pune. As the Chief Minister says, the NDRF has been deployed. Chandrababu Naidu's blistering attack on Jagan Mohan Reddy inside Andhra Assembly. Drug lord swipe triggers a political storm. Ruckus in Karnataka Assembly over MUDA scam. BJP says Siddaramaiah is the father of scams. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar has retorted, saying most scams are from the BJP rule. Centre speaks on Mamata Banerjee's remark. Bangladesh had cautioned India. MEA says it got a protest note from Bangladesh. Mamata Banerjee has said that she will shelter people from violence-hit Bangladesh.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world.
Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं. बहुत performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones."
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Corruption is back in the spotlight in Karnataka, a state that has had a history of scams rocking its politics. BJP MLAs on Wednesday held a night-long protest inside the Karnataka Assembly. In fact, they slept inside the Assembly demanding a discussion on the alleged MUDA scam. After the overnight protest, MLAs were seen exercising outside the Vidhan Soudha. The Law and Parliamentary Affairs Minister of the state, H.K. Patil, said that the BJP sit-in protest was nothing but a political drama. Let me give you a background to this. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is under scrutiny due to allegations of fraudulent site allotments by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority, MUDA, including plots that were reportedly given to his wife. The opposition, including BJP and JDS in the state, is calling for Siddaramaiah's resignation and also a CBI investigation into this alleged scam. The Congress government has ordered a one-man judicial probe into this controversy, into the allotment of MUDA sites from 2006 to 2024. In fact, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar today said that the government of Karnataka would soon release a list of MUDA sites illegally allotted by the previous BJP government. Now, why does the Congress party not want a discussion on the MUDA matter that has actually pointed to some serious allegations? Remember, it's the same Congress party that has been demanding at the centre discussions in the parliament on issues of Manipur and also NEET, and accusing the BJP of stifling voices. But let's not also forget that it was the same BJP government in Karnataka that was facing similar corruption charges last year, which also in some ways led to its defeat in the assembly. Is the Congress state government in Karnataka on the back foot, and is the BJP sensing an opportunity there? That's what we ask tonight. We have a panel of esteemed guests on the show, but before that, let's look at some reactions.
They tried to stop us, but CM and his written speech, and he had given a detailed reply how many scams has happened, how it has happened. Of course, 89 crores some officers has been misused, and investigation is on. Already some 40 crores have been recovered. SIT is taking an investigation. Now ED, CBI has entered. We said we are not able to stop them. They have right to come. I know the law of this country as a CBI. After some financial numbers, they can come. Let them do it. But now we wanted to expose all those things. They did not allow us to reply.
BJP as well as JDS, we already were discussed on this issue. Probably Saturday or Sunday, tomorrow or day after, we will have one more round of meeting and we'll decide future course of action.
So you're planning for Padyatra. The Congress is also trying to counter your rally. How do you see this, sir?
See, Congress party and more importantly, Siddaramaiah government is totally exposed. People of Karnataka is aware of Congress government. Congress is known for corruption, and in last 15 months tenure, they have been exposed in so many corruptions.
We have Nivedat Alva, spokesperson of the Congress. We have Anand Gurumurthy, spokesperson from the BJP, and B.S. Arun, who's a senior journalist, joining us. Thank you, all of you, for joining me on this broadcast. Nivedat, to you first. Why does the Congress not want a discussion in the Assembly on the MUDA scam? Is it because this time it's the personal integrity of Siddaramaiah that is under scrutiny, something that was not really expected?
Hi, good evening. Yeah. To start with, it was before anybody even asked for it, before the assembly session started, the Congress government handed over the entire MUDA issue to be probed by a retired High Court judge. Second of all, what is astonishing is when they're calling it corruption, they're calling it all sorts of things. When all of this, all the sites which were allotted, all of the stuff which they are talking about has basically happened when there were BJP chief ministers, not Congress chief ministers. Most of it was during when Yediyurappa ji was CM twice, and after that when Basavaraj Bommai was CM. Most of the sites which have been allotted in this from BJP leaders and their kin. We've got the names, whether it was Yediyurappa's kin who was given in lieu of 33 guntas, he was given 8,500 square feet, or GT Devegowda's nephew who was given 92 sites in the MUDA scam. So the point is that nobody is running away from anything. It has been handed over for investigation to a High Court judge. Apart from that, a retired High Court judge. Apart from that, a 3-member IAS team has also been appointed to look into it. The MUDA commissioner who was who was in charge during this time, has already been suspended. So it is not like anybody is running away. What is happening right now is that the CAG report, which talked about misappropriation of funds during the previous BJP government from 11 boards and corporations, all of this is being done to deflect attention from that. Second of all, it is amazing to hear the BJP chief talking about corruption and about the BJP and about the Congress government being corrupt when his own father as chief minister went to jail for corruption.
Okay, that's a very important point.
It is amazing that another family who is raising all sorts of stuff about the Congress government here, half their family is in jail for, I cannot even get into it, where one brother is in jail for something, the other brother is in jail for something, the father is in jail for something else.
Right.
So please let us not even go down the road of saying that we are running away from anything. Had we not given it for investigation or looking into is one
but
thing.
Nivedat, the people who actually brought out the scheme, brought out the scam are not really people with the BJP, right? They were independent activists, and this is what happened in 2023 as well, right?
Correct. So the point is that it has been given now and all the framework for the investigation, all the way from 2004 till now, till 2024 has been given. Let it come out. Let us see what there is. And let me clarify, yes, there is talk of the CM's wife being given given plots. Yes, that has been given in lieu of land which was acquired to her brother, and her brother has gifted it to his sister.
So these are also
So
about
even that,
beneficiaries who feel that the compensation land did not, go to them. Okay, let me get Anand on this.
It will come out in the course of the investigation. It cannot be hidden. Nobody's trying to hide anything.
Yes.
So it will come out. It is a time-bound investigation. So when the central government gives things over for investigation and gives parliamentary committees and they take decisions, it's fine. When a state government gives it for investigation, it is a problem. We cannot have different.
Okay, Anand Gurumurthy, on the day when the budget was being presented, Congress leaders also protested, saying that there is misuse of investigating agencies that is happening. Is this your performance in the Lok Sabha elections, which I think was far better than other states? Is that what has, in some ways boosted the kind of confidence that BJP in Karnataka is showing? But because this was also the BJP government also faced similar allegations last year.
See, I would like to talk first about the way the Congress spokesperson presented his case. Are they trying to justify corruption by saying that somebody else is corrupt, so we have a right to be corrupt? What are they trying to tell? So through NDTV, I want to question Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, who is the president of Congress party and who represents all these spokespersons. Are they scared of Siddaramaiah of something? Or are they defending him over corruption? This is coming from a party. This shows the integrity of Congress party. So they should be very careful in what they are expressing. Why are they, speaking like this? Why can't the CM resign? They come from a party which was represented once by Lal Bahadur Shastri ji, who had resigned when a train accident happened. And today, they are just pointing fingers. Why are you pointing fingers? Why don't you resign, Mr. Siddaramaiah? That is what we are asking. Are there no other people to become CMs in Congress? Are you not capable? Or is it that he is scaring you with something that Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge is not even reacting to it? And he's sending spokespersons after spokespersons who are coming here and arguing in TV when Siddaramaiah cannot justify his own case in the assembly. So this is what is lagging, madam, and this is the reason why BJP is fighting. We have always fought for the right things, and we are going to continue to fight till Mr. Siddaramaiah resigns, so that this probe is done independently in the most correct manner in which a probe has to be done. When the CM of a state is accused, the principal opposition is accusing, the Congress spokesperson here comes and says, oh, come on, it was given by BJP. Come on, he was the leader of the opposition at that point in time. Siddaramaiah was the leader of opposition. He was in a constitutional position. Why did he accept? He cannot answer this one question in assembly and is trying to, stall all our investigation. Congress party, Mallikarjun Kharge ji should hear this. If he is the president, really the working president of this party, he should react on this and come up with this thing that orders that Mr. Siddaramaiah should resign today. If he cannot do that, then we cannot accept. We will continue our fight everywhere. As a principal opposition, we'll continue doing this.
Okay. Nivedit, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah. Just to say that the honorable spokesperson of the BJP didn't answer any of the things that I had raised. He has gone after Mr. Kharge. He has gone after how BJP has in Jharkhand and in Delhi and in other states. We saw what happened in Jharkhand. The chief minister was taken and locked up for months on end. And then the High Court itself said there's no shred of evidence against him and has released him. So please let us not even go down the road of what the BJP believes are in
what is the Congress doing? NDTV's program is about what is the Congress doing?
We have all seen in the recent past how those are. How
many ever allegations? People are watching what is Congress doing? What is Congress integrity in this?
Okay, let him respond.
What they're doing, but an investigation has already been put into this, and until that comes out, they will have to wait and see. We are not answerable to the BJP spokesperson. There is a constitutionally elected government which is functional.
You are not just answering to the BJP spokesperson.
But Nivedit, B. Nagendra's, sort of going into custody also in some ways, and also this whole Valmiki Nigam, allegations that came out does put the government on the back foot, isn't it? Because, we may always say that Karnataka is a state where corruption has become normalized.
I just have one more question. Madam.
Okay, let Nivedit finish. Anand, I'm coming to you next.
Yes. He's just, continuously not justifying his party stand, which is, a blot on the people's face. They're justifying corruption by coming on TV when they cannot answer in the assembly. I am just asking one straightforward question. You tell 100 things about BJP, but as Congress spokesperson, how are you justifying the acts of your CM? Are you letting him do 1,000 crores more scam and then you are going to remove him, is it? What, you are given a target to every Congress CM that you do this much of scam, only then we remove? How are you justifying corruption, Mr. Nivedit? And why is your CM not coming into the assembly and answering, giving all kinds of,
Nivedit, respond to that, please. Yes.
You please justify that. Don't tell me what I am answering. The blot is on your face. So please justify your party's stand in this. And why is your CM
let him respond now. Let him respond now, Anand. Let him respond.
Your national president. And you people are coming and justifying. So answer that first.
Okay. Let him respond, and then I'll go to DS Arun, who's been waiting very patiently. Yes.
Mr. Gurumurthy, unlike you, my brief is not to come on national television and to slander and throw wild accusations in the public domain without any basis whatsoever. So I'm sorry, I cannot stoop to your level. I will not, because that is not what our brief is.
Don't get personal things here.
Okay, let me go to DS Arun because he's been waiting patiently.
You are the Congress representative. Please represent Congress with justification.
Absolutely, Anand, I'll come to you also in a bit. Let's hear.
Don't do it to me.
Okay, let's hear from DS Arun. Mr. Arun, you heard both our panelists, and as a journalist, as a journalist, I also cover the Karnataka elections, and I do feel sad that in some ways corruption, or the fact that the ones who make grand money are also patrons who actually fund elections in states like Karnataka, where the flow of money is so important for elections has become normalized. In some ways, that seems to be what everybody is saying. How do you, is corruption even a political issue in Karnataka? Are even people holding government, or for that matter opposition, responsible? Because while Anand is right on the corruption thing, I also remember that the BJP government faced similar allegations, and in fact the people who are heading the protest are also the ones who face those allegations.
Yes, Vasudha, corruption has sort of become a way of life in Karnataka. You may remember that even during the last campaign before the assembly elections, the Congress focused on corruption of the BJP government. So that is one thing. And now the same party is now covered with the allegations of corruption, one in Valmiki, and now the charges have come right in front of the Chief Minister's court. The entire state is now witnessing rain. Monsoon is a huge success. The Chief Minister and the government must be happy and smiling, but there is no smile on the Chief Minister's face.
Yes.
Over the last few days, the Assembly has been in session, but the Chief Minister is struggling to defend himself. The entire cabinet is involved in defending the state government as well as the Chief Minister himself. To the Chief Minister side, one must say that all that the government can do, he has done it. But then there is still an element of doubt for the BJP, from the BJP leaders about the involvement of the Chief Minister himself.
Do you think the personal integrity, the personal image and reputation of someone like Siddaramaiah, who was seen as, completely non-corruptible, has that been impacted, by these allegations? Something that we saw happening with B.S. Yadurappa in the 90s. Do you think that is something that the Congress faces now, the challenge of that?
Yes, over the 40 years or 50 years, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, the personal integrity was there. Nobody could question him as far as corruption was concerned. But now, for the first time in his public life, he is facing these allegations. His very government, he's facing a huge corruption charge in the form of the Valmiki corporation that you just mentioned, and now the MUDA, the site allotments. So these two, the state government is really struggling, to defend itself. And how the state government will, in the days to come, defend itself, one needs to see, especially because the CBI and the, ED Enforcement Directorate are in the forefront of investigation. There's also an investigation being done by the SIT of the state government in the Valmiki case, as well as judicial inquiry going on, just set up in the MUDA case. So there are various investigations that are going on, and how the state government comes out, especially from the central investigation agencies, one needs to see. So this is a real big challenge for the state government, because for the first time within a year of they capturing power, the state government is facing all these allegations.
Right. Okay, Anand, would you, I mean, I asked you this question earlier. There's also this allegation that the Congress is charging you with and your party with, and that is this misuse of agencies. You know, that is also something that, people are talking about in several states. BJP has reduced numbers this time, which also in some ways has made the party very safe and cautious. Do you think that is one thing that might also be of concern to you, considering that while you did really well in the Lok Sabha elections compared to other states, your numbers also went down, from 25 to 17 this time?
See here, one thing is, I'm not getting the name of the person, but one of our MLAs just before our election also was accused in a corruption case. We immediately removed him, and we did not even give him a party ticket to contest before our assembly elections. So, and all the ED or the CBI, every investigation they are doing, it's not just Congress leaders. It is from all parties, and it is happening. Okay, so it is accusing BJP. This is just a narrative of Congress. Okay, they are trying to build a narrative and trying to justify their corruption, which is very wrong. Okay, and the people have got to know now, especially in Karnataka, after their guarantees all bombed, and they keep telling we are very successful and other things. And when the state extinguisher is in bad shape, every person in Karnataka is speaking about this only, and people have understood that it was just a Congress narrative. But BJP, it is let the agencies to be independent, whether it is CBI, ED, or the judiciary or any other this thing. It is totally independent today in India, including
today
every minister's
has come
office.
out and said that he's being forced. So there are narratives on both sides.
That has been stayed by the High Court of Karnataka. Okay. That has been stayed by the High Court of Karnataka because they are very clear. See, in the federal system, when such a big allegation on a sitting CM on the sitting comes up, I mean, sitting minister, and the minister is out, and there's one more allegation on the chief minister, the ED is conducting an inquiry. The state police and the state machinery should cooperate.
Okay.
Karnataka is such a beautiful state with such good officers, and they are not, the entire political system is not letting them take up the investigation by, putting cases like this and other things.
Okay, let me ask this question to Nivedit. A lot of us actually believe that the future of the Congress party is in Karnataka, in this model, because that seemed like the best for survival of the party. But clearly your party has done better than better than what we expected. So, but from a raft of these corruption allegations to this flip-flop that you did on this bill on providing domicile quotas, now there's a cess on OTTs, there's an anti-NEET bill. There is a certain sense, even amongst journalists, that the Karnataka Congress government is struggling to, in some ways present a picture of confidence, So do you think that's something that's becoming challenging for you because there's an aggressive BJP in the state as well?
No, I don't think so at all, Vasudha. I think that the recent bills, the ones you spoke about, it is where they came before the cabinet, and then after that there is further discussion which is happening with industry. So the Congress believes in dialogue. It believes in discussing various modes with all the stakeholders before it takes a decision. That's the first thing. Okay. The second thing is with regard to independence of investigative agencies. I mean, let's just see what has happened across the country. And with people who are in jail for years on end without anything happening, with chief ministers being put into jail, governments being pulled down. So, I mean, enough has been said about that, and the country already knows, and that is what a lot of the election result was about. So if they still don't want to change the way that they function and still don't see that is a problem, then there's nothing there's nothing I can do to convince them.
Okay.
But with regard to Karnataka, we have a government with a full majority. We have a government which is pulling in one direction, led by our Chief Minister, Honorable Siddaramaiah, and our Deputy Chief Minister, D.K. Shivkumar.
Right.
There is absolutely no doubt that they enjoy the confidence of all 136 MLAs elected in the Assembly. Yeah. And we will run a government for 5 years and bring forth and see that all the promises we put forth in our manifesto are fulfilled in those 5 years.
Okay, 30 seconds. Can you just finish, Anand, on this? Respond to
very clear. Okay, I just want to respond to Congress spokesperson only in clear terms. Okay, by putting allegation on others, last 2 years, whatever you did, it worked for you in many elections. This won't happen. People are got to know. They have got to know, and stop putting allegation on others and start seeing internally. And please tell your party president, national president, to take action on Karnataka state, because both the president of Karnataka state, Congress, and the CM and the deputy CM, who happens to be the president of Karnataka state, are all having corruption scams, and a lot of things are being spoken at the ground level by people.
I would like Mr. Arun to give me the last word on this, sir. In Delhi, while we cover the government, there's been so much talk about continuity, be it cabinet portfolios or policies. There seems to be some continuity in Karnataka also, because there's so much debate about corruption, and most of the scams also look very similar. The suicide cases, the suicide notes. So there's clearly a template that the state follows. Tell me again, how do you see this political battle playing out? Who really has the edge here?
See, right now, Congress is facing a lot of opposition from the BJP and the JDS for these scams. Over the last just 1 week, there was a huge loss of face for both the Chief Minister as well as the government, in the form of, number one, the job guarantee for the Karnatakas, where the Chief Minister had to do the U-turn for thrice in a day, within a few hours. And the second one was the ED, FIR against the ED, and the High Court threw it out. Okay. So these two, and in addition, the MUDA and the
most important. Thank you, DS Arun. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. I'm really sorry, I'm completely out of time. Thank you so much. Karnataka Assembly elections were a lot about allegations about 40% Sarkara, 40% commission, and clearly the BJP is also using this to hit back at the Congress. BJP has accused the Assembly Speaker of favouring ruling Congress party. There's something that we see the Congress doing here at the centre, making it clear that all power at some level works the same way unless checked by people. That's all we have for you in this show. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, Chandrababu Naidu hits out at Jagan Reddy, compares him to drug lord Pablo Escobar. Also, rain havoc in Maharashtra, and more rain is expected over the next couple of hours. Also, former Punjab Chief Minister Channi's defense of Amrit Pal has sparked a massive controversy, with the BJP questioning his support for a separatist. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. Andhra Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu scathing attack against former Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy in the State Assembly, comparing him to Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar a day after Jagan held a protest in Delhi. Monsoon mayhem in Maharashtra after heavy rainfall causes widespread flooding. Flights and trains are cancelled in Mumbai. 3 people die of electrocution in Pune. NDRF teams help in relief and rescue. The IMD says the next few hours are crucial. Former Punjab Chief Minister and Congress MP Charanjit Channi sparks a controversy after claiming terror-accused MP Amrit Pal being in jail is like an emergency. The BJP hits out, the Aam Aadmi Party distances itself. The ghost of the Bhopal gas tragedy continues to haunt us. 350 metric tons of toxic waste still to be disposed. An NDTV exclusive on how the facility where the waste will be burned has failed the test 6 times, raising cancer concerns. Ahead of the 25th anniversary of the Kargil victory, Group Captain K. Nachiketa, who was captured by Pakistani forces after he ejected during Kargil, speaks about how he was tortured, the barrel of a gun stuck in his mouth, sleep deprivation and beatings. And the Olympics kick off in Paris tomorrow. 117 members strong Indian contingent with the hopes of bettering the previous edition's tally of 7. We speak to the chef de mission, Gagan Narang. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu retaliated against his predecessor, YS Jagan Mohan Reddy, in the State Assembly today, comparing him to Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar, also saying that he's very greedy for money, he's got a mania for money. Now, this attack came a day after a protest by Mr. Reddy in Delhi, an exhibition of photos and videos of violence in the state at the India International Centre. He has alleged that Mr. Naidu and his party have been targeting workers and leaders of his party, and today this hitting out against him in the assembly. Let's go across to Uma now for more. And it was quite the scathing attack, Uma, against Jagan Reddy. The manner in which Mr. Chandrababu Naidu compared him to the Colombian drug lord, also talking about, you know, how drugs have proliferated in the state as well.
Yes, indeed, Gargi, it appears as though, you know, this could be prior to elections when the attacks were so sharp, and words like psycho used to be used for Jagan Mohan Reddy all through that, period of the election campaigning. And post the elections as well, Andhra Pradesh is one of those states where both the YSRCP as well as, of course, TDP, Janasena being part of the NDA are both friendly with the centre. And after Jagan Mohan Reddy, in a sense, took his protest to Delhi and was seen there along with India Alliance partners in Delhi as well. Subsequently, will the Prime Minister give an appointment to Jagan Mohan Reddy is the question on everyone's mind, because Jagan Mohan Reddy has been close to the Prime Minister and has been friendly with him as well. His party's support is also needed by the BJP in the Rajya Sabha. While the Lok Sabha, he requires the TDP. In the Rajya Sabha, he would require the support of the 11 MPs of the YSRCP. It is at this time that Jagan Mohan Reddy is facing this kind of a very, very sharp attack from Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu. In fact, yesterday in the Assembly had presented a white paper on the liquor policy, and at that time he said that as much as nearly 19,000 crores of revenue that should have come to the exchequer was lost because of a very flawed liquor policy, which he is actually calling as a big scam. And he says the CID as well as the Enforcement Directorate would be put to work, because out of the 99,000 crore rupees worth of liquor that was sold in the last 5 years, hardly 615 was on digital transactions, and the rest of it took place on a cash basis. And therefore, Mr. Naidu is alleging a big scam there, and the connection from liquor to drugs, where they are showing figures to show that the consumption of drugs had increased dramatically during the years of the YSRCP rule. All of that is the reason why Mr. Chandrababu Naidu is now compared him to Pablo Escobar. And of course, while the parallels may seem exaggerated and certainly something that is making people look up and take notice, but the fact is Mr. Naidu is building a narrative about the kind of ruler that, or rather the kind of chief minister that Jagan Mohan Reddy has been, and that goes with what he has been doing through the period of campaign and now post the elections as well. Back to you.
All right, Uma, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. Well, shifting focus now to Maharashtra, where there was a monsoon mayhem today, heavy rainfall and flooding in several districts, and the IMD is warned that the next few hours are crucial. A red alert has been issued till tomorrow morning. Now in Mumbai, several flights and trains were affected, cancelled as well, while in Pune, 3 people died after being electrocuted in waist-deep water. And in Raigad, there was a rain havoc as well, and a bridge was washed away. Teams of the NDRF were deployed for rescue and relief.
Different rainy day, but the same story. Traffic congestion, flight rescheduling, waterlogging. In Pune and Mumbai has got life to stand still. 3 people have died after being electrocuted in Pune. Following continuous rainfall since last night, a red alert has been issued in Mumbai, Palghar, Raigad and Thane.
वहाँ पर सभी लोग तैनात है। मैं कलेक्टर, दोनों म्युनिसिपल कमिश्नर, दोनों पुलिस कमिश्नर, सबको सूचना दी है, एनडीआरएफ को दिया है। एनडीआरएफ का टीम वहाँ काम कर रही है। हालांकि एनडीआरएफ एसडीआरएफ से डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट भी पूरी तरह काम कर रहा है। और मैं आर्मी के मेजर जनरल अनुराग विज, इनसे भी बातचीत की हुई है, कर्नल संदीप जी से बातचीत की है और उनको भी कहा है आपकी भी टीम अलर्ट रखो, आवश्यकता अगर लगती है तो आपकी टीम मूव करो। अभी आर्मी भी मूव हो रही वहाँ पर रेस्क्यू के लिए, और कोई ऐसे लोग जहाँ अटके हो तो उनको एयरलिफ्ट करने की आवश्यकता पड़ सकती है।
The situation in Pune is grim. The Singhat region was the hardest hit, with flooding forcing residents to evacuate their homes. The army called in to assist NDRF in the Ekta Nagar area.
पुणे के कुछ लो लाइंग एरियाज़ है, जैसे सिंहगढ़ रोड पे कुछ सोसाइटीज़ है, येरोड़ा में कुछ सोसाइटीज़ है, बाउधन में भी कुछ सोसाइटीज़ है। वहाँ पे बिल्डिंग्स के पार्किंग में पानी घुसा हुआ है। फ्री कैचमेंट में ज़्यादा बारिश होने के कारण और नदी के बहाव के कारण भी वहाँ पानी का लेवल बढ़ते जा रहा है। वहाँ पीएमसी पीसीएमसी के आपत्ति व्यवस्थापन के जो भी अधिकारी है, फायर ब्रिगेड के अधिकारी, उनके बोट्स सब डिप्लॉयड है। एनडीआरएफ के भी बोट्स डिप्लॉय हो रही है। मैं सभी सिटीजन्स को एक सूचना देना चाहता हूँ, एक निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ कि आप बिल्कुल सुरक्षित जगह पे बने रहे, पैनिक होने की जरूरत नहीं है। सिचुएशन इज अंडर कंट्रोल।
BMC has declared a holiday for all schools and colleges. Exams have been rescheduled.
ज़्यादा जो पानी भरा हुआ है वो ठाणे, पालघर, रायगढ़ में है, तो वहाँ पे छुट्टियाँ डिक्लेयर की गई है। लेकिन कुछ हमारे बोर्ड की भी एग्ज़ाम्स आज है, तो जिस एरिया में ऐसी स्थिति है तो उसके एग्ज़ाम्स का नेक्स्ट डेट डिक्लेयर की जाएगी। इसलिए जो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं जिन्होंने आज का एग्ज़ाम मिस किया है तो उनको कुछ चिंता करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है।
Several flights were disrupted, with airlines urging passengers to check flight schedule before leaving for the airport.
A red alert has been announced in multiple regions in Maharashtra, and the next 24 hours are going to be extremely crucial for the state. While the state government machinery claims to be completely ready for whatever is to come, this claim will only be verified in the next 24 hours. This is Anuj Raide reporting from Mumbai, NDTV 24/7.
And not just in Maharashtra, rain havoc in Himachal as well, where flash floods triggered by a cloudburst in Kullu district led to closure of some parts of the National Highway 3, also known as the Leh-Manali Road. Vehicles headed to Manali from Lahore and Spiti via the north portal of the Atal Tunnel were diverted towards Rohtang because of these flash floods. A total of 15 roads, including 12 in Mandi, 2 in Kinnaur and 1 in Kangra district, were closed for vehicular traffic as it was just too dangerous. In other news, a Congress MP and former Punjab Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi triggered a controversy today after he advocated for Khalistan separatist and independent MP Amritpal Singh, equating him being behind bars with an emergency-like situation. The BJP hit out, saying the Congress is supporting a separatist while the Aam Aadmi Party distanced itself.
Controversy over former Punjab Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi advocating for Khadur MP Amritpal Singh to be released. Amritpal is lodged in Assam's Dibrugarh prison under the National Security Act. Accused of being a Khalistani sympathizer, Amritpal Singh became a Lok Sabha MP after winning from Khadur constituency by 4 lakh votes.
इमरजेंसी ये भी है कि 20 लाख लोगों द्वारा पंजाब में मेंबर पार्लियामेंट चुना गया और वो एनएस से लगाकर अंदर रखा हुआ है। फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच, उसकी कंस्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों की बात यहां नहीं रख पा रहे, ये भी इमरजेंसी है।
The BJP took a dig at the Congress's Save the Constitution stance.
Congress MP Channi's speech in Parliament today reeks of provocation, reeks of anti-nationalism, reeks of propaganda. Mr. Rahul Gandhi should clarify, does he support Mr. Channi's support for separatists? Mr. Rahul Gandhi should clarify, does he want peace in Punjab or does he want Punjab to be separated from India? Congress owes an explanation to the nation for speech of Mr. Channi in Parliament.
Meanwhile, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Mann distanced himself from the comment, calling it Channi's personal opinion.
सर जी चन्नी जी ने की बोलना है पार्लीमेंट से तो उन्होंने हुआ है जैसा कांग्रेस दा स्टैंड की है क्योंकि अद्धी कांग्रेस कुछ होर बोली जाती है अद्धी कांग्रेस कुछ होर बोली जाती है ना सो ये उन्होंने दा स्टैंड है पर साडे वालों ये है कि पंजाब दे विच लॉ एंड ऑर्डर नूं मेनटेन करने वास्ते जो साडे असीं अपने वालों एफर्ट्स कर रहे हैं क्योंकि मैं कल्ला किसी खास MP दा नहीं मैं 3.5 करोड़ लोगों का कस्टोडियन हाँ.
Let's see how the Congress is going to give a clarification on this thing. But as of now, Charanjit Singh Channi, the former Chief Minister of Punjab, has sparked a new controversy when he was advocating for Amritpal. With Vijay Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Chandigarh.
An NDTV exclusive. 40 years after the Bhopal gas tragedy, the nightmare is far from over. 350 metric tons of toxic waste from the Union Carbide factory is finally set to be disposed of at a facility in Pithampur in Indore. However, previous tests at this facility have failed 6 times and the resulting emission of highly toxic chemicals poses a significant cancer risk. Anurag Dwari reports.
कभी सांस उखड़ जाती है हमें, कभी बुखार आ जाता है हमें।
पानी से ये दिक्कत है, पेट में दर्द होता है, खाना नहीं पचता है, उल्टियाँ होने लगती हैं।
ना पानी सही आता है, ना जहाँ सही रह पाते हैं हम लोग।
कई बार रिक्वेस्ट किया लेकिन नहीं कोई सुन रहा है। 5 लोग खत्म हुए इनके घर के।
The scars of the Bhopal gas tragedy remains fresh after 40 years. The toxic waste from the Union Carbide factory continues to seep into the water supply of surrounding areas, causing deadly diseases in its aftermath.
इतना हार्ड पानी है कि मुझे गैस ये जो हार्ट अटैक है ये आ चुका है इससे कई बार।
जिनमें भारी मेटल पाया गया है, इसको पीने से हमारे कॉलोनी वासियों सहित हम सभी को, किसी को गाल ब्लैडर हुआ है, किसी को गुर्दे में पथरी है।
2-3 kilometers from the Union Carbide factory, Bridge Vihar colony's groundwater has been severely polluted by the factory's toxic waste. Now the Madhya Pradesh government plans to incinerate this toxic waste in Pithampur. Experts warn that this could release large amounts of organochlorine, dioxins and furans, carcinogenic chemicals that are extremely harmful to humans and the environment. The World Health Organization had warned that this could cause cancer.
पूर्व में जब ये कचरा जलाने की बात आ रही थी तब हमारे द्वारा काफी आंदोलन किया गया था। उसके लगे हुए गांव तारपुर में किसी प्रकार की कोई जनता को तकलीफ शुरुआत के दिनों में मालूम पड़ती है तो निश्चित रूप से ये जन आंदोलन का विषय होगा।
The incineration site in Pithampur has several villages within a stone's throw away distance of 2 kilometers. Experts allege that the facility violates hazardous waste management rules. In 2012, the Madhya Pradesh government itself filed a special leave petition in the Supreme Court opposing the move. In the same year, during a cabinet meeting in Bhopal, former Chief Minister Babulal Gaur and then Environment Minister Jayant Malaiya has strongly opposed incinerating the waste in Pithampur, fearing contamination of Yashwant Sagar Dam and Tarpura village. Further, in 2012, German company GIZ offered to incinerate 346 metric tons of Union Carbide waste in Hamburg for 25 crores. Today, incineration within the state will cost 126 crores. This after 6 failed tests at the incinerator. In the past, in 2007, Gujarat refused to incinerate Bhopal's waste despite financial incentives. In 2011, Maharashtra denied DRDO's proposal to incinerate the waste in Nagpur. Andhra Pradesh too refused to accept the waste. From 2004 to 2018, toxic waste has polluted groundwater in 42 settlements around the Union Carbide factory. Despite a Supreme Court order demanding the supply of clean water, in the last 5 years alone, the contamination has spread to 29 more settlements. Arif Nagar, right across the Union Carbide factory, still suffering from the after effects. Thousands of gas victims, their children and grandchildren continue to suffer. Many children are born with mental and physical disabilities and families cannot afford the necessary medical treatment.
गैस की परेशानी है, वही मोहल्ले वाले सब कहते हैं परेशानी, सब बीमार रहते हैं, हमारे घर में सब परेशान रहते हैं वही दूषित पानी की वजह से।
पानी से दिक्कत है, पेट में दर्द होता है, खाना नहीं पचता है, उल्टियाँ होने लगती हैं और भी दिक्कत है, बच्चे बीमार हो रहे हैं, हम लोगों को भी दिक्कत होती है।
According to the polluter pays principle, experts feel that the company should bear the responsibility and the cost for the safe disposal of the toxic waste. Despite government changes and court orders, justice remains elusive for the survivors of the Bhopal gas tragedy. The toxic waste was never removed and now the planned disposal within the state possesses further risks.
भारत सरकार से न सिर्फ हमने प्रयास किया बल्कि हमने पैसे भी लाए, उसका टेंडर पहले ही हो चुका है, मेरे आने के पहले ही टेंडर हो चुका है और हमारी अपेक्षा है कि साल भर के अंदर वो सारा कचरा जल जाएगा।
The survivors continue to suffer. Taxpayers' money wasted on ineffective measures. Question is, when will the curse end? From the past so many decades, the central as well as the state governments have continuously struggled to dispose the toxic waste of Union Carbide. Despite the Supreme Court's recognition of severe groundwater contamination and associated health risks, no concrete steps have been taken to hold the responsible companies accountable or to secure adequate remediation. In Bhopal, with camera person Rizwan Khan, Anurag Bari for NDTV.
Now an exclusive with Finance Secretary TV Somanathan on the budget, electoral bonds and the opposition's discrimination claims against the union budget. On those allegations, he said, keep politics out of it. There's no discrimination to states. We've given adequate funds.
Okay, so the other issue, sir, is, you've seen state chief ministers and their response. I asked you this during the interim budget and it had far-reaching implications. As you saw, some of the states went to the Supreme Court. Ultimately, like Kerala, about fund allocation. How do you respond to the, and they have a rightful claim over central finances to a great extent.
So, look, I will not comment on the political aspect of some of these things, and that's a matter for, the political executive of the state and the center to sort out. I will say this, when it comes to the finance ministry's transfers, what are the things that we handle? We handle devolution, which is share of taxes. We handle finance commission grants. Both of these are determined by the finance commission and we don't deviate. The other new scheme that we operate is special assistance to states for capital investment. That also is largely formulaic. It goes by a formula. Some part of it is untied, some part of it is tied to specific reform outcomes. And we have actually disbursed money to almost all the states under that scheme, and I have not heard any complaints on that. You referred to a particular one case where there was a disagreement between Kerala and us, particularly the Ministry of Finance, on the setting of borrowing limits. And what was this disagreement on? They have an institution which is a statutory board whose debts are serviced through the consolidated fund of the state. We treated it as part of their aggregate borrowing. They say it should not be treated as that borrowing. And that's a matter where we have followed a uniform practice across states. So it's nothing that was Kerala specific. In fact, I should say that even Kerala has not said that it was state specific on that particular issue. So there are other issues where there are discretionary decisions of the central government as to whether a particular project should be. So wherever it is rule based, wherever it is based on norms or standard practices, I think there has been no discrimination, definitely not in the allocations by the finance ministry, and I don't think even in the case of other ministries. Problems or issues may arise when something is a program of the central government, which the central government has the prerogative to decide where and how it is used. So that is a matter where the elected executive of the center decides in its domain, and the elected executive of the state can ask the center what it wants, but final decisions remain with the center, and that is a realm where officers like me have very little to say.
Tomorrow will mark 25 years of the Kargil victory, and for the first time ever, Group Captain K. Nachiketa, who was captured by Pak forces after he ejected during the war, speaks to NDTV's Vishnu Shom about how he was systematically tortured. A Pakistan soldier stuck a barrel of a gun in his mouth, and he was later tortured by beating, sleep deprivation and heat torture as well. He was also denied food, and Nachiketa, then a flight lieutenant in the IAF, was eventually handed over to the Red Cross and returned to India.
But at this time it was very clear that I was not in area where our forces were there, because they were firing towards me and making a kind of an ambush, a semicircular ambush, and climbing towards me. So I fired my macro pistol at them, but 8 rounds got over very fast, and they were continuously firing their AKs towards me. And before I could load my second round of magazine to again recommence my firing, the first of those guys had come to me, and like somebody you covered 25 years, so 25 is a very long time, but even now after 25 long years, that guy's eyes and face is so clear when he shoved his barrel into my mouth, and I was looking at his trigger finger, whether he'll pull the finger or not, and I still remember the face so clearly. But again, destiny has some different designs for us, and the army captain who was in charge of that platoon, he stopped him. He was a part of a regular forces called 5 NLI. So he came, he stopped them, and then he was able to convince them that I was doing my duty as a soldier when I'm firing, but they were trying to say that this guy was firing rockets and now firing on the ground. But that army captain prevailed on them, and I was made a captive, and then we went to the campsite.
And where was the campsite?
So the campsite, we had a walk of about 1 hour, 45 minutes to 1 hour walk from the place of ejection towards approximately northeasterly direction.
So it was on the other side of the LC, or were you held within Indian territory at that stage?
So at that time I was not aware where exactly I was, but many years back when I came back to the same area, courtesy army helicopter, I realized that we were about 6 to 7 kilometers inside LC, our side.
Right.
So this was the infiltration which took place, and their forces had come to our side.
So you were captured by Pakistani forces in Indian territory?
Absolutely, there was no doubt in that.
It wasn't as if you after ejecting, you had parachuted onto the other, because you were operating in...
Yeah, ejection was on our side, and the SOP was very clear to all the pilots. By rules, the orders came from the higher formation not to cross the LC.
And the Olympics kick off in Paris tomorrow. A 117-member strong Indian contingent is at the Games with the hopes of bettering the previous edition's tally of 7. NDTV's Rika Roy spoke to the chef de mission, Gagan Narang, who talked about the excitement as well as the challenges.
Joining me is the London Olympic medalist, who's the chef de mission of Paris Olympics, Gagan Narang. We are outside the main press center, joining Gagan on this quick chat. Gagan, firstly, many congratulations on your role. 2004 started with Afro-Asian Games, 2024, 20 years later. How does it feel about change of role?
Well, that's an interesting anecdote, Rika, but I think 20 long years in the Olympic sport, plus the ones that I was wanting to get into the Olympic fold, have been very exciting and interesting. And this role as chef de mission is definitely an honor and a big responsibility to be able to serve Indian athletes, and I will do it to the best of my capacity.
You and I both probably started seeing Olympic Games with Nadia Comaneci in Barcelona. Tell us a little bit about, how has the Olympic journey now been fulfilled in change of roles?
Well, I think the Olympic journey always continues, because you are an Olympian for life, and once you participate in your first Olympics, it changes you as a person, because it's a life-changing moment for anybody, and I've had 4 such life-changing moments, and this could be the 5th. And it's been a very interesting journey. I think I'm humbled with the kind of love and affection over the past years that I've got as an athlete, and the support that I'm getting from all quarters as a chef de mission of India. And
So you
looking
said
forward to it.
each Olympic has been a life-changing journey. Tell us how life has changed with this role as a chef de mission, first Indian Olympian to become a chef de mission, in fact.
Well, I'm honored, first of all, to get this opportunity. But like I said, the shooting range has changed, the field of play has changed for me. And being an athlete, I will always have athlete-centric approach. But there are administrative challenges as well, and
Like?
No, I wouldn't like to mention any in specific. But of course, there are administrative challenges which we have to mitigate. And it's a combination of both that will add to the success of my role at the Olympic Games as chef de mission.
One thing that you have learned from the previous chef de mission and you want to do better, or probably you don't want to do that, you want to do it differently.
Well, there are a lot of things that are happening in quick successions, and to be able to mitigate or to be able to tell you about one is very difficult, because each day is a new day and you have new challenges like you have in a sport, because each training day is different. So we are taking things at a time, and I have a good team with Shiva and the others from IUA who are helping us every day to mitigate these challenges, to make life comfortable in the athletes village for our athletes.
Well, that's it from me for the moment. News updates continue right here on NDTV. Do keep watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-present. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
To India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil. Showdown is continuing in the Parliament. The discussion on the Union Budget 2024-25 presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on July 23rd is currently underway in both houses of Parliament. The opposition MPs had protested against the budget in the Lok Sabha and staged a walkout in the Rajya Sabha. They have been alleging that the budgetary allocation is biased against non-BJP ruled states. The government on its part says that the opposition must go through the fine print before levelling allegations. Remember, the monsoon session of Parliament, which began on July 22nd, is scheduled to end on August 12th. So how will it be playing out over the next few days? Let me bring in my guests. Krishna Prasad is a member of Parliament of the TDP. We have Tuhin Sinha of the BJP, Pushparaj Deshpande of the Congress, and Dr. Shantanu Sen of the TMC. I'm going to begin with you, Tuhin. It looks like that you are having tough time in Parliament.
Well, good evening, Maria. Good evening, everybody. You know, the opposition's criticism is very myopic. It is very puerile, to say the least. You know, just because the names of two states, Andhra and Bihar, were specifically mentioned, that does not mean that the other states have not got their due. In fact, it reeks of a very parochial mindset, because when we invest 5.22 lakh crores in defense every year, when we are investing 11 lakh crore in capital expenditure and 2.1 lakh crore in skilling and employment of the youth, we don't count which state is benefiting how much. These are programs meant for the national level. In fact, when defense has been the biggest beneficiary in the last 10 years, and the two biggest companies, HAL and BEL, are based out of Karnataka. But do we point that out? We don't point that out, because it's the country that benefits when the defense, when the defense sector grows up. So I think, when it comes to Maharashtra, some of the opposition MPs have been particularly vocal about Maharashtra. Maharashtra has been given the Vadhavan port, which has been sanctioned in the last 1 month, is to the tune of 76,000 crores. That is
not just Maharashtra, even Shantanu Sen's party has been talking about Bengal. Shantanu Sen, the government released the budgetary allocation which has gone for the railways in each and every state, which is substantially high from what it was during the UPA. Then why complain?
It has been categorically said by our party leadership, and especially by our National General Secretary in his speech yesterday, that is nothing but a budget to save the chair of Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. To please two persons, one is Mr. Nitish Kumar, another is Mr. Chandrababu Naidu. So it's an end, to me, it's an end square budget. Just to please two allies, depending on whom he is running the show of this unstable third NDA government. It is, in true sense, it's not an India budget. It's a budget. So far this budget is concerned, B stands for betrayal, U stands for unemployment, D stands for denial, G stands for false guarantee, E stands for eccentric, and T stands for tragic. This is what this budget is. And so far our state of Bengal is concerned, once again Bengal has faced this stepmotherly attitude, stepmotherly approach. There is hardly any allocation for this Bengal. The central government is taking 4.6 lakhs crores of rupees as direct and indirect tax. On the contrary, they are holding 1.75 lakhs crores of rupees, which Bengal is supposed to get from the central government for several projects. But just because they cannot win over Bengal politically, they are depriving Bengal time and again. And not only Bengal, all other non-BJP ruled states are being suffered.
Okay, Tuhin, is this the new example of cooperative federalism that you are setting, as the opposition alleges?
These are absolutely puerile allegations. Earlier this year, when Prime Minister had travelled to Bengal, and in fact to the constituency of Mahua Moitra, you as a journalist would be better aware of the schemes that were announced. So budget is not the only place where this government has been initiating new stuff. When 10,000 crores worth of investment is set aside every year for the Northeast, is it for one state or for an entire region ignored by the Congress party over many decades? I think We need to grow out of this my state versus your state. Every state has got its due, but yes, Bihar and Andhra were lagging behind, and therefore, after the creation of Telangana 10 years ago, the capital city of Andhra required certain investment which had been ignored so far, and they have got their due. But at the same time, when it comes to the special state category, we have not given that because there are certain rules and there are certain.
But you have given special package.
As per the
or should I say part of special package that TDP has got. Krishna Prasad, you have been an ally of the BJP also in Modi 1.0. That is the first government of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which was formed in 2014. Of course, Chandrababu Naidu walked out of this alliance in 2018. But the sense certainly is that you are able to negotiate it better because of reduced strength of the BJP. They need your support for continuing to be in power. So you are clearly the kingmaker here.
Let's go to the basics. What happened in 2014? How did the two states form, the AP and Telangana? Who declared the formation of the two states and who gave the AP State Reorganization Act? When they gave the act, why did they not give the budget? It is all Congress. They created a havoc, a chaos with these two states. The asset readjustment and reorganization, reappropriation also did not take place. When they declared the state, why did they not give the budget at that stage? So they plummeted Andhra Pradesh into darkness. And you look at the simple fact that any state, any country, does it not require a capital city? Where do the people go? Where will the government sit? So Amaravati is all about a capital city of the youngest state of the country. So this should have been formed in 2014. Thanks to Congress, they did not give the budget. It did not happen. And thanks to YCP, whatever development was done between 2014 and 18, YCP took it back all the way and destroyed the entire thing what was done. So the people of the Telugu people deserve a better treatment.
At that time, YSRCP was not in power.
Basically, now look at the Polavaram irrigation project. YCP came in power in 2018.
Yes.
And whatever was built by Telugu Desam Party between 2014 and 18 was again systematically dismantled by YCP.
Okay, but the question is that again, all that you got for the state, has that increased only because your power of negotiation has become better because it's an alliance government? That is what I'm trying to ask you. But you have made a point against the Congress party.
It's very
simple. Pushparaj of the Congress. I'm coming back to you, sir. You know, Pushparaj, this is not for the first time that a government has reached out to its allies through packages or SOPs for their states. When the UPA was in power, similar, we saw something very, very similar. Let's not forget that Rail Bhavan was seen as the big portfolio which was given to your, critical allies. Mamata Banerjee got that portfolio when she was in UPA. So did Lalu Yadav because they were critical to you. So certainly, and then series of railway platforms and new trains would be announced for your alliance partners, something that the BJP is doing now. So what is really the problem here?
Hi, Maria ji. Thank you for having me on NDTV and a very good evening to all my panelists. We have absolutely no problem with Andhra Pradesh and Bihar getting any special package. We in fact welcome it. We only hope that this would have happened before they formed an alliance with the BJP. Why the BJP didn't do it for the last 10 years is something they need to answer. But we have a fundamental concern. Firstly, we are a federal polity and states have legislative and executive powers. That is why the India bloc is expecting that the government of India will devolve funds to state governments because they have an equal responsibility to further the welfare of citizens. Now, the 15th Finance Commission has mandated the government of India has to devolve 41% of total tax revenues, which I think is 38.5 lakh crores. The reality is that the BJP government is devolving less than 30%. Plus, it has reduced its share in central-sponsored schemes. Additionally, it has also not extended the due date for GST compensation. Now, there has also been a double standard in this budget, which just attacks the federal principles even further. Let me focus on just two NDA rule states, not even our states. Bihar, which is afflicted by floods, legitimately got 11,500 crores as flood relief package. Perfectly valid. But Assam, where 28 districts and 14 lakh people were also affected by floods, has not got any special package. Similarly, many states like Haryana, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka have no special package or aid in the budget. The normal schemes aside, with regard to Maharashtra also, there is some allocation for Pune and Maharashtra, Bombay. But what about the rest of the state? We also need to do equal development for that. Essentially, what I'm trying to argue is that the government of India is starving state governments. This has profound implications for cooperative federalism, since states will now be forced to raise more debt. This is troubling because internal debt, as you know, has risen from 37.8% in 2014 to 48% in 2023. This is not sustainable. And the other bigger larger fundamental question which I have, which will actually take this debate further, is that the government is obstinately refusing to conduct the census. On what basis are they implementing new schemes? This is actually
Tween, you respond to him, and then I have another question for the Congress. Please go ahead.
Maria, first of all, it is very amusing that the Congress party, which has wreaked financial anarchy in every state that it has got to govern in the last 3 years. In Karnataka, they have squandered away all the funds, and then the minister said there is no fund for development. They should sermonize us on development. You know, the whole premise of their criticism seems to be, why were only 2 states mentioned? If 2 states were mentioned, if all states had to be mentioned, the budget would have gone on for 4 hours. I am challenging the Congress spokesperson and the opposition spokespersons on your panel today. How many times during between 2004 and 2014 were Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat were mentioned in their budgets? So this is a very, very puerile criticism.
Okay, so you are essentially saying that this is some kind of tit-for-tat politics playing out.
No, I explained that, if you start mentioning all states and all union territories, the budget would have gone on for 2 hours. But just
then what was the need of mentioning Bihar and Andhra Pradesh in particular? You could have done some calculation in mentioning one opposition rule states and one of your allied states.
For us, development initiatives is a year-long activity. It is not confined to the budget. Just last fortnight, the Prime Minister was in Mumbai. 29,000 crores worth of projects were announced only for the Mumbai region. And similar announcements and similar projects have been initiated across the country.
Okay, so but Mumbai region is again, Maharashtra is being governed by the BJP. So the question here is, what is being asked by Dr. Shantanu Sen and other opposition rule states, which includes Mr. M.K. Stalin of Tamil Nadu, who is of the opinion that he will not be attending Niti Aayog because the entire purpose is not served if the budgetary allocation, according to him, is not fair. But my question then to Mr. Deshpande here is, don't you think that whatever grudges you may have, you can present it before the Niti Aayog? Niti Aayog isn't really a government body. It has chief ministers of all states, just as Mamata Banerjee, who is communicating to Niti Aayog what her concerns are. Similarly, M.K. Stalin and other chief ministers can also do.
Maria ji, I think that the supreme body for any kind of debate, substantive debate in the national interest is Parliament. That is where we want to raise these issues. We have been trying to raise these issues because they directly impact the Indian people, whether it's the fiscal rights of states or India's economic situation, Agniveer, terror attacks in Jammu and so on and so forth. We are not raising these issues to attack the government or be pointlessly antagonistic. We are doing so because as representatives of 40% of the electorate, it is our legislative and moral duty to raise these issues. We want our elected government to raise these issues. Prime Minister Modi and BJP needs to understand that they're the Prime Minister and the elected government of the entire nation, not just of one party or of one NDA bloc. And we are trying to offer our help and advice in resolving them. We also have decades of experience in governance. We are not trying.
So how are you following the principles of cooperative federalism, which you also talk about, by boycotting Niti Aayog meetings?
No, the point is that
Siddaramaiah is boycotting it, also is Mr. M.K. Stalin.
The larger point I was trying to make, this is not about the budget alone. This is a structural problem which has been happening for the last 10 years. This is an attack on federal rights. Tax devolution has decreased. Cesses are not coming back to us. The GST compensation is not being extended. Plus, on top of that, the share of the state governments, the union governments.
Okay, Mr. Krishna Prasad, would you respond to this, please? That there is some kind of discrimination which is happening until the time you were not part of the NDA. You have been on both the sides of the fence. So you understand how the art of negotiation plays out.
No, as far as the current budget to 24-25 is concerned, I think unnecessarily the opposition parties are putting politics into economy and budget. This is a very simple budget where it started by saying what is the core of the entire budget. Honorable Finance Minister has made very, very clear that the budget is revolving around the poor, the farmer, the women and the youth. And again substantiated by talking about the skill development and the MSME and the employment and the internship, etc., etc. There are so many great things in the budget. Congress party and the opposition party wants to simply sweep everything under the carpet and look at rural development. If I remember the figures well, that's about 2.65 lakhs. Look at the agri and allied agri sector. It is about 1.56 lakhs. So they're all in lakhs and lakhs and lakhs. Health, education. So many sectors are getting budget to that extent, which applies to the entire country. It applies to every state in the country. There is a mention about 2 states, which is very small. It is a delta when compared to the lakhs of budget for each sector. We are not talking about this, I don't know why. We should talk about what is the increase in the agri and allied sector, what is the increase in the rural development and Panchayat Raj. We should talk about those things. We should talk about what is the delta increase in health, education, etc. That is more important.
Dr. Shantanu said,
when compared to all that figures, this figure is very small.
Rural states being myopic in this discussion that it's only about that delta. These are the 2 states which have suffered the more because of bifurcation. Bihar was bifurcated and Jharkhand created in 2000, and then you had another episode of bifurcation and then the reorganization, I should say, of Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Sen.
Maria, the basic message is very clear, which has been said few days back by the leader of opposition in our state of West Bengal inside the West Bengal Legislative Assembly कि जो हमारा साथ रहेगा वो हम उसका साथ रहेगा, यानी कि I will support that person who will stand by me, and that has been exactly reflected in the union budget placed by a failed finance minister of the failed government, Madam Sitaramaiah. It has proved once again that Mr. Narendra Modi is the Prime Minister not of the entire nation, but for the BJP workers and BJP supporters only. On the contrary, come to a state of Bengal and see how Raj Dharma is being served, how the service is being served by the Chief Minister who says that I do serve to those people who voted for me and at the same time to those who even didn't vote for me. Here lies the basic difference between Narendra Modi and Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee is the Chief Minister of 11 crore people of West Bengal, and Narendra Modi is the Chief Minister, Prime Minister for the voters of the BJP only.
Yes, so, Tuin Sana, you should compliment Dr. Shantanu Sen. The fact is that despite her opposition, Mamata Banerjee is going to attend the Niti Aayog meeting
of my friend,
because she understands the significance of that platform. Yes, go ahead.
No, Maria, this Modi government needs to be
draw the attention of my
We
friend.
also had the option of playing to the gallery like the Congress party after 240 seats, but instead we chose to go long on the India story. We continue to maintain the fiscal deficit below 5%. So, and a whole lot of measures in this budget are basically, in consonance with the larger plan of keeping the growth intact. So, I think these people will not understand that because, with the way they have unleashed financial anarchy in all the states that they get to govern, they don't understand the concept of fiscal deficit. They don't understand the fact that, the taxpayers have been given certain concessions if we can compare it to the Congress era.
Okay. Let's start wrapping up this debate, and I'm going to begin with you, Mr. Krishna Prasad.
Yes, I think we are forgetting about, there was a comparison between India and a small state, West Bengal. I'm not saying small in the case, in the sense of derogatory. It is a state among the several states. Now, look, are we not proud as Indians that in the last 10 years, the 11th largest economy has now become the 5th largest economy, and the entire world is saying India is going to become the 3rd largest economy in no time. Should we not be proud of these things? Why are we looking at small things, like I said, delta things, and making it appear like Himalayan? I think we are wasting our time. Instead of looking at and focusing on the larger things, we are picking up very, very small things.
Okay, Dr. Shantanu Sen.
And then making everybody run around on those issues.
Okay, Dr. Shantanu Sen.
With all humility, I would like to ask my TDP friend, kindly recall what your party did 5-6 years back in the same situation, in the same circumstances. And just answer my question.
Because it's a,
the
reality is
looking forward for
That's
India to be the third largest economy.
You know what is a Kursi Bachao budget? I will give you one example. Manmohan Singh was very keen on increasing FDI in two key sectors like aviation and telecommunication. Some amount of pressure by the left parties, and he completely abandoned that plan. That was a Kursi Bachao attitude of Manmohan Singh. Instead, we have gone ahead with our larger objectives, and that is why this budget is a Desh Bachao.
So it's not Kursi Bachao, as the opposition says, in order to ensure that the government continues.
It is Desh Bachao.
Okay, so it's Desh Bachao. 30 seconds to you, Pushparaj.
Thanks, Maria Ji. See, very quickly, I just want to respond to some things. The TDP MP says, let's not focus on big things. Let's not focus on small things. Let's only focus at the big picture. I think that looking beyond macro indicators, I really want him to look at the micro indicators that are affecting India. Consumption expenditure is at a historic 50-year low. Unemployment is at a historic 50-year high. Real wages are stagnant. Household debt, it is at a 34-year high, SBI report. These are things that the budget does not address. Moving on, the other BJP spokesperson talked about liabilities and debt. I think that Haryana, Odisha, Chhattisgarh have higher liabilities than any other states combined today. And the third thing is, someone else talked about how this budget is pro-women, pro-rural, so on and so forth. NREGA's allocations have dropped from 2.44% of GDP in 2016 to 1.78. Samagra Shikra, which is a combination of 3 educational streams, has dropped from 1.29% of GDP to 0.77%. PM portion has dropped from 0.5% of GDP to 0.26. So I really don't understand. Just by cutting welfare expenditure, if you're going to be fiscally prudent, does not mean that you're actually furthering the interest of the or well-being of the people.
Okay, quickly respond to that charge that you have cut the expenditure in health and education. What is the real picture?
They would go by the data of foreign agencies. We go by the data of RBI, which says, that nearly 20 crore jobs have been generated in the last 10 years. The nature of employment is changing world over. Gig economy is picking up in a big way. And, the level of infrastructure creation, 11 lakh crore worth of capex every year simply cannot be jobless growth. This is something which the opposition needs to understand. Are robots constructing our infrastructure? Are robots constructing our roads and airports? So I think, the opposition needs to...
These are assets for the nation. Why object to it is the point that's coming in. Yes, the TMC MP, Dr. Sen.
When you are talking about education and health, we must recall that the biggest scam in the education sector of the century is NEET UG scam. And I am not sure, if God forbid, if once again COVID comes, it might be, the situation might be like this, that once again we have to see that dead bodies are floating in the river and mass funeral on the bank of the river.
All right. We certainly hope that situation doesn't arise now, ever. Dr. Shantanu Sen, thank you so much for your time. Pushparaj, Tuhin and Krishna Prasad, thank you for speaking to NDTV. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-present.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
The performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment.
Hello and welcome to a very special program. I'm Vishnu Shom and this is the Kargil War Memorial in Dras. 25 years ago, Indian soldiers clambered up the heights of areas all around me to regain posts which were captured by Pakistani soldiers. The Prime Minister comes to this war memorial tomorrow to honor the memory of those soldiers who were killed in action. On this very special program, part of our Kargil series, I'll be speaking to Vishal Batra, the identical twin of Captain Vikram Batra, better known as the man who won 2 important posts here, getting himself a Paramveer Chakra for himself and of course for his regiment. His war cry, Ye Dil Mange More, certainly had an impact on an entire generation. We'll also be bringing you, for the first time ever, details of what happened to Flight Lieutenant K. Nachiketa, who retired as a group captain from the Indian Air Force when he ejected not too far from here in his MiG-27 aircraft during the Kargil war, was captured by Pakistani forces and systemically tortured. He tells us what he had to endure.
My company's success was ye dil mange more. The guys were so highly charged up that they're wanting that some more bunkers should have been there and we would have got the more chaps.
Ye dil mange more were the words that a generation of young Indians grew up epitomizing, grew up in a sense almost revering, because these were words spoken by an incredible soldier, Captain Vikram Batra, Paramveer Chakra, the bravest of the brave. Way back then, 25 years back, I was a young journalist, 24. He was more or less my age. Perhaps our paths would have crossed, but I never had an opportunity of meeting him. My colleagues did. But he was always gung-ho. He was always ready for action. And what he did and his role in winning back some of these heights is the stuff of military legends. The man sitting in front of me is his photocopy. You're 14 minutes younger than him or older than him?
I'm younger than him.
You're 14 minutes younger than him. His twin brother, Vishal Batra. Thanks, Vishal, very much for being with us. We've had the opportunity of speaking to you many times over the last few years, but it's now been 25 years. What does that mean?
To me, it's like it happened yesterday. Vishnu, I've been coming to this place for almost last 15 years now, because 2009 was the first time when I came here. And when I came here, to me, it was a feeling of that Vikram is calling me here. And I realized that I missed out on the first 10 years, To me, it's coming here and looking at those mighty peaks. I personally believe these are the peaks, the treacherous mountains, which tell you the saga, bravery and the courage and determination of each of the young officers, right from my brother, Captain Vikram Batra, Anuj Nayyar, Manoj Pandey. And to me, it's like coming and doing a tit-for-tat with Vikram, because unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to meet him, when he was in the thick of the action of the Kargil War in '99. So for me, it is coming and just, to me, I treat this place more as a pilgrimage. जिसको बोलते हैं ना एक धाम है आपके लिए. And 2009 when I came for the first time. Since then I think I've been coming here every alternate year. So I somehow connect very emotionally with him. Reason is what he's done for the country, and being a twin sibling, I think I can only say that blessed to carry forward his legacy and share his stories of better.
Twins have a very special and a very different association with their siblings.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to explain.
Yeah.
It's scientific and yet not scientific at the same time.
True.
What was that association with Vikram that you had? I mean, which was, which made you that close to him?
See, you correctly mentioned that being an identical twin, that bond is inseparable, I personally believe. And since it was just a 14 minutes gap, right, we grew up together, doing our schooling, doing a college. And, some of the things which really knit me very, very close with him, despite the fact I'm a brother, is one that we both dreamt of donning the uniform together. And I don't know how many of the people would know it, but we attempted our first SSB together.
Oh, I didn't know that, yeah.
And I was the first person in a Hora family clan who got to know that Vikram has made it.
Right.
We both went to SSB Allahabad. Vikram was a part of 19 SSB and I was a part of 18 SSB. And we both were very well prepared. And we both used to push each other to become the army officers, because that was the kind of the environment we had grown up. And when his result came out, when the SSB got out and he got selected for the medical board, I was craving to meet him because my result was supposed to be declared a day later. And in the evening when I met him, almost after 5 hours of his result being declared, I saw a plus sign on his chest, because you get a chest number, and the moment you qualify for a medical board, you get a plus sign.
Get that blood
and we
group
hugged
number,
each other. Yeah. And the feeling what got into my mind was that both the twins have come together. For SSB, at least dono mein se ek ka selection ho gaya was a big, big respite, right? So that's one, which I felt is very, very close to my heart. Two, I'm a 3 times not recommended by the board. I tried, but unfortunately the destiny wanted in a different format. And when Vikram was a part of the Indian Military Academy, it was in the October '97, which was his final term. I was doing my master's in management, and Vikram invited me for a visit to the IMA. Then I told him, okay, anyhow, 2 months hence you're going to get commissioning, so let us meet during the December month. But he pushed me hard to come and visit the IMA because he wanted that I will be able to show you the IMA in a very, very different format.
Yeah.
And I went to the academy, and you won't believe it, Vishnu, he made me wear the dress of a GC for 4 days.
Yeah.
All right, and that was the beauty of the army, and I realized that, what I missed in my life, right?
Yeah.
And third, we only heard, and thanks to all the media, because I remember NDTV did a wide coverage of the Kargil war then. Yeah. We also got to know what is happening in the war front, right? From Vikram to Manoj Pandey to Anuj Nayyar, the entire 60-day war. And that's where I felt that it's very, very important for me to go at least visit the site where these people fought the war.
I'll talk about that in a moment, because you've done some incredible work. But when Vikram went away, you wanted to do the final rites. I mean, you needed to lift his mortal remains,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Because it would not be complete had you not done that.
Yes.
I hate to bring you back to that moment, but I just want to understand more about the bond between you and your brother.
See, it was a very, very difficult moment because, I was just 24 and I'd never seen a dead body. And I hate the word dead body. So when Vikram came in a coffin, and you prefer using the word coffin because end of the day he has a name.
Yeah.
And the first instance was that when Vikram was brought into, and we took the coffin to the command hospital in Palampur, you have to identify. And I was supposed to sign the documents. And I was the first person to get into a mortuary, despite the fact there were almost close to 2,000 people who were waiting for him. It was a very sad moment that, somebody is asking you to recognize him. On 11th of July 99, when we did the final rites and we brought the coffin to home to pay the final rites to him, and when we took him to the crematorium, and when the coffin was opened, as a ritual of the army protocol, the tricolour and the hat was handed over to mom and dad, and I wanted to lift him because I personally believe that this is going to be my last touch for my brother. And it was a very difficult moment, and my dad told me that you'll have to lit the pyre, and I didn't have the courage. So it was a very difficult moment, but I had to do it because it's a ritual in the Hindus that if you have a brother and the father is also alive, so the final rites couldn't be done by a father. Then the Panditji, the crematorium, told me, Vishal, you'll have to do it. Then I thought that of course he deserves that last respect from my end, because whatever he's done, I don't think I'll ever be able to match up his credentials. But then that's the life it is.
And now let's put this away, you got me in tears as well. You were up there, weren't you?
Yeah, this is 5140. Yeah.
5140.
Yeah.
And this was the first peak that he captured,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And what people don't know is then across over here, he went over there, and that's called Batra Top.
Yeah.
And that's where
he laid
down his life. He went away fighting for us. But you were there just a couple of days back. You did it just a few days back.
I did it
right?
on 18th of July.
Right.
So I'll tell you.
Why did you do it?
Okay, one, I had a dream of visiting both the peaks where Vikram led the operation. The first one, of course, 0.5140, and the other one is the 4875, which is now called as Batra Top. So the Batra Top I did in 2019 when we were celebrating 20th year of the Kargil Vijay Divas. And that we did exactly on 7th of July, the day we had lost Vikram. So it was basically to pay a tribute to Vikram and all the other soldiers who laid down their life. And of course, 5140 was very, very important for me because this was the peak where he radioed the success single Ye Dil Mange More, which became, the younger generations typically a war cry, as well as how a young guy at 24 could really mince out such words, sitting at a height of 17,100 feet. Right? So this year we both would have turned 50, to be honest. It's exactly 44 days hence, we both will be turning 50, while Vikram would continue to be 25. So I wanted to pay a tribute to him at the 50th birthday for both of us. Yeah. And that's where, I requested the Indian Army authorities that I want to climb up 5140. And, through your medium, I'm very thankful to the Indian Army and to the GOC primarily, to the Army Chief General, General Dwivedi, to whom I had placed my request. So 18th of July morning, I started climbing up, and I could pay the tribute to 5140. I could really did a solid war cry of Ye Dil Mange More, Durge Mata Ki Jai, and Tivra Tera, because That's the war cry for the 13 Jammu and Kashmir Rifles. It was a beautiful journey. The weather was very hostile. It was very inclement weather. It took me almost close to 3.5 hours to climb up. It was a stretch of almost close to 6.5 kilometers. Kept on snowing for 3 hours. And the only thing I can tell you, Vishnu, when I was climbing up, I was lucky enough that I didn't need oxygen, but I was just wondering.
That's incredible. You really worked on your fitness, haven't you?
Right. I tried, right? But the only one thing which kept on tinkling my mind, if I would say, is that I was climbing up just like plane, right? I didn't have a weapon, I didn't have a rucksack. And I was wondering 25 years back when Vikram, along with all his fellow soldiers and the other officers who led the attack, either to 5140, the twin bump, the Tololing Peak, how these people would have gone up with a weapon, with a rucksack which weighs around 8 kgs, put together 12 kgs of a weight. And above all, you have the enemy bombardment right from the gunnery, the artillery shells. Everything is, getting fired on you. Right. Incredible. And believe you me, I actually realized what these people have done. Right. It is not something what a normal individual could do. Right. And this was my tribute to my brother, because for me, he continues to live. For me, whenever I come here and look at these peaks, I personally believe he's guarding. Even now, yes. And it's every one of these, as I mentioned, everyone right from Manoj Pandey to Anuj Nayyar, Vijan Thapar, Yogendra Yadav, Sanjay Kumar. When you look at these mighty peaks, do you think, they're not guarded? They're guarded because there are the men in the uniform who gave their blood so that these peaks could be safe. We could be safe. And that's what my belief, and that's the reason I've been coming to this town for the last 15 plus years now.
And then there's Batra Top. They named it. It was 4875, right?
It's 4875.
And then they named it Batra Top. That's when Vikram decided to give it his all.
Yeah.
And throw them out one way or the other.
Yes.
Tell us about that operation.
I remember having received a letter from Vikram which was written on 5th of July.
Was he calling you as well?
He was trying to reach me out because I was working for a corporate. I didn't have a mobile phone back then. So he couldn't reach me through telephone, but he did write me 4 letters. The first letter was written to me on 16th of June. That was exactly 4 days before he took the first mission of 5140. Second letter was written on 23rd of June, in where he stated that he'd captured 5140. He radioed his message, "Ye dil mange more." He also wrote that you'll be happy to know that he's been recommended for a Mahavir Chakra. He wrote me third letter on 2nd of July 1999 from the base camp.
He'd been recommended for an MVC for this op.
For this op, yes.
Of course, he had to do better, so
he had to do better, so he went for the second attack, yes. So third letter was written on 2nd of July, where he did mention that he's going to go for another offensive action. And 5th of July was the last letter when I could guess, that he's gone for a second mission. But unfortunately, I got that letter when we'd already got the news that he's no longer with us. Right. So what happened that I replied him back on the letter which I received on 2nd of July. And it was exactly after a month because we were watching it on the television. And then I joined the office back after 1 month of my chutti, post his annual rights and everything. I read the letter and opened it. It was 5th of July, and the first line he written is, "Dear Kush," because our nicknames were Love and Kush. He used to call me Kush. "Dear Kush, great to receive your letter." So I was happy to know at least he got my last letter, right? And he had written that he's going for a very offensive action, and this is at a height of almost close to 16,800 feet. And Indian Army is doing a fantastic job, and we are behind the bloody enemy, and we're pushing them hard. So this mission, of course, when I climbed this peak on 7th of July 2019, and I could actually figure out, because we had the entire unit of 13 Jacob with us, thanks to General Joshi, who was the 14 Corps commander when we went up. So General Joshi, along with all the fellow soldiers, right from Brigadier Bhaskar to Vora sir, to Rajesh Adau sir, to Brigadier Rajiv Kapoor, Colonel Gurpreet, right, Sanjay Kumar ji, right, everybody was there. And what I saw was it was a flat ledge, and the plunge what Vikram would have taken to really ambush the bunkers or the sangars, or to push the enemy behind, was very, very difficult task. I don't know how come he had the courage, because it was a very steep, narrow ledge, and you had a distance of only, I think 10 odd meters with a breadth of less than 2 feet. And I remember, one of the officers explaining it to me that there was no other way until somebody would have jumped the ledge. And I can only say that, I don't know how come he gone so brave that he could really take the plunge on, despite the fact he would have known that he's not going to come back. I'm sure, because when I looked at that peak and I understood the entire, dynamics of the entire peak, it was something which was not possible to achieve unless somebody would have taken the plunge.
And that's what he did.
That's what he did, yeah.
Look, it's wonderful speaking to you, and I don't know what to say. But it's a lovely day today in Dras, and what a moment it is to remember and honor your brother and all of these men who fought for your freedom and my freedom.
Yes.
And got back every square inch of land that belongs to us.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Vishnu. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks. 25 years ago, as young Indian soldiers fought to regain these heights, many of which had been captured by Pakistani soldiers, the Indian Air Force played a sterling role in the war. I was lucky to be on board Indian Air Force Mirage 2000s at the end of July to get an idea on the role of the Air Force. But just a couple of days prior to that was when a young Indian flyer, Flight Lieutenant K. Nachiketa, had an extremely trying experience. He was flying a MiG-27, he ejected, he was caught by Pakistani forces. Joining us now, Group Captain Nachiketa. He retired as a Group Captain in the Indian Air Force. He flies now commercially, but it's wonderful to speak to you and perhaps for the first time get a real idea of what happened. So let's start at the beginning.
Thank you.
You ejected because you had engine trouble, right? And you were flying a MiG-27.
Yeah, so we had got airborne from Srinagar, which is somewhere this side. And what we see here is the Dras subsector. Behind this we have the Patalik subsector. And my target was there, a place called Munthodalo. We had a huge enemy logistics camp. So we got airborne in a set of 4 aeroplanes, Boxer 2 aircraft followed by Hyena 2 aircraft. Me and my leader, it's called Mandukor, we were firing rockets. So after the rocket attack got over, I had an engine failure. Now a MiG-27 is a single engine aeroplane, and in case of engine failure, either we do a relight or we have to eject. In my case, I did the relight process, but because the altitudes are very high, 12,000, 14,000, 15,000 feet, so I ran out of height. So once I saw the hills gushing towards my aeroplane, I had no option but to eject. So
and you were at what altitude?
So this ejection happened around 15 to 16,000 feet, which is very high. So I gave a call to my leader that man, I'm ejecting, and I left the aeroplane. So fortunate decision to leave, because within a very few seconds, as soon as I got my senses back, I could see the aeroplane crashing onto the hillside. So I could have gone with that. So
were
that
you was a good
unconscious
decision. For a few moments as you ejected?
Yeah, so we have a blackout or a grey out situation for a few seconds. So of course it was not very long, but as I came out of the grey out situation, I could see the aeroplane crashing into the hills.
Right. And then what happened?
Yeah, so after that, once on the ground, it was all white at that time. So the initial, the comfort of a fighter cockpit which is there around us had gone away. And for a fighter pilot, it's very important that we have that comfort. So once I came out of that comfort about where I was at in the hills at 70,000 feet, all snow around, body not acclimatized, and just one small macro pistol carrying 8 rounds of in the magazine.
So just eight rounds is what you had with you on your personal sidearm.
Yeah, we carry 8 plus 8 reserve,
Right.
so 16 of them. So.
Right.
The first thing which I realized that I had to orientate whether I was with in the area where our forces were there, enemy forces were there. So by the time I was hiding all the classified information which we carry and getting a sense of what was happening, I could see a lot of firing taking place. Now because it was all white, I could not figure out whether who was firing and whether it was aimed at me or whether it was some random firing. So I just ran to take some cover behind some boulders, and that is when I saw a group of 5 to 6 troopers making...
What were they wearing? Were they in military camouflage or
yeah,
were they
so
wearing black or?
Military camouflage, because it was a white background, they were in white background. So I couldn't make out whether they were regular forces or whether they were not the regular forces. Okay, exactly. So but at this time it was very clear that I was not in area where our forces were there, because they were firing towards me and making a kind of an ambush, a semicircular ambush, and climbing towards me. So I fired my macro pistol at them, but 8 rounds got over very fast. And they were continuously firing their AKs towards me. And before I could load my second round of magazine to again recommence my firing, the first of those guys had come to me. And like somebody you covered 25 years, so 25 is a very long time. But even now, after 25 long years, that guy's eyes and face is so clear. When he shoved his barrel into my mouth, and I was looking at his trigger finger, whether he'll pull the finger or not. And I still remember the face so clearly. But again, destiny has some different designs for us. And the army captain who was in charge of that platoon, he stopped him. He was a part of a regular forces called 5 NLI. So he came, he stopped them, and then he was able to convince them that I was doing my duty as a soldier when I'm firing, but they were trying to say that this guy was firing rockets and now firing on the ground. But that army captain prevailed on them, and I was made a captive, and then we went to the campsite.
And where was the campsite?
So the campsite, we had a walk of about 1 hour, 45 minutes to 1 hour walk from the place of ejection towards approximately northeasterly direction.
So it was on the other side of the LC, or were you held within Indian territory at that stage?
So at that time I was not aware where exactly I was, but many years back when I came back to the same area, courtesy army helicopter, I realized that we were about 6 to 7 kilometers inside LC, our side.
Right.
So this was the infiltration which took place, and their forces had
So
come
you
to
were
our side.
captured by Pakistani forces in Indian territory?
Absolutely, there was no doubt in that.
It wasn't as if you after ejecting, you had parachuted
No,
onto the
our
other, because you're operating in proximity.
ejection was on our side, and the SOP was very clear to all the pilots. By rules, the orders came from the higher formation not to cross the LC.
But where you were held in this particular post, that was on the other side?
No, even that is our side.
Even that was on
Exactly.
on our side. And then what happened there?
So we spent about an hour and a half there.
And you were able to walk and things like that. Were you injured?
Yeah, so after the ejection, there's a post-ejection trauma is there, so I had a back pain and all. And while walking, we reached the campsite, and because of the wet snow and all, I could see some part of cold seeping into my shoes. So these guys were okay. At the field level, that captain of course was very good. I have a lot of respect for him at a person-to-person level, because he saved me from his troopers when they captured me. And here he gave me some kind of a first aid. We had some conversation, and after about an hour or so, we got a helicopter to pick me up from there, and they took me to a place called Skardu, which is further up into the LOC.
Yeah.
Now, I'll just add something here that when our forces took over this area after a month, when army finally took over this area, and this entire part of the land came back to us, this army officer was killed. I got to know because I got a extract of his diary from our army intelligence sources, and I have a lot of respect for him for the way he treated me.
And were you were interrogated in Skardu?
Skardu was something called a soft interrogation, wherein just some kind of paper action, because it's not a field where they are specialized in this.
Right.
It's a force station basically.
And did they move you from Skardu?
Yeah, so after about 24 hours, there was a C-130 which came, and I was shifted to Islamabad and Rawalpindi next day.
And that's when things really got tough.
Yeah, so they took about 1 day there to finally declare me uncooperative. And after about that 1 day, they decided that I'm not cooperating with them. So that is when they handed me over to the ISA and the specialist cell which do all this.
And they did what?
Yeah, so these 3.5 days was quite bad because staying alone in the cell with a lot of interrogation techniques of heat, standing, hitting, food not being there. So it becomes very tough because they want to break you mentally, physically, emotionally, so that I start talking to them. But I was again a bit lucky because by the time this part gets over, we get into a state called drugs or third degree. In case we start third degree, I believe, which I got to know later, then the situation of being sent back is not there, because all the injuries on the one is survival. Secondly, till now all the injuries they can explain by saying that he was trying to escape and all these things happened. But when the third degree starts, you'll have marks on the body which you can't explain. But I was lucky before that stage came, the decision came to get me back to India.
But just in terms of what they did to you, heat means what? And hit, I understand, they beat you with what, sticks?
Yeah, so it's the entire process. It's a very systematic process which I believe has been there since long. 71 war also the same things followed. So they step up the process, wherein they keep stepping up and see where you will break down. So physical hardships, then mental hardship, then the heat treatment starts. Then
the heat treatment is what?
So a lot of high wattage bulbs on the cell pointing towards you. And denial of food, denial of sleep is very important.
Did they electrocute you?
No, not electrocution. That comes later. But
they did beat you at that stage.
Yeah, beating and all is
with
pretty.
Sticks or with their hands or?
Yeah, hands. So what happens is if they deny you sleep, so then you start, and they deny you sitting down. That the entire process. So obviously after some stage you can't stand, so you start falling. Then they start hitting. So now it becomes a conflict of which pain is more: the pain of not eating, the pain of not sleeping, the physical pain of being hit on the body, or the mental pain. So all now you start prioritizing which one you can take more, which one you can't take more. So that the entire process becomes like that.
You've never spoken about this aspect before. Is it because it's taken you so many years to come to terms and be in a position where you can talk about it?
Yeah, so I retired in 2017. So till the time I'm serving, we don't talk of all this. So I did not speak. And after retirement, this is the first time actually I'm coming out to a place like this where I interact with media personnel like you. So that's it. So basically that is the main thing. And of course, what happens is that part of my POW phase was not very comfortable to talk. It's a 3.5, 4 days of life which is very tough mentally, and sometimes it can lead to some hidden trauma which can come back. So usually I avoid talking about that.
And then you found out that you were coming back home. How did you find out?
Yeah, so even the only way I could make out was that I was shifted back to the safe house, and I got some new clothes and people gave me food, and I got all the basic facilities back. I could make out something had changed. They did not tell me at that stage, but I could sense something had changed. So after about 1 day of giving me some basic rest and food and sleep and getting me back into some kind of a shape, I was taken without a blindfold for the first time through the city. So that is when I could make out that I'm traveling without a blindfold.
Right.
So I went to a place called ICRC, International Red Cross Society. So we don't hand over a prisoner directly to the other nation just to preclude any future implications. So they have basic medical checkups are there, there's some documentation, and then they hand me over to the Indian Embassy. So this process took place.
And the embassy brought you back through the Wagah border, or?
Yeah, I spent a day there with the defense attaché, and there was some paper documentation because I did not have a passport or visa. Yeah. When it got from Srinagar, there was no plan to go across. Yes. So there was some basic visa documentation. I spent time with the ambassador. This is the time first thing I did, I went back to embassy, spoke to my parents to tell them I'm fine. Then I had a word with the Prime Minister, Mr. Vajpayee, our chief.
I remember that. You went up to him, you saluted him. What did he tell you? You got video of that.
Yeah, we have video, but since I was still in a state of shock, so it's very difficult to recollect what exactly happened, but I'm sure he was very proud of the entire fact and that I've come back and that things are back to normal.
And then you went back to flying, but you couldn't fly fighters. You moved on to transports. Was that a result of the injury? I mean, it's common among fighter pilots after ejecting to not be able to fly fast jets. And now you are a commercial pilot and you're doing very well.
So what happens is when you eject, especially if you're tall, you can have something called compression sickness, compression injuries on the spinal cord. In my case, that was complicated by no rest after the ejection. Right. So I think I had a multiple compression on the dorsal part of the spine. So all the medical things which took about 3 to 4 years, they realized that I cannot fly the ejection seat once again. Yes. So I shifted to transport aeroplanes. During these 3 to 4 years, I flew the unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, right, which we had procured. Had they been there in the first place, we would have had a beautiful coverage of all this. Yeah. So that is it. And I came back to transport aeroplanes, and at 17 I retired from the Air Force and I joined commercial.
And you like flying, so you keep flying now, right? It's a passion for you, besides the job aspect of it.
Yeah, like I always say, the heart of the pilot is in the cockpit. So whichever aeroplane you fly, I think as long as you're flying, that's so beautiful and divine, other things don't matter.
You know, Group Captain Nachiketa, you're a real hero for India and what you did and what you sustained. And I appreciate your candor and willingness to speak about this. It's something that India needs to know, what you went through and what happened after you were captured. But it's wonderful to see you over here 25 years later, you were saying.
Thank you so much. I was just saying that all of us, all soldiers, all the 527 martyrs, 1,000+ people who got injured, I think all of us have done the same job. Single-handedly focused effort to get our area back, which was taken over by infiltrators, and all of us at the same level. It just so happens that I was on a MiG-27, which has more visibility, more glamour and higher speeds. Otherwise, I'm sure all of us are basically soldiers at heart, doing a job for which we are signed up for.
Right. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Thanks so much indeed. Thank you.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertain with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
The performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Hello and welcome. We come to you from the startup hub, and that is Bengaluru. Talking about the Indian startup ecosystem, well, it is definitely thriving with ambition as well as innovation. However, when it comes to angel tax, debates are always triggered. The 7th budget that was presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman suggested that this angel tax will be abolished, and that has definitely spread cheer among those from the startup sector. Without further ado, I want to begin the show, but let me actually tell you that this sector has definitely contributed to over $130 billion in funding since 2014. That definitely deserves an applause. I'm Pratibha Raman, and let me introduce the panelists for the day, starting with Mr. Sadashiv, partner, Constellation Blue. We also have Krupesh Bhatt, who's the CEO of Sign Desk. We have Madhukumar Nair, who is the director of Biggie's Burger. I'm already starting to feel hungry. And we have Prasad Pachole from Reward Wallet. He's the CEO of that firm. And finally, we have Dr. Syed Mujahid Hussain, who is the co-founder of Hungry Koala Private Limited. Thank you so much for joining us. And let me begin the show with one of the most basic questions. And that is, what is angel tax?
Pratibha, thank you for having me on this panel. So in 2012, they introduced this concept of angel tax. We talked about in an unlisted company, if an investor invests into the shares of those company, which is more than the fair market value, the difference between fair market value and the subscription price of the shares, that's treated as an income and subject to tax. So this was modified a bit in 2019 giving some exemptions which are registered startup under the DPIIT. But in 2023, certain types of investors are excluded. So over a period of time, this was a compliance task and as well as challenging to justify some of these valuations as well as the difference when the startups is all about innovations and IP-led technology-driven businesses. This was challenging compliance task for startups and the founders. So hence it was always an industry ask for to reconsider and abolish this. I think this budget has taken care of that.
Well, when it comes to the angel tax, it always stood at around 30.9% on funds. So how did it really affect the startups as such? For a layman, could you elaborate on that?
I think broadly about 60-70% of the startups were impacted. When I say startup, these are funded startups, right? So they got notices, and then while the economic impact is still something that we don't have the complete picture, but then it created a lot of the noise, and then it created some kind of a, the lack of confidence in the mind of an angel investor. Typically, angel investor is the one who writes your first check for your business. When the tax laws are not clarified, and then there is an ambiguity, so it creates a lot of the ambiguity in the system. So that is what it impacted the entire ecosystem, where some of the angel investors were not clear. While the tax is to be paid by the company who raised the funds, then it also some of them thought that it will also have a tax implication on part of the angel investor. So I think it has created the first set of investors who trust in your business. So that has impacted the angel investment scene in the last several years, especially in the last 3 to 4 years, when companies started receiving notices from the tax department.
Well, I mean, how do you see this? Because this decision with respect to the budget comes at a time when, according to some data that I was reading about, talked about how this comes at a time when there is 60% drop in funding in 2023. And, well, to give you more stats on that, the decline is more than 40% in 2022. How do you see this as, giving a boost to the startup sector?
See, actually, if you look at it, the tax was introduced by Dr. Manmohan Singh, basically to curb the money launderers. But it had an unintended consequences on the investors and the startups. But this is a good move by the government to abolish the tax, and I'm sure with this the startups can really breathe now, and they expect more fundings coming into the system, and also I feel that this isn't the evaluation process as well for the startups, and this would give encouragement for a lot of new investors to get into startup, and I'm sure looking forward for many more reforms in this for the startups basically in the country.
Then what happens to startups that had earlier received angel tax notices? What happens to them?
As far as what we understand, I think it should not should be pursued further. That's how it looks like. But just coming to the point that, what he just now mentioned, the thing, one of the opportunity that lies when this tax is abolished, now if you go to US, there are multiple platforms where people can invest right from $1,000 to $50,000. I think abolition of this tax gives an opportunity to have such kind of platforms exist in India, and that will also make a lot of startups survive. Now, as this tax was introduced in 2013, if you look at the stats, it took some time for that to impact the startup world. And if you see between 2016 to 2018, there are a lot of startups who ran out of money. And so similarly, this abolition will actually show the results in 2 to 3 years from now.
Dr. Syed, if you can actually explain to us as to how this angel tax abolition will help your startup, and what will be the next plan of action for you?
Well, see, Pratibha, I come from a medical field. I'm a practicing pediatrician. So this was my passion to give something every child deserves, that is clean nourishment. So we started Hungry Koala 2 years ago as a passion, as a thing. So a journey of an entrepreneur is fraught with so many challenges on a daily basis, right? You wake up and you have this challenge, financial or legal or whatever. So this is definitely a welcome move. The contentious angel tax abolishment will now pave the way for entrepreneurs like us to seek more funding. So in fact, if you look at the global competitive, it'll add boon to that as well. And overall, if you look at it, the economic growth, job opportunities, everything, it's an added advantage. So definitely from a startup founder perspective, this is a very, very welcome move, in fact a pivotal change I would say. And as you said, next 2 to 3 years, definitely there will be a substantial improvement and growth you can see in, among the startups.
Well, that's interesting. You did touch upon employment there. So how do you all see the total outlay of 2 lakh crore when it comes to the budget allocation for driving employment?
If you ask me today, in India, the biggest problem, right, is unemployment. And if this angel, the very most important thing is the investors will have a lot of confidence now when they invest in any startup. And startups can actually fix the gap that we have currently, a lot of unemployed youth. Now we at Reward Wallet also hire a lot of interns, a lot of freshers. And if there is a funding available for more startups, more companies like us, I'm very sure it will directly, help overcoming this unemployment issue that we have currently in India.
Well, talking about, the budget allocation, not just for employment, but in terms of skills development as well as education, how do you think that is going to affect the startup sector?
I think about close to about 85-90 lakh students graduate in India, of which about like 40-45% are only job ready, right? Even we ourselves are facing that problem. The first 6 months when you onboard a new employee, would have to spend a lot of time, resources in training them. So we were expecting some help from the government in this segment. I think it's a welcome move that I think there are some about 5 different schemes have been rolled out in terms of upskilling and also incentivizing the new hiring and also. However, I think there is still more to be done, right? I mean, what we are doing now is the students or the graduates who have got an offer will be incentivized. Either the companies or the students will be incentivized. But then what are we doing to create more jobs? Right? We are actually not necessarily creating more jobs, but we are incentivizing the jobs that are already created. I think there are a lot more things can be done in this front, especially like what you do before you hire someone, right? Are they really job ready? Can we offer the modern skills, whether it's AI, machine learning, or the space technology and things like that? I think on that front, there are a few other things that could be done in terms of incentivizing educational institutions and the universities. So typically about millions of students emigrate out of India, but then most of them will not really the return. So what are we doing to attract them so that they'll come up and then either start their own companies or help improve the employment scheme?
You did touch upon the space tech there, but however, I think the budget definitely had some good news on that front as well with respect to the 1,000 crore venture capital fund that can be provided as investments into the space economy. How do you think that this will boost the tech firms or the startup firms in that industry?
So one thing is definitely there are some startups that at least I know some founders who are doing a wonderful job in that area. So this step will also help because obviously these startups do not just do space. There are a lot of ecosystem that needs support, right? There are a lot of other smaller startups who work with them. So if you ask me, this funding which comes to this sector automatically indirectly also helps all the other sectors which work with them for the execution, right from the tech to something into logistic, everything. So I see that is how it will help.
Did you ever think that there could have been something more that could have been done for the startup sector, especially with respect to AI? I remember one of them mentioning that there could have been more that could be done. Did you have any kind of a feeling as such?
Yeah, I would like to answer. In fact, I'm from the food and beverages industry. There a lot could have been done for the food and beverages. Unfortunately, there should be some reform done in the GST, which is not like in food and beverages we don't get any input tax, which is why the people think twice to invest. In particularly, we are in a franchising business, so we face this. Our investors don't get the input, so they should have done more on the GST part. They should have done more reforms on the GST is what I feel.
I mean, talking about other taxes. For instance, how do you see the concession when it comes to foreign firms and the digital tax? Do you think that is going to benefit the startup ecosystem here in India?
I think the 2% levy they're going to abolish, it is going to definitely create a level playing field. However, for domestic startups and then local companies may have to go through certain hurdles because it's not really a level playing field if you look at it that way, right? The kind of the funding available in India, even though it runs into hundreds of $billions, but it is the minuscule number compared to other developed part of the world. So when you have access to the fewer set of resources, and then when are expected to compete with the global technology companies and the big tech of the world, so then I think the domestic startups also require some kind of help until we get there, right? So this in a way, it doesn't really help the startup ecosystem. Things like the helping other industries like space tech, it's a good move. It would be nice to have this kind of support for other emerging the spaces, like, such as AI.
I mean, whenever there is an announcement of the budget, every common man would only look at the income tax slabs. How does the startup industry look at the tax assessment? Do you find it industry friendly, for instance? Especially when it comes to e-commerce, I think it has been cut down from 1% to 0.1%. So how do you see all of this in general when it comes to your babies?
I think it's a absolutely positive move. It helps us in terms of, because startups, especially bootstrap startups, before even they go for a funding, the crucial element is, are you able to, manage the monthly expenses? So this kind of move definitely helps right away, because then when we are doing a road mapping of our spending, we obviously have some extra pennies to calculate. So it will definitely help. And as I said, the lot of startups which got wiped off from 2016 to 2018. So I think that wouldn't have happened if something like this was done at that time.
As he was just talking about being bootstrapped for many years, right? No, we started, as I said, Anglicon a couple of years ago. We are still bootstrapped. So when it comes to these corporate taxes, we get impacted a lot by this. And this is a very, very productive move, constructive move, I would say, because every day, every month end expenses, you have to tally, you have to take care of everything on your own. So when you reduce these taxes, when it comes to a startup perspective, it can lead to more profitability and helps us reinvest in the business again, rather than we ending up spending more on taxes all the time. So overall, yes, it is an extremely welcome move. So I would, from the bootstrap startup point of view, I would look at that way.
Well, when it comes to tax rates for market assets, how do you see that? Because it's pretty difficult to remember the numbers. It's a 5-fold increase in the securities transaction tax, 0.1% and a 2.5 percentage points hike in the long-term capital gains tax. So how do you see that affecting? Because it has risen to around 12.5% now.
So specifically on the long-term capital gain tax, more specifically from the PVC industry standpoint, always has been the ask to put the level playing field for with that of the listed securities. And if you look at it, was 20% for the unlisted space, long-term capital gain unlisted shares. So this has been taken care in the budget. It is a definitely welcome move. While indexation has been removed, but if you look at the investing space in the unlisted space, so always there is a definitive timeline that unlike you hold a real estate for a very long duration, as compared to that unlisted space, and you have an exit period, especially with the funding funds, etc. So this helps them to kind of reduce the taxation when they exit from the private unlisted space. So with respect to the listed space, definitely this has been suboptimal as compared to, because the rates have been increased. But from an PVC standpoint and the investment in the happening PVC standpoint, definitely a welcome move.
Interestingly, when the budget was being announced, I was noting what was happening there, and in the meantime, my camera persons were looking at their mobile phones, trying to see how the market was functioning. Seems like this budget has definitely spooked the rupee, and which has hit new lows. How do you see that? Do you think that it is going to have a reverse in terms of its trend?
I think it was more of a neutral budget, and maybe that's why the market was expecting some kind of action either ways, and then that was not expected. It's good in a way. I think we are moving towards more of a stable economy. I think it's still a balanced the budget, I would say. That's why I think the market was unsure. Even I think drop is also it was not significant. I'm sure it will recover over time. I think in terms of taxation, right? If the goal is to make India as a startup capital of the world, in the coming days, hopefully the government can consider streamlining GST and then setting up different slabs, right? If you look at the technology sector, it is still at 18% slab for GST. But then if you look at the food, beverages and other industries, it is much less. But however, if you really want to develop and then if you want to achieve your the Vikasit 2047 goal, I feel that the technology and tools have to be considered as a basic need for any business. So then the cost of developing, deploying the technology has to be brought down. So that means that the tax slabs have to be reduced. Also the GST also creates some kind of a working capital issues because the moment that you raise the invoice, you will have to pay GST to the government maybe within the next 7-8 days. However, you will collect the money typically in about 45 to 90 days. So that means that you are adding to the problem of working capital. So if there is a way to delay GST payments, like once I get paid, I don't mind paying taxes. But then here the GST payment has to be made before even I get paid. So these are some of the persistent asks of the industry for the last several years. So hopefully these changes would be introduced in the next budget.
Have you really been thinking about the 4.9% deficit target on fiscal correction path? How do you see that?
The current government for last several years has been focusing on the infra development and especially manufacturing and MSME sectors. So the deficit, I think it's still manageable. It's not like, the government announced so many social schemes, right? There are several states elections coming. So always that could have been one of the thing, the current government, which is with an alliance partners, they could have done it. But I think this is in line with the expectations of the industry as well as the finance ministry folks, etc. So
there seems to be a lot that has been done even when it comes to MSMEs. How do you see that, and how is that related to the startup sector?
One of the things they announced in this current budget about MSMEs, two major things. One is there is a separate scheme for MSMEs, procuring the machineries especially. That's one. And second is assessment for credit for the MSMEs. So if you look at the new age MSMEs, which is more focused on digital, deep techs, etc., the assessment, credit assessment has been the old ways of doing it, a lot of ratios, looking at the balance sheet, etc. So now there will be a new assessment, assessment way to give the credit, etc. I think it's a very welcome move.
It's a really welcome move having this MSMEs allocation, but at the same time, government should ease in the process of availing the loan. So that's becoming a challenge. So though we talk about MSME availing a MSME loan, but getting a loan is a big challenge. So they should ease in the process of these loans. So that's where a lot of our investors who want to invest in a franchisee, they don't want to get into any other loans because the interest rates are very high, and MSME is giving a low interest rate. So though they apply for it, but most of the time it gets rejected. So they should look into that as well.
Well, much before this budget was being organized and announced, a lot of them from the startup sector had already had their wish list in place. And the first and foremost was definitely the abolition of angel tax. Now, when it comes to the next year's budget, do you already have a wish list in mind? Do you think that that needs to be the agenda that needs to be set for the union government?
Sure. So I think when angel investor invests in the startup, right, that money comes into startup ecosystem, and when he takes an exit, that money goes out of the startup ecosystem and he gets taxed on that. If you ask me what will be my wish list, is something like how we had in real estate indexation. I think something like this can be introduced on the angel investment, where if that angel investor again reinvests into the next